The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Espinoza, House District 4.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Shebo, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon, Barone, Byrd, Representative Byrd,
Excused.
Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield is excused, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Representative Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Representative English,
Excused.
Espinoza, Foray, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader,
Here. Well,
Lindsay, Linstead, Representative Linstead,
Excused.
Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks,
President.
Rutinell, Ryden, Sirota, Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story is excused, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Representative Valdez,
Excused.
Velasco, Rep Velasco,
Excused.
Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 60 present and 5 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Espinoza. Representative Espinoza. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members. I've tried animals all week. I'm now going to implore you to think about food. And I'm going to say today is National Bakery Day, specifically Sticky Bun. So it's National Sticky Bun Day. And I say, if you love sticky buns, if you love food, today is your day to vote aye for the Journal for sticky buns. And in terms of that, I recognize Bakery 4 in my district on Tennyson Street in House District 4 has some of the best sticky buns. So, you know, you have to come and try them sometime with me. So think about that. And with that, I ask Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, February 20th be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we are proceeding to business. I will invite you to take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolution.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolution. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 006.
Senate Joint Resolution 6 by Senators Hinrichsen and Ball, also Representatives Camacho and Carter, concerning condemnation of the pardons of those involved in the January 6, 2021 insurrection against the United States of America.
Representative Carter. Oh, Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Joint Resolution 6 and ask that it be read at length.
That is a proper motion. Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution.
Whereas on January 6, 2021, at a rally at the Ellipse outside the White House, President Trump, following months of lies about widespread voter fraud, claimed the election had been stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats and told rally attendees, if you do not fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And whereas, following President Trump's speech at the Ellipse, rally attendees marched to the United States Capitol and many began rioting, with official FBI estimates including that between 2,000 and 2,500 people forcibly and illegally breached the Capitol in what many scholars have described as an attempted self-coup and an insurrection. And whereas insurrectionists sought to prevent and successfully postpone the proceedings of the constitutionally mandated joint session of Congress to certify the Electoral College results of the freely and fairly conducted 2020 presidential election. And whereas insurrectionists openly called for violence against political figures, including chants calling for the hanging of Vice President Mike Pence. And whereas a gallows and a noose were erected on Capitol grounds during the insurrection. And whereas undetonated pipe bombs were found after the attack outside both the Democratic National Committee and the Republican National Committee headquarters. And whereas due to the heroic efforts of Capitol police officers, the Vice President and all members of Congress were successfully evacuated from the Capitol before the insurrectionists breached the Senate chamber and attempted unsuccessfully to breach the House chamber. And whereas insurrectionists attacked Capitol police officers with brass knuckles, pickaxes, tomahawks, flagpoles, pepper spray, knives, fire extinguishers, stolen police riot shields, batons, fencing, destroyed furniture, and other makeshift weapons. And whereas multiple insurrectionists were later charged with or convicted of illegally carrying firearms during the attack. And whereas there is widespread evidence of premeditated online coordination of the insurrection between the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and 3 Percenters, which are organizations that have been cited as extremist groups by both the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Anti-Defamation League. And whereas one Capitol police officer died from a stroke brought on by the injuries he sustained from multiple assaults by insurrectionists. And whereas 4 Capitol police officers who defended the Capitol later died by suicide. And whereas at least 174 Capitol police officers were injured, 15 of whom required hospitalization. And whereas $2.7 million in damages were caused to the Capitol building and grounds. And whereas following a request from District of Columbia Mayor Muriel Bowser, 1,100 Washington, D.C. National Guardsmen were called up to restore peace and security to the Capitol and its grounds. And whereas on January 20th, 2025, President Trump pardoned or commuted the sentences for all insurrectionists who were convicted of crimes committed during the January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol, and ensured that cases were dismissed for those who faced charges or were under investigation for participation in the attack. And whereas the rule of law, respect for the results of a free and fair election, and freedom from political violence are foundational cornerstones of the United States Constitution and core tenets of freedom and the American way of life. And whereas those pardons erode the rule of law and signal an acceptance of political violence, so long as the violence was committed by those who support President Trump. And whereas such acceptance desecrates the service and sacrifice of those who have defended the Constitution against such enemies. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that the 75th Colorado General Assembly hereby condemns the pardons of those involved in the January 6, 2021 insurrection against the United States of America, and that the 75th Colorado General Assembly further condemns the firing of dedicated, selfless FBI agents assigned to said insurrection cases who committed their careers to the defense of our nation and its sovereignty.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 6, 2021, we witnessed an attack on our democracy, an insurrection fueled by lies, entitlement, and refusal to accept the will of the people. But for Black Americans, this moment was more than just an assault on the Capitol. It was just another painful reminder of the double standard that exists in this country, one for us and one for them. As we watch rioters storm the halls of power, assaulting officers, breaking windows, and threatening elected leaders, I, as a Black man, wondered, what if those individuals looked like me? I know the answer. If that mob hadn't been Black, the response would not have been restraint. It would have been bullets, tear gas, and mass arrests. I know that because that's what I've seen. Peaceful protests for Black lives have been met with tanks, rubber bullets, and the full force of the law. But on January 6th, when the insurrectionists carried Confederate flags through the Capitol, law enforcement held back. This wasn't just an attack on a building, it was an attack on the very foundation of our democracy, on the right to vote, a right that Black Americans have fought and died for. The same lies that led to the insurrection are the same lies used to justify voter suppression, laws that are aimed at Black and brown communities. The insurrection didn't end on January 6th. It continues every attempt to silence the votes of Black and brown people at the ballot box. But let me be clear, I will not be silenced. Black Americans have always been in the forefront of defending democracy. We fought in civil rights movement. We defended it in the face of Jim Crow, and we stood for it in 2020 when we turned out in record numbers, despite the obstacles thrown in our way. So today, as I reflect, I have to ask myself, what kind of nation do I want to be a part of? Will I allow lies and violence to dictate our future, or will I uphold the principles of justice, equality, and democracy? For Black Americans like myself, that fight for democracy has never been theoretical, it's always been personal. And we will continue that fight because this country belongs to us. And while hatred is often wielded as a tool of power, it is ultimately weakened by those who embrace it. It binds people together in anger, yet it blinds them in their own self-destruction. It thrives on divisiveness, but it exposes the fragility of those who rely on it. January 6th is a perfect example of that paradox. While the rioters stormed the Capitol, fueled by their hate, the hate for the democratic process, hate for those who didn't look like them, hate for a future they feared. But what did they accomplish? It didn't change the election results. It didn't make them stronger. It led to death, prison sentences, and a stain on our nation's history. The very country they claimed to love was harmed by their own hands. And for Black Americans, this paradox is all too similar. Hate has been used to justify segregation, slavery, and voter suppression. But time and time again, that hate has been met with resilience, with progress, and with refusal to be defeated. The paradox of hate is that while it seeks to destroy others, it ultimately will consume itself. The question that I ask for each of you, what will we do? I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to let hate define me. I'm not going to let hate define my future, and I will break that cycle.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chief Speaker. I would say this is all based on a true story, January 6th. That's the part you got right. Everything after that, not so much. I do appreciate my colleague bringing up the hate, things like KKK, Jim Crow, slavery, voter suppression, all brought to you by the Democrat Party. I think that's worth noting. So I appreciate the Republican Party welcomes you in condemning the historic actions of the Democrat Party, continued actions of the Democrat Party. So, what we have here in this resolution is we have a conviction without a trial. The charges were obstruction, trespassing, assaulting police officers, seditious conspiracy, and 100 some other charges, none of which were insurrection. So what you have done, I think, is you have profaned the sacred and you've made sacred the profane. The sacred is the vote of the people. And the common is the people's house, where they came to protest. And there are lots of issues with what we call in this state the gold standard, which is anything but, for anybody who's researched it. So again, I appreciate your calling out the amount of Democrat atrocities in history. But what I'd like to start with is I would like to start with a look at, I move L014 to SJR 006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative. Give this just a minute. The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, this is amend the engrossed joint resolution, page 4, line 3, strike polis and substitute polis, comma. Strike delegation and substitute delegation and President Donald J. Trump, our president, your president, Donald J. Trump. And the reason for this is because I noticed this typo, this omission in this. Because if you don't send it to President Trump, it's just weak. It's flaccid. It has no teeth. In history, we had John Hancock put his signature, we call it a John Hancock signature, because he put it on there so that the king could see it without his spectacles. And now you want this to just make its way to President Trump via some circuitous route? Mic drop it right on his desk. I think it would be good for the commander-in-chief to look at the military president, from the military, something that I would say is prejudicial to good order and discipline, and that is to make false official statements. And this document is full of false official statements. The false official statements are numerous in here, calling insurrection and insurrectionists. No charges of insurrection, no charges of insurrectionists, no conviction of insurrectionists. So for the very unfortunate aspect that there are supposed military members on here that would indicate that they would turn their guns on the populace, which gets us into the posse comitatus, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. Put your John Hancock on it, support this amendment, let Jared Polis drop this right on the president's desk without asking him to cowardly sign it and then have it meet some circuitous route. This is for your courage. Mic drop it. So I suggest you vote. I ask for a yes on this amendment.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, members. I'm country, I'm simple, and we have a saying where I'm from, put your money where your mouth is.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also agree with this amendment. Just saying blatantly, just running this resolution is not really going to do anything but really just talking to the body here and talking to some people that are listening online. If you really want this to have some teeth, send it to President Trump's desk. President Trump will see it if you just drop it right on his desk in the Oval Office. I urge and I vote on this amendment.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. I think it's an important one. those of us here in this chamber put ourselves at risk today, driving through bad weather to get here, and to be presented with a resolution that would be perhaps passed and set in somebody's desk and proudly looked at now and then, but never went to the person it was directed at, is a waste of everybody's time, effort, and the risk we put ourselves through to get here to work for the people. So I would ask that this amendment be passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There seems to be a little bit of confusion about what this amendment is designed to do. And so speaking to those in the room who are possibly a bit confused, as well as to those who are not as well familiar with the processes of this building, resolutions have their whereas clauses that we're all familiar with. And then they turn to the be it resolved, the action point. In most resolutions that this body passes, there is a be it further resolved clause. Now, when that resolution is read at length, our good Mr. Schiebel rarely, if ever, reads that particular section. But anyone who's following along in the document understands that in that second be it resolved is often a set of addressees, people that this resolution that is being discussed who are supposed to receive it, right? So in this resolution, there are two groups that are identified as needing to receive it. Interestingly, the person who this resolution is designed to condemn, your president, our president, the president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is conspicuously absent. In other words, it's as if there's not an actual strength and willingness to confront the president on this matter. Now, what's remarkable about that is if you pull other resolutions from this year and from prior years, the default standard is for the president, when it involves a federal issue, to be the very first recipient. And so presumably, the resolution sponsors made a cognizant decision in telling the lawyer who drafted this to remove President Trump. Now, if that's untrue, if that's not actually what happened, then this can be quickly amended, and we can be sure to actually send this resolution to the person that it's designed to speak to. If we fail to do that, then we have to ask a question about what this resolution is really for. Is this resolution designed to actually condemn someone and his actions and make some moral statement on what he did and on his leadership? Or is this just political theater designed for a particular constituency who right now is spinning a little bit because the election results this last November didn't go their way? Will this body have the courage to throw a punch that actually lands on the desk of the person that they're trying to impugn, that they're trying to chastise? Or will the majority of this body take the cowardly way out, as if they're standing over in a corner in a 7th grade classroom, riling themselves up about finally standing up to that bully, and then nobody actually go and confront who they believe to be a bully? If you think that this is true, and you believe that you have the moral authority in this resolution, then have the strength to make sure that it's actually sent to the person that you're designing it to chastise. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Barone, this is your second time to speak to the amendment. You have 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I was sitting here listening to some more testimony about this amendment, I remembered, it kind of reminded me of when I was back in middle school as well. When somebody would talk bad about you behind your back to somebody else without having the courage of coming up to you and talking to you about it to your face. Back then, we would not be afraid to talk to somebody to their face when somebody was talking bad about you, or if you wanted to talk had a problem with somebody. This amendment allows you to do that. I know this resolution has no teeth because it's not being directed to the person that this resolution is actually trying to direct to. By adding President Donald J. Trump's name to this resolution, it's basically talking to him directly. That will have teeth. Don't go back to 7th grade and talk bad about somebody behind their back. Allow them to get it on their desk.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I want to thank you guys. I want to thank the Senate first for bringing this resolution. I want to thank you guys being consistent and following through with what we expected. This is, I'm going to enjoy every one of our amendments. I'm going to enjoy speaking about this. And the fact that if you guys really believe in this resolution, I would strongly suggest you get up and verbalize everything you believe. I'm not talking to my side, I'm talking to your side. Get up and verbalize every single thing you believe, because this is going to do very well for me over the next year and a half. This has got to be worth at least 150 to 200,000 votes. So do everything you can to say everything you need to say. Speaking specifically to this amendment, it says on page 3, line 19, it says, whereas those pardons erode the rule of law and signal an acceptance of political violence, so long as the violence was committed by those who support President Trump. I appreciate you guys being honest about this. This is stellar. This is amazingly awesome. That you would actually say the only thing that you're going to stand against is pardons that attack President Trump. No one else, nothing else. We heard earlier about lies, rubber bullets, and all that stuff. Here's actually what happened, is a real bullet, not a rubber one, went through the face of Babbitt. That's the only person that was killed that day. That's not lies, that's truth. This amendment says we should send this directly to Donald Trump. Since he is specifically mentioned here, our president, your president, since he is specifically mentioned here that the only thing that you're upset about is any violence that was supported by President Trump, which if you go to his speech is, oh, that's right, 0. That's truth. We're going to read the speech to you so you know for sure over the course of today what truth is, and he supported no violence. But I'm glad that you specifically said President Trump, so now have the courage to actually send it to him. If you believe this, if you guys really believe this, get up here and say it. Send it to Trump. Say it to that mean guy in Washington. That's who? Oh, the duly elected president of the United States that's about to drop the boom on a lot of stuff, including Colorado. So I strongly support this amendment, and I have so much more to come today. Thank you for being one of the greatest assets for my next year and a half I could possibly imagine. Kudos to you.
Representative Bottoms, I will ask that you refrain from any references to campaigning or getting additional votes. We do not do that within the Capitol or on Capitol grounds. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to echo what my colleague from El Paso County said about the history of this country and the importance of making it known where you stand and why this amendment is important, and I'm in support of it. And the reference that my colleague from El Paso County said, that John Hancock, when he signed the Declaration of Independence, he signed it extremely large, and he said so that he was doing that to make it easy for the King of England to read. He wanted no mistake to be made who this is about and who we want to see it. So why wouldn't we send this to President Trump? It just doesn't make sense to not include President Trump. And while I was waiting my turn here, I was looking through some resolutions that we've passed this year already. And in those resolutions, almost every single one of them send it to our congressional delegates. They send it to the president themselves and anybody else who is mentioned in the resolution. So it just doesn't make sense that President Trump, I'm sure President Trump would love to see it and would love to read it and see how people voted on it. So I think we should give him that opportunity to see it. And that's what makes sense to me. So I'm definitely in support of this resolution, and I look forward to further debate and further amendments going forward today.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
We probably will not be seeing this amendment added in the idea of efficiency because it would have to go back to the Senate. But I will have no problem signing it, notarizing it, and I will send it myself to the White House and have them sign for its certified delivery. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if you'll do that with your Confederate flag. I support this amendment.
Excuse me, Representative Bradley, to the amendment.
Thank you. I support this amendment. This is like writing the Declaration of Independence and not sending it to the king. Our founders wrote one of the greatest documents of all time, and not only did they have the courage to sign it in the midst of wars, but they sent it. All of them signed it, and they sent it. First Amendment gives us the fundamental right to petition our government a redress of grievances. If Colorado has a problem with an event that happened 5 years ago, then they should send it directly to the person who is the head of government, our president, Donald Trump. Be courageous and be bold like you just were in front of 65 people. Why are you leaving out the President of the United States? Send it to him. Let's see what happens. I support this amendment.
Representative DeGraff. Members, a point of order. The person who moves an amendment may speak more than twice to the amendment, but still within the 10 minutes of allotted time. This is your second time to speak. Representative DeGraff, you have 9 minutes and 6 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Anyway, so I'll read fast. To the Colorado State Legislature, I write as one of the defense attorneys for Colorado resident Rebecca Laverns and Patrick Montgomery, who were wrongly prosecuted and recently pardoned for their conduct at the United States Capitol on 6 January 2021. President Trump correctly described the prosecutions as a grave national injustice, to which his pardons began a process of national reconciliation until today. Ms. Laverns and Mr. Montgomery were just two of 14 January 6 defendants I represented between 22 and 24. Every J6 defendant faced lopsided procedures in a venue where the fact finders regarded themselves as victims of the January 6 participants. I feel qualified to speak against the proposed condemnation of the insurrection pardons. The proposed joint resolution contains many factual accuracies and is generally false in its assessment. First, a few words must be said about the popular perceptions of the presidential election. Numerous polls have shown a large plurality of American voters regard the 2020 election as fraught with irregularities. Americans watched an election night in 2020 as 5 states simultaneously ejected monitors and counted questionable ballots in secret until Joe Biden was declared the winner. Facts. After 4 years of investigating, accusing, and prosecuting Mr. Trump and other J6 participants, federal prosecutors failed to develop a single piece of evidence against that Trump plan to direct or storming of the breaching of the Capitol, and followed Trump's speech at the Ellipse.
Representative DeGraff, I'm going to pause you right there. I did misstate. You had about a minute left, less than I anticipated, or I misread the board, forgive me. However, I don't think you're speaking to the amendment right now. I think you are speaking to the resolution, so I'll just direct you back to the amendment.
Ma'am, I'm speaking to one of the charges that President Trump one of the pardons of President Trump. So the entire thing is directed at President Trump for that. So these are defendants that what this is directed against. Insurrection and revolution are as American as apple pie, but throngs of Trump supporters who ascended through the U.S. Capitol on January 6th were plainly not insurrectionists. J6ers possess immense gun collections. None of them was inside the Capitol with a firearm or fired a shot at any police officer or congressman. In fact, groups like Oath Keepers and Proud Boys forbade their members from bringing guns to the Capitol. So much for the insurrection. The January 6ers were all wrongly prosecuted or over-prosecuted. Delays in congressional proceedings are common, and the short 6-hour delay on January 6 did not justify the immensity of resources that were wasted on January 6 prosecutions. Demonstrators were inside the Capitol for just 2 hours, conveniently at the start of at the first of the vote. Nor was there any danger that J6 protests could have subverted the Electoral College certification, because the electoral count requires that at least 6 identical original copies be created and secured in other locations. The gallows and the noose mentioned in the proposed joint resolution were cheap erections of scrap lumber plainly labeled as art. with suspicious origins. A permit is required for erecting props on the installation on Capitol grounds, yet some unknown and never charged person was allowed to erect fake gallows over hours in the morning of January 6th. Video surveillance shows unidentified gallows creator took a coffee
Representative
break.
DeGraff, I am trying to give you some leeway here, but we do need to get back to the amendment. I appreciate that you're illustrating a point within the resolution, but just get back to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
The bottom line is, on this amendment, if you're going to make a bunch of lies out of an event and then tie it to the history of the Democrat Party, then I think you ought to have the intestinal fortitude to send it to the person that you're accusing. That's it. There are so many factual errors in here, and I think they should all be addressed. And hopefully, as the day goes on, we'll get a chance to address all of those. For instance, the pipe bombs. That investigation has been covered up for some reason, just like the gallows. Yet they're cited in this resolution as acts of violence by your president, Donald J. Trump. So if you're going to lie about somebody, at least have the, like I said, the intestinal fortitude to do it to their face. Make sure you send it directly to the president, especially the military members that are put on here. I think the commander-in-chief would like to see that, about the creation of false statements in public and then putting an official seal on them. So I'm in favor of this amendment. I know you'll vote for this amendment because I know you want Jerry Polis's name to be first and foremost in front of President Trump as he's considering, as we're looking at all of this federal funding fraud that's going to the states. So anyways, vote for this amendment.
Representative Richardson, this is your second time to speak to the amendment.
And it is a privilege to do so, Madam Speaker.
You have 9 minutes and 25
Thank
seconds
you.
remaining.
I do support this amendment. I said that before. I did want to respond to the comments of my good colleague from Highlands Ranch, and I appreciate his willingness to put his own name on this resolution, but I'm a little confused by his statement that to accept an amendment would be inefficient. We do this in this room almost every day in the attempt to perfect legislation and get the right words on paper. If we were worried about efficiency, we wouldn't be addressing this today at all. This doesn't do anything for the people of Colorado. It does not make life cheaper. It does not make life better. It does not address crime, cost of living, or any of the other things that we were sent here to do for the people of Colorado. If we want to be effective, which is what we should want to be, we will put his name on this resolution and ensure that it gets to the person it's directed at. So I do urge support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Luck, this is your second time to speak to the amendment. You have 6 minutes and 11 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to reiterate what my good colleague from the Eastern Plains just mentioned. This building is not one that should prioritize efficiency in our work over accuracy and impact. The idea that making an amendment to this resolution, because that would require then for this resolution to go back for reconsideration in the Senate, and that being too onerous of a task, what are we doing? Why do we get paid? We've had this conversation on a number of bills over the last 6 weeks. Oh, we don't want to do that work here. Just deflect it later. Somebody else will figure it out. Somebody next year can run a bill to fix that problem. In my 6th grade class and in my law classes, that lack of effort, that laziness, that unwillingness to pursue excellence would have resulted in an F. Do better.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to echo what my good colleague has said. We are here with passion. That is not in question today on why this is coming forth. But we need to also make sure we're moving forward with purpose, and purpose that is intentional. We need to make sure everything we do is stakeholdered with a purpose and that it's going to be messaged to who it's intended. We need to make sure if this is something that this body wants to move forward with, that we are directing it to the intended person. Our president, your president, my president, Donald J. Trump. We need to make sure it goes to where it's going, so we're not just sending it in the air for it to blow away. We need to make sure it is messaged, just like we do on any envelope we send. Do you send a message in an envelope with no direct purpose and hope it gets to the intended person? No. You make sure you stamp it, you make sure you address where it's from, and you make sure it's going to the addressee. Just like an envelope, this message needs to have a direct path forward. And we need to make sure that we stop with this, let's just hurry up and do it, and who cares what happens next. If it's too burdensome on this body to actually put it back to the Senate with a concurrent amendment saying this needs to be more directed and have those who want to do this stand behind it, then why are you pushing it forward to begin with? Because it's going nowhere. So please make sure we are doing things with passion, purpose, a straightforward going forward, and it's not just lost in the wind. To say anything does not deserve its full accreditation through the whole process, and that it's just a waste of time. It's too much work. It's too burdensome. Then why are we here if it's too burdensome? Why? Make sure we have a direct approach. Does it add time? Yes. We have time to do things correctly, efficiently, and with purpose. So please, if this is something that we need to get to our dear President, Donald J. Trump, make sure we are stamping it with that on that envelope so it gets to his directed office.
Seeing no further, Representative DeGraff. This is your third time to speak to the amendment. You have 2 minutes and 48 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought I'd give some of my colleagues the chance to speak before we vote. But if we're not going to speak again, if they're not going to weigh in, this is our Commander-in-Chief. I would encourage everybody to vote. And don't blame the Senate. Don't wuss out and blame the Senate that they can't, just the fact that they forgot to put it on there. I'm sure the Senate would also like to have President Trump on there so they don't look weak. So you don't want to make the Senate look weak. You don't want to make the governor look weak. You don't want to make yourselves look weak. So voting down this amendment just makes you look weak. Voting for this amendment actually demonstrates some intestinal fortitude. Yes, it will send it back to the Senate. All they have to do is gobble a few times and then vote it in and say, yeah, we don't want to look weak. So I recommend an aye vote on this amendment for, I don't know, for pride, if not integrity.
Representative Carter.
At this point, while I am more than willing to work with the Republicans regarding putting together a resolution that we can send directly to Donald Trump, I'm requesting that there is a no vote on this specific amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute and 43 seconds remaining.
Wow, that's way more time than I thought I had. Why would we go through the trouble of rewriting and rerunning a resolution when all we have to do is send it back to the Senate, with this amendment, this change on it, and then they can just approve it? Why would we go through? So my colleague is saying I will take the time to work with my Republican colleagues to rewrite an entire new memo. I mean, now, if we were involved in it, there would be some level of factual truth to it, but so that would kind of change the entire thing. But if you're going to do that, that takes more time than just sending it back. They pass it through, they vote on it, and then they walk away.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It just makes you look weak, that's all. Makes you look tepid. Just does.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This week, I've been in committees, and we've heard several times that it's important that Colorado sends a message to the federal government about our stance. I think this resolution, this amendment to this resolution is a good one because it does send that message to the federal government about Colorado's stance. And I think it's important that those who are willing to put their names on this resolution and this that we send the message to the federal government that you are willing to stand by your words. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms, this is your second time to speak to this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my representative colleague from Douglas County that this should be signed, sealed, and delivered to the president. So let's do that. And I think we have the time right now to work on this. As our other representative said, if we could go back and take the time, we got time now. In fact, I think we got all day. Let's just do this amendment, support this amendment, and send this to President Trump. It's about him, so let's send it to him. And again, I want to thank you guys for bringing this resolution. I think this is going to be a great day.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too agree with this amendment. I think in this building and everything that we see, is, especially since we're limited on resolutions and tributes and how we're using them. I had a Democrat colleague last night that was denied a resolution because they were all used up. And we're using them up on things like this, as one of my colleagues said earlier, wasting. It's going into the air. It's not going to anything. And this amendment would actually give us some substance where it might hit a target that you're intending. And we talked about speaking on behalf of reaching your voters and affecting a campaign. This is a message that does exactly that. This is contradictive of that. It's kind of doublespeak. I think this amendment keeps this from being something that is just initiating communication to an election base or a campaign. It's shameful that we're wasting really honorable tributes and resolutions that recognize people on something like this. I encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L014 to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Valdez is excused. Please close the machine with 22 aye, 40 no, and 3 excused. The amendment fails. Back to the resolution. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I have genuine concerns with this resolution, specifically to the point of what are we doing about our attainable housing crisis? What are we doing about $1 an egg? We're in this room wasting time when, with one stroke of a pen between this chamber, the Senate, and the governor, we could fix every single problem in this state. We're broke, our roads are trash, and we're talking about a resolution about Donald J. Trump. Let's come back and focus on what it is we're actually here for and meant to do, and that is represent every single person in this state, whether they're a Republican, a Democrat, or an unaffiliate. None of our districts are 100% one way. And we have to get back to representing and fixing the problems that put us in this room. This is another day where the House is wasting the people's time. There are far more complexities that could be resolved jointly between the Senate and the House than dealing with this waste of time resolution. This is not speaking for all of Colorado. This is not fixing the problems of all of Colorado. I urge we get back to doing the people's business and throw this out the window.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for bringing forward this resolution. It's a sad day today. I just can't believe we're doing this type of resolution. The voters sent me here to do a job when it comes to affordability, when it comes to crime, cost of living, education, things that I heard at the door that people are concerned about, and this was not one of them. And I just want to quickly respond to somebody when they said that basically they're discouraging people of black and brown color to not vote. That is simply arrogant, and it's not true. My district is nearly half Hispanic, and a lot of them vote. A lot of them participate in the process. We are not monolithic. We have different beliefs, whether it's one side of the aisle or the other. We come from different walks of life, speak in different tongues, have different religions and cultures. And I just wanted to speak that, at least in my area, we don't oppress people and prevent them from voting. We actually encourage that, their due diligence to exercise that vote. This resolution is not in support of the president. This is to defend the people who this is obviously trying to condemn. We are the legislature. We are not the judicial branch. This type of responsibility and type of oversight falls on them, not this branch, and this is at the state level. My constituents deserve better than this, and I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Members, just a reminder not to describe the motivations or intentions of others. Focus on the resolution before us and certainly disagree with any statements made, but let's be careful not to walk the line of impugning motives. Was that your hand, Assistant Minority Leader? I'm sorry. Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Sukla, would you like to take a minute?
No. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That's fine.
Was there anybody in the room when I couldn't talk that got a feeling in their gut? This bad butterfly feeling. A feeling that all the people that sent us up here to do a good job for them, that you're letting them down. You're letting them down because you're wasting your time on things that happened 5 years ago instead of doing what they sent us up for. Let me tell you what I have seen. I feel like I have been picked up in a spaceship and taken from the West Slope over here, and you drop me down here, and the first thing you start telling me about is HOAs. We got these HOAs, and on these HOAs, we got these people fighting these people, and that's why we got to put these boots on, because we have these paid parking lots. We don't have paid parking lots where I live. We don't have boots where I live. We don't have people out on the streets waving their hands around and talking and stuff like this with mental illnesses like this. We are supposed to be here for the whole state, not just Denver. sorry, I get a little, not just Denver. We have people where I live that, what happened to us just trying to do and keep the freedoms of the people, and we have, for somehow came to where we think we're smarter than everybody else, and what we want to do is tell them what to do, take more freedoms and more freedoms away. How did this ever happen? What happened about fighting for the people, the people that sent us here? I used to be able to ride in the back of a pickup. I used to be able to have my dog in the back of the pickup. I used to carry a gun in the back window of the pickup in high school. We never had all these mass shootings. If we're going to make all these restrictive laws, like this resolution, can we just surround Denver and just do it for Denver and leave the rest of us alone? I would urge a vote, a no vote on this ridiculous resolution.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know there was an amendment offered that failed, which again takes some teeth out of this resolution, but and I suspect that there'll be some other amendments offered today, and I think they're very important amendments, and I suspect those too will be voted down. So I didn't want to take an opportunity just to speak to the resolution itself. But before then, again, and to echo my colleague from the Western Slope, and not as eloquently probably, we were sent here to work for our districts, and we were sent here with the expectation that we should be able to work together for the people of Colorado to address the issues that are important to all of Colorado. So just to kind of frame where I'm coming from, I think it's important that everybody in this room that I work with understands my thoughts, my feelings when it comes to this resolution, because I think that will help perhaps frame your responses to future amendments that are offered. But I do want to say, I couldn't more strongly oppose this, colleagues. It appears, and I don't want to impugn motive, but it appears to be an attempt to politicize justice and further divide our nation in this chamber. There are 75 days left on our legislative calendar. Nearly 40% of the time we have to work for the good people of Colorado this year is gone. The clock's ticking. We can't get that back. The action this resolution seeks to condemn took place over a month ago, the pardons. The event that those pardons were directed at took place over 4 years ago. What makes this so important on this snowy February day? If we're to address every action that our duly elected president takes that's disturbing in some way to the majority in this state, I fear we'll never get anything done, but just impotently put on paper the outrage of some of us. I respectfully submit that if some want to journal their feelings, there are far better outlets, ones that don't consume the time of this chamber. But we're here today, so we're going to consume some time. This isn't what my constituents sent me here to spend my time on, but here we are. This resolution condemns the pardons granted to individuals involved in the January 6th events. Yet it ignores the broader principle of equal justice under the law. Selective outrage over certain political events, while this legislature dismissed or excused other incidents of civil unrest, appears hypocritical. It's beneath the dignity of this chamber, and it doesn't serve the people of this great state whatsoever. The power to grant pardons is a constitutional authority vested in the president, and any attempt by state legislators such as ours to undermine or rebuke this power is purely symbolic. It could be viewed as grandstanding. Furthermore, many individuals who faced prosecution for January 6th related activities received disproportionately harsh sentences compared to those involved in the widespread riots and destruction seen here in Denver and cities across America in 2020. If we're going to condemn these acts, and we're going to prosecute it, it must be done consistently and without bias. This resolution does nothing to address the real concerns of Colorado. Rising crime, economic hardship, government overreach, and the erosion of individual freedoms. Instead, it wastes legislative time on what can be viewed as partisan virtue signaling, while ignoring the pressing needs of the people we were elected to serve. I call on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject this resolution and refocus on crafting policies that genuinely improve the lives of our citizens rather than engaging in what appears to be divisive political theater. Time is one thing we can never get back once it's spent, but we're going to spend time on this today because it was apparently important to a lot of folks. But let's not waste more of it. I urge a no vote, and if we can't get to a no vote, then let's amend this thing so it makes some sense. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to level set a little bit. I know every time my colleagues say that we're wasting time in this well, I can tell by the body language we're looked like we're the ones wasting time. I think that if you thought you were going to use the bully pulpit to punch us in the mouth and we were going to lay down and take it,
Excuse me,
you're
Assistant
mistaken.
Minority Leader. Members, no comments from the floor. Thank you. Please proceed, Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that you have some respect. Back to what I was saying. If you thought that you're going to throw this on us, that we're wasting time, you're going to walk in here and use a bully pulpit to punch us in the mouth and then we're going to lay down, I thought we had more respect for each other. I have been an honest broker in this building. I speak for my people. My people, I had people vote for President Trump. They're not racists. They're not homophobes.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter, careful. Just not to impugn motives of anybody else. I don't believe any of those words have been used or descriptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So since we're talking about pardon, let's go through some pardons. Hunter Biden he was about to face sentencing on federal tax evasion and gun charges. Biden granted 4,245 acts of clemency during his 4-year term in the White House. This far exceeds the total of any other president since the beginning of the 20th century, including Franklin Roosevelt, who granted 3,796 such acts during his 12 years in office. Richard Allen Jackson, convicted and sentenced to death in the kidnapping and murder of Karen Stiles. Stiles disappeared while running in the Bent Creek area of National Forest on Halloween morning of 1994. He was pardoned. Thomas Stephen Sanders, sentenced to death for kidnapping and murdering of a 12-year-old girl in Louisiana. That fine gentleman was pardoned. Anthony George Battle, bludgeoned an Atlanta prison guard, because we're talking about Capitol Police, right? Bludgeoned an Atlanta prison guard, DeAntonio Washington, 31, to death with a hammer in 1994 while already serving a lifetime sentence for raping and murdering his wife in 1987. Pardoned. Len Davis, a former New Orleans police officer convicted for hiring a drug dealer hitman to kill a woman who filed a police brutality complaint against him.
Assistant Minority Leader, just for my benefit, can you explain this relevance to the resolution before us? Thank you.
The resolution before us is that President Trump pardoned these horrible, terrible insurrectionists, and they should have been held accountable. And I'm drawing the conclusion and level setting that I'm comparing to what other presidents have done and who they've pardoned, which I believe are horrible, terrible people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Brandon Council, convicted of killing 2 women during a bank robbery and told agents that demons were controlling people's minds. Pardoned. Jorge Alvarez Torres sexually assaulted and stabbed 2 girls who were riding their bicycles in their neighborhood in Chicago suburb on Mother's Day in 2005. Pardoned. Olivia Torres fatally strangled naval officer Amanda Snell, 20 years old, in her barracks in Arlington, Virginia in 2009. He later abducted 3 young women in Arlington in 2010. He raped, sodomized, and strangled one of the women, leaving her for dead on the side of the road. Pardoned.
And Assistant Minority Leader Winter, I think you've made the point. I'll invite you to come back to the resolution and speak to that.
I appreciate you allowing me to do that and allowing me to finish my speaking. like I've said before, I've came here in good faith. I consider my friends with everyone. I consider you all friends in this building. I'm kind. I'm respectful. But at the end of the day, when you try to make the connection that the Republicans in this building are part of the problem, because that's the connection that's being made. Sir, I'll collect my thoughts. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker?
5 minutes and 46 seconds.
Thank you, ma'am. I relinquish the well.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Of all the things I thought I was going to be doing today, I really wasn't thinking that this was something that we were going to have to do. Again, I shake my head. I've been shaking my head so much in this place, I think I almost have whiplash from it. We are wasting time on BS, on resolutions like this, instead of actually doing the job, at least that I was elected for. I was elected to come to this place to help fight for my district affordability and safety and getting back to business, trying to heal and fix Colorado from all the bad legislation before and making good legislation going ahead of us. That's what I'm here to do. But instead, I'm now having to speak on something that is absolutely, in my opinion, ridiculous. I hate games, and this resolution is exactly that. It's a game, and it's a joke. We are here to work on Colorado issues and business, not national. This is a national thing. We are here in Colorado, just in case people don't know where you're at today. You're in Colorado working on Colorado business, not national business. Like affordability and safety. Helping our people in this state actually live their lives and feel safe with their families. Helping parental rights and working towards allowing them to be able to pay their bills and feed their families. Stop wasting our time on things like this. For me, time is money. So when you're wasting our time, you're wasting not just my money, not just your money, but the people of Colorado's money. We are here to do a job, and this is not it. This is a game. This is a joke, and I'm asking you to get serious. Stop doing resolutions and games that are not going to benefit Colorado. Get back to work, and I ask you to vote no on this and take it seriously.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No problem.
I'm standing here with the minority party as a minority voice, asking for the respect of being heard from the majority. I've been really sad to see smirking and laughter, people on devices not paying attention.
Representative Garcia Sander, thank you for those comments. I have addressed that in the chamber. Please proceed to the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to ask, why am I here? Why are you here? We all represent about 88,000 people, and none of those districts that we represent are 100% Republican or Democrat. We represent a variety of voices. We were sent here, we were elected to come here to help make life better for Coloradans. I think resolutions can be important. I think they can send a message. I don't know that this is a resolution that sends the necessary message to our constituents that we're actually doing the work for them, that we're actually trying to make life more affordable, trying to make our streets safer, trying to make our schools better, trying to help educate our young children. That's why I was sent here, and I imagine that's why most of you were sent here, was to help make life easier as far as affordability, safer, and help our kids learn better and more in Colorado. That's why I see myself being here. I have to ask myself every day, why am I here? And to come in on a Friday morning when the roads were bad, and I had to put my Jeep in four-wheel drive for the roads of downtown Denver. That was weird. Why am I here? Why are you here? And are we really spending time debating the merits of a resolution when we have really important work to do that addresses the lives of Coloradans and Colorado citizens? I ask for a no vote on this resolution, not because my colleagues across the aisle necessarily disagree, just because this is not where we're supposed to be spending our time. I left a job that I loved, working with kindergartners and first graders, and here I am. And sometimes I feel like I'm chasing kindergartners and first graders still in a different way, because it's the arguments. It's, you know, in my world, it's can't we figure out how to hear both sides, how to hear other perspectives? Let me understand your point of view so that I can make a better decision. And kindergartners learn that, and I've worked with them to learn that. I'm asking for everybody in this room to actually legitimately hear the other side and understand where the other side is coming from and recognize that we're here for a job to help citizens of Colorado. Why am I here? And why are you here? Please, I urge a no vote on the resolution.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I want to address a few things that I heard. One of the things we heard was we shouldn't be talking about something that happened 5 years ago. Look at the title. That's not what this is about. We're talking about something that happened 3 weeks ago. This resolution is about the condemnation of the pardons. That happened not that long ago. And it's important for us to consider that in the context of what is happening in our communities right now. So I appreciate my colleague who spoke right before me's comments about what are we supposed to be doing here? We are supposed to be protecting vulnerable communities who are trying to get by. We are supposed to be funding essential government programs. Well, guess what? The President of the United States issued a federal spending freeze a few days after getting sworn in that did impact all of our communities. There's a project in my community in Loretto Heights about developing affordable housing that the spending for that got frozen. That is in my community. And right now, we have the President of the United States and his allies openly talking about ignoring court orders. President Trump and Elon Musk are openly talking about ignoring court orders. That is what the resolution is about. I hear my colleagues over here saying to the resolution.
Representative Mabry, let me insert myself for just a moment. Folks, I'm trying to give everyone a bit of leeway so they can make their arguments. I do not appreciate coaching from the well, either to the person speaking or to myself. Representative Mabry, please be sure that you return to the resolution and make your point. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My points are to the resolution because what we do when we make resolutions here is we're making a value statement. The value statement that we're making with this resolution is that it is a violation of the norms of this country that the president pardoned all of these people, blanket, who assaulted police officers. He did not let justice happen. And he is actively stating that he does not want to let justice happen when courts are ruling on what he is doing in office. That is why this is so important right now. As the state of Colorado, we need to stand up and protect the rule of law and our democratic norms. That's critical. And yes, of course, the cost of living is what we're here to address. Of course, people accessing healthcare and affordable housing is what we're here to address. But none of that is possible if the President of the United States, who is tweeting magazine covers of him dressed as a king, is talking about ignoring court orders. This is about the preservation of norms, preservation of the rule of law, and respect for our basic institutions. We cannot do any of the things that our communities send us here to do if the president is acting as a king, if he's ignoring court orders, if he's bragging about ignoring court orders. That's what this is about. We're here making a value statement. And that doesn't have to be partisan, by the way. That does not have to be partisan. None of this is attacking the Republican Party. There are Republicans at the national level who have also condemned what President Trump did in pardoning these police officers. Mitt Romney, former Vice President Pence. This isn't partisan. You could join us in making this statement. That it's not okay that we aren't letting courts let justice be done. That it's not okay that the President of the United States is actively bragging about ignoring court orders. This is about us saying to our communities that we will preserve our democracy, our democratic norms, and our rule of law. And I'm proud to support this resolution.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
Politics is a fun and interesting thing. Normally, rhetoric is going on is on the campaign trail, but resolutions. So we've got a book on House rules. And rule number 26 deals with resolutions and memorials. In resolutions, they're kind of enumerated, the ones that they address, committees, assignments, working things to do. Number 2C of 26 talks about recognizing fallen soldiers, law enforcement, firefighters, elected officials, holidays, and then we get down to 26-2-E. It says, those matters which shall express the will of both houses in any manner not mentioned in Rule 26A. So we'll call that the catch-all phrase. Because basically what it says is, if it's not enumerated before, we can write whatever we want. Now normally, when we're down here with resolutions, we're debating or we're talking about supporting issues pertaining to the vast majority of the people out here, and it's going to benefit them. In this case, I'm not so sure. So during campaign season, we have these partisan issues, these partisan debates over what elected official did what for their party, whether they agree or disagree. Last time I checked, this was the state of Colorado, and we happen to be sitting in the state assembly, but we're debating national issues. Now, we can do that, and sometimes there might be a place for that, but how long are we going to hash and rehash again issues, or do we just start enumerating what every Democrat, every Republican president has done in the way of pardons for the last 250 years? I mean, at what point do we get back to what our job is here for the state of Colorado? What point do we start deciding to work for the people that elected us to get them out there? We hear this talk about values. Well, values is a very subjective issue. Different people have different values. To sit and say that we have a resolution that expresses our values, I vehemently disagree with. If we want to be on a campaign trail and have a political partisan debate, that's fine. If we wish to debate partisan politics in the chamber, but there's no point to achieving success for the people in fixing their roads, fixing their property taxes, their businesses, crime, robberies, property crimes, theft. I mean, these are kind of things that pertain to just about everybody in this state, no matter where they live, no matter what they do. Yet we're sitting here having a partisan debate, and some will say, oh, it's not partisan. And there's people on both sides of the aisle that have joined condemning what the other side has done. That's politics. That's what happens. But that is normally reserved for the campaign trail. That's normally reserved for getting out there and talking to the public. This body is the legislative body. Our job is to make laws that eventually the governor will sign, or sometimes vetoes. Somewhere we've gotten off track. Does the resolution of 26.2.E allow for that? Obviously so. But is it helpful? Is it doing good things for the citizens? Are we getting to any of the House bills we need to debate later today? I mean, our side can be at this all day long. For that matter, we can be at it all night long and the weekend, and we can keep going. I think we've proven that in the past. But do we sit there and get back to what we were elected to do? And our jobs down here to deal some common sense legislation, tabletop issues that are affecting the people, their taxes, their pocketbook, their property crime, businesses that are leaving the city. Somehow I think we've lost sight of that, and we are wrapped around still in campaign season because there's a visceral reaction to what is happening at the federal level. Now we've got Article 9, the amendments. A lot of that stuff's reserved to states. We can do kind of what we want, and that's probably a good thing. But I would encourage that we vote no on this resolution and we get back to doing what we're supposed to be doing here to help the citizens of the state of Colorado and not worrying about what the federal government is doing as much on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. And thank you to colleagues. I will, although while I will recognize and appreciate the congeniality of a couple of my colleagues when they say thank you for bringing the resolution, I respectfully am not going to say thank you for bringing it. However, I do understand why you have. And to my colleague, the good representative from Denver, Jefferson counties, yeah, to be fair, you know, that was never in my, and I understand that you'd heard that, it was never in my planned comments to talk about the timing of it. It's really kind of the location. This is a beautiful day. It didn't start off that way, but it's a beautiful day today in Colorado. We had to drive through snow to get here. It's gorgeous outside. It's Colorado, though. And Colorado is what we ought to be focusing on. These comments are not going to be too terribly different than those that you have already heard from my colleagues. When I was on the campaign trail, I was asked partially, you know, how do you expect to do this job? Why would you want to do this job? It's very simple. I say, you know what, the job seems to be pretty easy for me. The job seems to be that I come up here and I speak as the voice of my constituents, that I take your concerns from my district and I speak them here. There are several things that were concerns to my constituents that I'm going to gloss over because I know they're divisive issues. Abortion, that's a big one. Public safety, and that's big. Illegal immigration, that's big. Parental choice, that's big in my district. Aside from that, I think some of the other items that we probably all heard on the campaign trail, depending on where you are. Land conservancy, that's a big one. Land conservancy is big. We want to be able to preserve Colorado for what Colorado is and the things that we enjoy doing in Colorado. We want to be able to preserve that land. That was what I heard on the campaign trail. I heard that public safety was big, and then I also heard that affordability is huge. And I'm willing to stand here and say that, you know, I understand that sometimes the affordability piece of it is not necessarily what you hear first and foremost from from my Republican colleagues. It's something that I hold very near and dear. I sit on the Douglas County Housing Partnership, work all the time on affordable housing. We need affordable housing in Colorado. We need affordable housing in Douglas County. I understand the emotion behind this, but it does nothing to be able to address the items that I feel like I'm supposed to be working on. It does nothing to address the items that I ask people to vote for me so I could come up here and I could represent them. The timeline of the events, the timeline, we're talking about something, a resolution that has something to do with a month ago. Fine. Not 4 years ago. Fine. The location of it still does not change. The location of this is irrelevant to Colorado. I would like to be able to focus on items that are impactful to our residents, to our homeowners, to our voters. Those are the items that I just described. Those are the items that I am sure that you also heard on the campaign trail, irrespective of what side of this chamber you sit in. Affordability, public safety, education. Those are big items. Those are things that we deserve to be working on. Not necessarily just I know I have to be careful here because I do not want to impugn motives. And I don't want to assume motives. That's not fair either. But I just do believe that there are other things that we should be working on. And perhaps not very surprisingly, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam. Would tell you it's because I'm a Libra. She'll also tell you that I'm anal, but that's okay. This resolution is driving a spike between us. Anybody that knows me knows that I'm not getting a lot of sleep right now because I'm scared to death that we depend upon our federal government in our budget to the tune of $13+ billion. Let me say that again. $13+ billion, of which most of that is for Medicaid. And people that we're concerned about, people that deserve our help. I went home 3 weeks ago. Even though it's only 4 hours away, as I said yesterday, these snowstorms seem to be changing that a bit. But what I did when I was home is talk to my congressman for a couple hours and had lunch with him. I was one of the people that talked him into running for office in House District 3. And guess what we talked about? We talked about how important it was to collaborate, to make sure we were partners with our federal government for things that we desperately need here in Colorado. $13 billion worth. I'm scared to death that this particular resolution drives a spike in that situation as well. Folks, it is time to heal. I expect more of myself, and I hope I can expect more of you. I'm not always going to agree with everybody on my side of the aisle, and I'm certainly not going to agree sometimes on your side of the aisle. But I'm never, ever, ever going to put a spike in our relationship. I need to work with both sides. I come from a purple district. I don't come from a red district or a blue district. Folks, I ask you to reconsider this resolution. I ask you to consider it is time to heal. Our citizens depend upon us to work together, even though at times we're going to disagree on principles and sometimes even on values. I ask you to take a second look at this resolution. Thank you.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I'm going to stand on this side because I don't do that very often. This is the first time in 7 years that I've ever spoken on a resolution that wasn't mine. The temperature's gotten really hot in this country. I think we can all agree on that. I think we can all agree that regardless of which party you're in, watching the events of January 6th was upsetting. It was upsetting to a majority of people. And that's okay. The reasons for January 6th, the perpetrators, all the things that went on that day, they don't really matter to us in Colorado. What matters is that we can work together. We can be friends. We are all pretty much friends when we're not up at this well. And we present this to people day after day that we can't get along and that we stand here and we debate something that's really not debatable. It was a bad day. It was a bad day for America. Think of what our allies thought. It was a bad day for us. Let's learn from it. Let's vote on this resolution the way you feel about it. But as so many people have come up here before and said, we have a lot of work to do. And for the first time in a long time, I think that we can make progress together because in some ways I think we've hit rock bottom. And let's start again. And so what I'm doing up here right now is not speaking to the resolution. I'm speaking to everyone here and asking that we reset. Let's sit down, remember that we have great relationships with each other. We have no reason to make our constituents think that we are part of what is going on nationwide. We're doing a good job. Let's not stop it to spend all day fighting. We all look bad when we do that. Let's look good. Let's get back to work. So I'm just challenging everybody, let's put our weapons down. Let's stop. Let's vote on this. Vote your heart, vote your conscience, vote your feelings. It doesn't matter. It's a bad day for America. Let's move on. Let's work together to make a good day for America. A good day for Colorado at least. Because I, for one, am tired of this. And I'm tired of going out in public and hearing from my constituents that all you people do is fight. No, we don't. We get along well. We're all good people, most of us. I think some people, they could say there's some crazies on both sides. I'm one of them. But I'm not the kind of person that wants to come into work every day and feel bad when I go home. And I feel bad when we fight like this. I can't. And vote it. Let's just vote it. That's all I'm saying. Vote your heart, vote your conscience. Let's get back to work. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Represent-
Yes, January 6th probably was a bad day for everybody, but the language in this resolution is not correct. The language in this resolution is misleading. A lot of the language is what we are here to talk about. The one thing that I don't understand, I never understood this. In almost every single aspect that we bring into this house, almost all of it, race has to come into play. We're all Americans. I just don't understand why race comes into play, and I'm not bringing something new here, Madam Speaker. I'm just talking to what one of the prime sponsors in their opening remarks of this resolution was saying. I just don't understand. Race has nothing to do with this. And that's also a misleading statement. It misleads that the people who voted for our president, Donald J. Trump, are racists. I voted for our president, Donald J. Trump. My family voted for our president, Donald J. Trump. I was born in Mexico. My family was born in Mexico. My siblings were born here, but I'm the oldest, so I was the only one born in Mexico. I know a lot of people that are Hispanic that voted for Donald J. Trump. So to say that people that agree with that are racist is misleading, like a lot of the language in this resolution. A lot of the language in this resolution is not right. One example, similarly, the claims that over 100 police officers were injured on January 6th are grossly exaggerated. Several celebrity officers have made a cottage industry out of the false injury claims of one officer to have been rendered unconscious and nearly killed. But his own body cam footage reveals him joking around after the episode and even joking with other officers about stealing his own firearm and blaming it on the January 6ers. This is not something that we should be doing here. I'm sure a lot of you colleagues on both sides have had the situations that I've gone through, receiving emails and phone calls, voicemails from constituents from around Colorado, not necessarily my constituents from districts, some of them, but from around Colorado. I know we serve everybody. But they keep calling and saying, hey, what are you going to do about Donald J. Trump and Elon Musk? Can you start impeachment processes? As you all know, we have no power over that. No power whatsoever. We are state legislators, state representatives. There is a difference between state level and federal level. And it makes me sad that people don't understand those differences. I don't know what's being taught in school, but I remember learning this in middle school. The differences between local government, state government, federal government, the three branches of government. And this resolution is something that reminds me of those phone calls, those emails, those voicemails. Like, honestly, I do respond to them. I say, you know what, I apologize. You called the wrong person. You would have to get a hold of your congressman or your congresswoman. If you don't know who it is, I can gladly help you who it is and give you their contact information. But this is what this resolution reminds me of. There's nothing that we have to do with this. There's nothing that we can do about starting impeachment process of Donald Trump, just like a lot of people are asking me to do as well. Please, reconsider this resolution. This is very misleading. And it doesn't show a good face in the state of Colorado. Vote no. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a question for the bill sponsors, or the resolution sponsors, excuse me. If any of you were there on January 6th, or if you've talked personally to anyone who was there on January 6th, or did you even reach out to anyone who was there on January 6th, or do we just believe the media? I did. I reached out to many people because I was concerned with what happened. I was like, what are we doing? What is happening in our nation? And so I reached out to many people in different states. And you know what's funny? I got the same exact story from someone that was arrested from Texas and other parts in Colorado. And so I wanted to read to you what one of the people that was arrested on January 6th sent to me, because I think it's important to have the honest opinion of someone who was actually there instead of believing the 800 million different lies that was told about these people that were there. There's been quite a reaction in response to the recent presidential pardons coming out of the President Donald J. Trump administration. Unbeknown to a lot of people out there is the fact that majority of the response is in support of the president using the authority of the American citizen to issue these pardons to remedy the legal situations of hundreds of individuals who were prosecuted unfairly, unconstitutionally, and therefore illegally. The majority of the U.S. population supports President Trump in issuing these pardons. It's why they voted for it in the 2024 elections. That is the purpose of a presidential pardon, to provide a remedy when the civil rights of the people are violated by their government through the misuse, abuse, or simple negligence of the rule of law as described within the United States Constitution. Before we get too far into the legal justification that President Trump has used in his decision to pardon the majority of the defendants who were prosecuted for their involvement or presence at the events that took place at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021, we must look at the example first set by the then President Joe Biden on his way out of office. According to President Biden, and the facts support his claim for once, he issued more pardons than any other president in U.S. history. What is of special interest and concern is Biden's use and invention of his preemptive presidential pardon, in which he sought to protect himself and his family, as well as other political allies, from being prosecuted for their crimes they may or may not have committed in their service to him. It is questionable at best, if not flat out illegal. Besides breaking the rule of law and the claim that nobody is above the law, Biden did pardon his son Hunter for the crimes he committed and was found guilty of in a court of law. The list of preemptive pardon recipients includes ex-director of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Anthony Fauci, Mark Milley, several of Biden's own family members, members of the Special House Select Committee that investigated the events of January 6th, and their staff. Also included in the preemptive pardons were the officers who testified and potentially perjured themselves in giving false testimony, not only to the committee, but to the world, setting the false narrative that what happened on January 6th was an insurrection by rioters who were trying to stop the proceedings to certify the 2020 presidential election. These officers gave their version of the events of that day without facing any form of cross-examination by defense attorneys who might question some of their options and the so-called facts that day. The public show trial that occurred at the hands of Liz Cheney, Nancy Pelosi, and the entire January 6th House Select Committee forever tainted the potential jurors and judges in Washington, D.C., so that it became impossible for the January 6th defendants to ever retain their right to a fair trial by an impartial jury of their peers in an impartial courtroom with an unbiased judge. This is a right guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution. When it is apparent that the events that are going to be placed on a trial in a district are too widely known or too emotionally charged for the potential citizen jurors to set aside their own preconceived beliefs and notions, to be able to take an impartial approach to their analysis of a case and its facts, then there is a change of venue that must occur in the interest of protecting the individual rights of the American citizen. The case must be moved to another city, state, or district where there will be less chance of jury corruption through a tainted jury pool. Sometimes a community is too close to or too affected by the events that took place to be able to navigate the process of finding guilt impartial. Their decisions, if biased, will potentially incarcerate and ruin many other individual lives. If there is ever a question if an American citizen is on trial and his rights may be being violated, the correct response for a judge is to err in defense of citizen rights. That is the only and entire purpose of the U.S. Constitution, which is to protect the God-given natural rights and therefore inalienable rights that flow from our Creator to the individual. Individual states then join together in union to form a government amongst men for the sole purpose of protecting those said rights, rights that have existed for everyone long before government and especially before the U.S. government. Every January 6th defendant filed a motion for change of venue so that their trial could be moved to another district. Not a single motion was granted, because once one judge did it, they would have to do it, and there was no way these D.C. federal judges were going to allow for their opportunity to punish President Trump and his supporters slip from their control. Some of the judges simply refused to rule on these motions. They knew that to not grant a change of venue would be in violation of their oath and to uphold and protect the Constitution. The judge would then put off the ruling on the motion for years until a defendant was forced to give up his or her right to a fair and impartial jury of their peers because of extreme bias, and then opted for a plea bargain or bench trial. At that point, the judge would rule the motion as moot because the defendant chose a bench trial over a jury. But it wasn't moot when that defendant had to make the decision as to go to trial with a biased jury or test their luck with the judge at a bench trial. A change of venue would have allowed for unbiased jurors and judges. On the basis alone, in the interest of justice and the rule of law, we must uphold the decision to pardon the J6ers. The violation of January 6 defendants' right at the hands of the U.S. government occurred at every level of their prosecution by the Department of Justice and the FBI, not to mention their local law enforcement agencies, who were instructed to single them out and harass them at every given opportunity. These are the rules that have to be followed in order for a prosecution to be considered legal and just. We were all told how unfair and broken that judicial system has become all of 2020 long. There were thousands of protests outside in large gatherings during a time when others were getting arrested for being outside at a park with their children, getting some exercise and fresh air. The First Amendment of the Constitution protected their right to peacefully assemble, to exercise the freedom of speech, and petitioning the government for a redress of grievances. I am going to now hand it over to the good representative from Penrose because this needs to be heard.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For those who just came into the room or maybe weren't following, this is a piece drafted by an individual who actually was a January 6th defendant, who lives here in Colorado, and I believe actually is the representative from Douglas County's constituent, though they are from the same county. I don't know for sure that they're from the same district. In any case, the request was that this be read into the record, and so we are going to honor that request. I'm going to pick up where she left off. Those rules shouldn't apply any differently to different groups of people just because of their conservative values, religious beliefs, political affiliations. The protesters that showed up to the Capitol building have beliefs and rights the same as the social justice warriors of 2020. In cities all over America, like Denver, New York, Minneapolis, LA, it was determined in the courts that police forces violated the rights of their citizens when they interfered with their right to assemble in public protest as instructed in the U.S. Constitution. The courts determined that the police's use of chemical munitions and non-lethal rounds is what led to the citizens having to defend themselves through self-preservation violence. The police had violated the First Amendment rights of the American citizen. The citizens received tens of millions of dollars in settlement funds from the police forces in question. To address Colorado Senate Joint Resolution 25006 concerning condemnation of the pardons of those involved in the events of January 6th, we must first acknowledge the biased and ill-informed language and description of the events of the day. Once again, the false claims of the mainstream media pushing forth a leftist agenda has been appropriated as the official narrative of the Democrat Party. We could also go line by line and state our objection to the opinions of some, falsely stated as determined facts because they were shoved down our throats by the mainstream media in J6 House Committee. Lines 1 through 5 on page 1 try to blame Trump for telling the people to protest violently at the Capitol. His specific words told them to go down to the Capitol and peacefully root on their Congress to do the right thing and not certifying the election for a short time. The purpose for being there to be time to hold some hearings and investigations and accusations that some of the individual states may have violated their own constitutions. The manner in which they resorted to a complete mail-out ballot system of holding an election without approving those last-minute changes through the proper legislative procedures violated their own state's election laws. Secretaries of states and judges do not unilaterally have the authority to alter election protocols because of a manufactured crisis that was the COVID-19 pandemic. In lines 6 through 10, we address where the January 6 defendants had the First Amendment protection to hold a peaceful protest at the steps of the Capitol in areas that historically have been the place of hundreds, if not thousands, of protests having taken place. Their rights were violated when the Capitol Police, in conjunction with MPD, chose to unleash a torrent of attacks upon the crowd with chemical munitions and non-lethal rounds that turned out to be lethal for several of the protesters. The police did not follow the rules for engagement for First Amendment protected protest activity. The authors of this resolution neglect the facts that can be proven that hundreds of the so-called insurrectionists were let into the Upper West Terrace door peacefully, while a dozen or so officers held open the doors for them inside and made zero attempts to keep them outside to inform them that they needed to leave or were trespassing. Many were told that they would be allowed to remain in the building to have a peaceful protest of the way that the 2020 presidential election was held in an unconstitutional manner. Moving forward, we will no longer refer to the J6ers as insurrectionists, as not one of them was ever charged or convicted of having participated in an insurrection. For right now, I am going to leave it there. We will continue this at a later part in the conversation. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to kind of get on track, and I promise, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be staying to the resolution, or at least bring it back around. I wanted to refer back. I wanted to bring it back to some of the comments we heard earlier from another representative from the other side over here. So I think the issue isn't necessarily a fight. The issue is some of the things that come across in here that don't seem to be doing anything to better what we're here to do. And the fighting that is happening, I don't think is fighting. I think these fundamental disagreements that we have are simply that, the fundamental disagreements. But with that, there's so much that does happen. And last night in committee, I think we saw a good portion of that, where it was a bill that was very contentious across this entire chamber. Yet there was co-sponsored participation in the bill from across this entire chamber. I had my name next to names that I never saw myself having my name on a bill next to the names of those members, and I pointed that out last night. I think that's something that we should do more of. I wish that we could do more of in this building, but here we are on a day doing this. And it's unfortunate, not just for our time, but our constituents' time, Colorado's time, the taxpayers' time. This is something that we're here doing and debating. I think as far as the resolution is concerned, it would be nice to see this resolution get withdrawn and get back to work, what we are voted in and elected to do by our constituents, but here we are. So I think the turning point in this is, if it's not going to be withdrawn, to at least make something better out of it, which we have to do with a lot of legislation that comes out of this building. We have to do so much just to pick it down to a level where it doesn't do as much damage as it's likely going to do. This is one of those things. It doesn't change the law, but it changes the temperature in this building and outside this building simply by doing resolutions like this. So in amending this, this is something that maybe we can make this a little bit more palatable, less offensive, to prevent some of that division, not only in our chambers, but in our state. And if this won't be withdrawn, let's at least talk about some amendments. Let's at least talk about some ways to make this something that, sure, you want to send a message, but at least send it appropriately. So I would like to turn it over to my colleagues to actually start proposing some amendments to this to make it more palatable, more reasonable, and really not a colossal waste of our time and our constituents' time. So I want to forfeit some of my time here and hand it over to my colleagues to really start on these amendments to make this something maybe we can get to a point of some reasonable measure here with this resolution. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's talk about this Second Amendment. Sounds like a country song. Madam Speaker, I move L020 to the resolution and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative. Let's pause until it is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is I think this is a very fair amendment and a very straightforward amendment here that we should all probably agree on. So when we're doing these resolutions, it's important that they are truthful and they are accurate and they tell the whole side of the story. And that's what this amendment is looking to do. So I'll turn your attention to page 1 of this resolution. And in this resolution, it mentions some comments that President Trump made at the rally, and that he told rally attendees, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And then it stops there with his quote. So what this amendment does is add the language, but also, and then to his quote, but also said, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. So what this resolution is doing is telling the whole truth of the comments that he made and not just a half-truth. And it's important that we get the whole truth out there if we're going to use quotes from the president in this resolution. And so something I just want to point to is that this is important because if you think about what President Trump said that day, and he said, we'll be marching to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Now, I'm a little bit educated, but I just wanted to make sure I understood what peacefully meant. So I went to the Oxford Dictionary, and the first definition is without disturbance, tranquility. Again, I'm a little educated. Tranquility is a big word. So I went to the second definition. Without war or violence. I'll repeat that. Without violence is what President Trump said. So if you substitute in the definition of peacefully, President Trump said, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to, without violence and patriotically, make your voices heard. And so I think this is important to paint the whole picture of what happened that day. And again, I don't like half-truths. I don't think any of us should. And, you know, it's kind of, whenever you use statistics, you can pick out certain things, and it doesn't tell the whole story because there are there's other side to that story. And so what this resolution does is makes what was said at that rally whole in its entirety. And I understand the bill sponsors probably added in this language, this quote from President Trump. So President Trump had mentioned to fight, right? And in the resolution, the quote, again, because they left out the peaceful quote, the quote used for President Trump was, if you don't fight like hell, you're not gonna have a country anymore. And I understand that that has been taken to mean that President Trump was calling for violence because he said fight like hell. And I think it's important for context here because I just doing a little bit of quick research, there's quite a few quotes from other very prominent people who talk about fighting. And, you know, there's some of the obvious ones that I'm sure we're all aware of, which is like former President Biden saying it's time to put Trump in a bullseye. From the bottom of my heart, Trump's a threat to the nation. He's an existential threat. He's a genuine threat. There was a quote by a famous congressional representative, Dan Goldman, who said that he has to be eliminated. Another quote from Democrat Congresswoman Maxine Waters said to get more confrontational. And she said this to protesters. So again, just using that snippet of President Trump saying we have to fight like hell, there's a long history of politicians using that phrase. That is a very common phrase. You know, I have family members who have cancer, and you ask them, you know, what they're gonna do, and they're gonna, I'm gonna fight like hell. I'm not gonna let it get the best of me. And so just using this portion of the phrase that he says, fight like hell, does not mean he was inciting violence. Because right after he said fight like hell, he also said, let's march down to the Capitol peacefully and patriotically. So that is important context to have. And again, we want the whole truth in this resolution. If we're going to run this resolution, it is very important. And I ask my colleagues across the aisle to take in consideration that this is to clarify that first paragraph of the resolution and make it clear that saying to fight does not mean the President of the United States was calling for people to actually go into the Capitol that day. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really wanted to talk about this particular amendment because it uses the word peacefully. So I was very fortunate growing up that I had two grandfathers that were still alive that I got to spend till I was probably 25 with both of them. One of my grandfathers was a Democrat, and one of my grandfathers was a Republican. And I can tell you what, I loved both of them equally. Peacefully, I love both of them. They both had good things to teach me. There was no bias between either one of them. In fact, when I started out, my whole family on both sides were Democrats. And then one side got smarter. That's a joke. One side became Republican. And my point about this, about peacefully, is as a previous county commissioner, what I did is I had constituents on both sides. More Republicans from where I live than Democrats, but on both sides. And when they came to me with a problem, no matter which side of the aisle, we didn't talk about if you were Republican or Democrat. What we talked about was, how can I help you? And and we tried to solve each other's problems. It didn't matter the party. We did not try to create this division that I'm seeing in this room. What we did is we worked together. As a professional auctioneer, what we do where I live, if you get cancer, if you have a car wreck, what you do is we have pie auctions, and the whole community comes. It doesn't matter if you're Republican or you're Democrat, and what you do is you bid on those pies, and I have seen people that bust tires at Big O spend $500 for a pie. That is 3 days' wages for them. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter if they were a Republican or a Democrat. They came because that was part of their community. When I won this office, they gave us all an office over across the street. And what I have done, of my 8 counties that I represent, there is 4 of them that are Democrat, and then there is 4 Republican. Thank God the Republican side is a bigger population, or I wouldn't be
Representative
standing.
Sukla, I do appreciate this story and your commitment to bipartisan problem solving. Thank you. I do think we need to get back to the amendment.
My point about the amendment is it talks about peacefully and working together. I just wish that we would not take a resolution that is going to do this to the other side. Our constituents down there want us to do something. And what we're doing here is we're going back and forth about something that none of us in this room was a part of. And I wish we could just get back to working together, trying to solve the problems that we were sent here for. And I would urge a yes on this great amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is, again, January 6th. That seems to be where the truthful part of this resolution ends, that it happened on January 6th. So I have some of the speech right here, and you flip through it a couple pages. I know everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard. And here's something that, everybody who's just gotten their version of this through the media. We also know that the media, Mark Zuckerberg admitted that Facebook was used for propaganda purposes by the direction of the police. We also know that USA dollars have been used to prop up a lot of media sources. And one thing that I found that was interesting when we're talking about the peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard is I had and I still have it on my phone, the flyer that was advertising for this event said, "We are the storm, January 6, 2021. Guest speakers, whatever. On January 6, patriots across our country and capital should respectfully and peacefully protest this fraudulent election at your state's capitals." That was the flyer that was sent out. Now, what's really interesting about this flyer is when I posted it, it immediately disappeared. And when I posted it again, it immediately disappeared. And then I kept trying to post it, and it would immediately disappear. So what I did is I reversed it. I did a mirror image of the "We Are the Storm, January 6, 2021, and I posted it. And you know what's funny? It stayed. It stayed until somebody noticed it, and then they reported that configuration of pixels. And then when I would post it, even though it was reversed, it would immediately disappear. And in fact, for posting it, I was banned from Facebook for about a month. Not that it actually broke my heart, but I was banned. I couldn't post anything. Facebook jail, I think, is what everybody calls it. Because the advertising that went out in front of it was show up peacefully. And you know what people did? Because it said peacefully, for this idea of an insurrection, the groups that have been unfairly characterized, they told all their members to keep their guns at home. People brought their grandkids to an insurrection. That's the narrative. Insurrection, and people brought their grandkids because they were ready for an insurrection. They didn't bring their guns, they brought their grandkids. Worst insurrection ever. So we know the media manipulated this. We know the media manipulated you. We're giving you the facts. You don't want the facts, any of the facts.
Representative DeGraff, careful. Again, we don't need to speak to people. We will speak to the policy.
The policy that is put before us is fundamentally fact-free. People brought their grandkids instead of guns. We get it. You had a protest here yesterday where people called openly with signs for the beheading of Trump and Musk. Where is everybody's outrage about calling for the beheading of a sitting president?
Representative DeGraff, to the amendment, please.
Ma'am, I support this amendment because what we're trying to do is we're trying to instill a little bit of truth into this. That what the president said after he said fight like hell, which is something that Joe Biden has said, I mean, another time besides he wanted to punch President Trump in the mouth, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Peacefully and patriotically. And where they were giving this speech, where Trump was giving this speech, was apparently about a half-hour, 45-minute walk away. And if you look at the timeline of when the speech ended and when the violence started, there is no way that anybody attended this speech would have made it to the Capitol on foot by the time that happened, unless they levitated or something. Now, my friend had been at a prayer rally at the Supreme Court, and then she walked over to the Capitol building and was waved through the doors that opened outward, big 4-inch doors that opened outwards, waved into the Capitol building, where she walked inside, spent about 10 minutes praying, and then had a nice little chat with the security guard, all on video. And for that, the FBI spent probably at least $1 million hunting her down and charged her the largest fee for any misdemeanor in the history of the United States, which was $103,000. Peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Why? Why would he say peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard? Because he had said the invitation to go out that at our nation's capital should respectfully and peacefully protest this fraudulent election. Now, if you think the election was free from errors, you have absolutely no idea what goes on to the gold standard. The gold standard is something that you step in on 16th Street because the crime has gotten so bad there. We get it. This is to throw some red meat at your constituents because you've devalued their wages, you've jacked up their rent, they've made your streets dangerous, and you've made eggs unaffordable.
Representative DeGraff, careful, please.
This bill is not about protecting President Trump. Or this appeal, this protest against this ridiculous joint resolution that is full of intentionally false, what will possibly become official statements by the state of Colorado. This is a charge. These are charges against the citizens of Colorado. I'm sure President Trump could care less about this amendment, and you guys don't even have the courage to send it to him. But that's beside the point. The citizens of Colorado are impugned here. We have this type of rhetoric, if you want to talk about peaceful, this type of rhetoric Mr. Huddle was inside the building for 10 minutes. And because of this type of rhetoric, he was killed in a traffic altercation. Because this type of rhetoric has inflamed the people of the United States. And then we started off turning into a racist rant that had absolutely nothing to do with it. This is about the citizens of Colorado being convicted by this body of insurrection, of being insurrectionists, making an official statement, giving a declaration of guilt with absolutely no trial.
Representative DeGraff, I've asked you to speak to the amendment, not the resolution. I won't ask again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You have 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This resolution, this amendment to the resolution is an important first step in establishing some modicum of truth in this resolution. The rest of it, we'll have to deal with line by line because it's all slander against the citizens of Colorado. So let's start the process by being at least somewhat truthful. President Trump said, I know that everyone here will be marching over to the Capitol building 30 to 45 minutes away to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That's what he said. Stop maligning the people of Colorado. Stop maligning them with lies and putting them in the official capacity of a joint resolution, especially one that you don't have the guts to send to the president himself.
Representative DeGraff. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I respectfully request a no vote on this amendment.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to belabor the point. I just think that all of us being in politics have seen a lot of ads and stuff that come out and only tell part of the story. I think it happens on both sides, and I think this just puts the whole sentence out there. We're not asking you to add something that wasn't in this statement. I think that putting the whole statement out is important when we discuss about this. That's all I ask. Like we were talking, everybody in this room has had an attack ad come against them at one point or another, whether it's within our own party or if it's opposite. And I think adding the context to the sentence, I just don't understand why adding the end of the sentence is not important in this. You own the resolution will get passed, but completing the sentence is huge because it's half sentences that create half truths, and then people get condemned and people get harassed. And I think by finishing the sentence, that's hugely important because it tells the whole story of what was said, not just the partial story. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I do appreciate my colleague from El Paso County bringing this amendment. I think accuracy is important. As a commissioner for the last 8 years, a lot of papers came out of this building, laws, directives, regulations from other agencies and commissions, that it was very important to follow the words that were in there. We talked to a lot of legislators over the time. We talk a lot in this building as we're crafting legislation. We start with a problem we want to solve. We have an intent, but that intent can be lost if the words aren't right. And I think getting the words right is very important here. The speaker's cautioned folks a few times today about not impugning motivation. And I think when we put half sentences, half thoughts, you allow people that may be reading this resolution in the future to impugn some motivation to what our president had to say that day. And I don't think that's fair to him. It's not fair to the future readers of this resolution. So I would urge an aye vote if this is going to go through and become a document in a historical record, it needs to be accurate. So I do urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I also rise in agreement with this amendment, just like a bunch of my colleagues came up here before me and said, and it says a big deal when a bunch of us say the same thing, that this is important to be able to understand exactly the whole context of what was said. Hearing just one half of a sentence impugns, it goes into impunity of where that what was said is being thought of by everybody else reading it. You have to hear the whole story. You can't really tell half the story. It's like cliffhangers from a TV show. You know it stops at a point where like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen next? You have to wait. In this context, you're waiting and you just don't hear it anymore. So to put the whole context in is very important to me, and very important to people in my district, very important to people all over the place to be able to hear the whole story. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I came in late today. I had a personal emergency and I had to take care of it, and came in feeling pretty good, and then I sat down and saw what we were doing. And I really feel bad that we're having this conversation and we are conversing and you are doing what you usually do. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. It is the truth. This is the words that were actually said. And if we are people of honor, then we care about what is right and what is true. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I do believe strongly in truth. I've built the last 35 years on truth. As a pastor, I have to, I guess. But the Bible actually says truth comes from Jesus, lies comes from Satan. And I've watched this over the years, that truth always rises to the surface. The rest of his sentence is truth. No matter what anybody in this room says, the rest of his sentence, I don't even totally go down the road of this is impugning or whatever. This is intentionally hiding the truth. To give the first part of the sentence but not the second part is intentionally hiding truth. The way that we could prove that is just include the whole sentence. If this is about truth and reality, include the rest of the sentence. If it's about hiding it and intentionally making it look like he was saying something that he wasn't, which is what the media has been doing for a long time now, let's include the rest of the sentence and let the document that comes out of this room actually be truthful. If this sentence, the rest of the sentence is not included, this is not a truthful statement. It's not a truthful declaration. It's not a truthful resolution. It's actually built, the whole thing is built on the premise that he only said the first part. And that's not okay. The cool thing about truth, though, is truth always rises to the surface. The example I always use is it's like a tire. If you bury a tire in the ground, it will eventually rise to the surface. Truth is like that. It may take a while, but truth will always rise to the surface. And those that speak truth are always on the side of right, and that's what we're trying to do. So I definitely ask you to vote yes for truth and this amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I also rise in support of this amendment. And not really for any reason that is fundamentally different than has already been spoken, but I have my own voice and I want to share my perspective on the arguments using my own words. The representative from Denver, when he came and he spoke and he said, hey, can we move along here? There's some truth in what he is saying. There is, however, in this building a tension between, do we work together without any sort of upheaval, even when there is truth on the line? I don't know that any of us want to be contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. And yet, when there are real questions that our people are having real disputes over, to stop that conversation doesn't really lead to any solution or fruit or life. It's as if we live in two Americas. One side listens to one set of facts, the other side listens to another set of facts. Both sides often use the same kind of liberty language, due process, justice, fairness arguments, compassion arguments, as applied to their own set of facts. And both sides have a tendency to eliminate from the conversation the facts least favorable to their position. And that leads us to a room like this today, where we're having a conversation that a number probably would rather us not have, whether because it's Friday and a snow day and they want to go about other business and meet lunch obligations, etc., or because it just makes them uncomfortable to have this conversation. I don't know what's really true. Is this true? This may be the first time some of you are hearing this. And then it's a question of, well, is this misinformation or disinformation? What is actually true? And I will tell you that my constituents often do one of two things. They either get so overwhelmed in the conversation and in all of these competing ideas and competing facts and competing narratives that they shut down and tune off and they disengage. Or they dig in. They become more and more assertive of they have the sole view of truth. And I suspect there's a similar dynamic in each of our districts, regardless of party. Because for whatever reason, as a society, we can no longer have the honest conversation where we can actually put this forward and say, hey, if you want to chastise President Trump for his actions, at least get his actions right. Don't only highlight the things that make your case and ignore all of the things that don't. How is that fair? How is that just? History is messy. There were bad actors and good actors on this day, the same as every other day. At least be fair towards all of them. If you are rebuking President Trump for his pardons, at least honor the statements that he made. You know, it's interesting, the Bible says there is no God. Did you know that? A book written by God through human actors. The most well-read and purchased book of all time that makes the case for God and for being obedient under him. It actually says there is no God. And someone could and has made the argument that that is true. But the thing about that is if you read before, it says, the fool says in his heart, there is no God. changes the conversation entirely. Same thing here. You can cherry pick words out of what President Trump said, the same that we could do to each person in this room based off of what they say in this well. And you can push that out and you can demonize and you can make someone be something that they're not because you refuse to actually provide the fullness of truth. You don't have to like the person, you don't have to agree with what was said, but at least be fair to them. At least read the fullness of what they're arguing, at least take the time to listen. Be slow to speak and quick to listen. So I rise in support of bringing clarity to the conversation. Helping people who read this resolution moving forward see what actually were the facts of that day, what actually was said. Instead of just removing those few things that help to make the case that the resolution sponsors want to make. Again, both sides do this. But we should lead, and we should do better. We should model honest civic discussion so that the people in our communities start to see what it looks like to engage around these things where there is so much noise and very little grounding, very little to grab onto. Because who is right and what's wrong? We, at least in this instance, have the speech. We have the transcript. There's no wiggle room here. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Since this is a great segue, thank you, Representative from Penrose. I'm gonna bring it up a notch because I feel like we're getting tired. Since we didn't know this is in the speech, let me read the speech so that everyone's on the same page. Well, thank you very much. This is incredible. Media will not show the magnitude of this crowd. Even when I turned on today, I looked and I saw thousands of people here. But you don't see hundreds of thousands of people behind you because they won't show that. We have hundreds of thousands of people here, and I just want them to be recognized by the fake news media. Turn your cameras, please, and show what's really going on out here because these people are not going to take it any longer. They're not going to take it any longer. Go ahead. Turn your cameras, please. Would you show they came from all over the world, actually, but they came from all over our country. I just really want to see what they do. I just really want to see how they covered. I've never seen anything like it. But it would be really great if we could be concerned fairly or covered fairly by the media. The media is the biggest problem we have as far as I'm concerned. Single biggest problem. The fake news and the big tech. Big tech is now coming into their own. We beat them 4 years ago. We surprised them. We took them by surprise, and this year they rigged an election. They rigged it like you've never rigged an election before. And by the way, last night, they didn't do a bad job either, if you notice. I'm honest, and I want to thank you. It has been a great honor to have this kind of crowd and to be before you and hundreds of thousands of American patriots who are committed to the honesty of our elections and the integrity of our glorious republic. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore. And that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite item that all of you people have come up with, we will stop the steal. Today I will lay out some of the evidence proving that we won the election and we won it by a landslide. This was not a close election. You know, I say sometimes jokingly, but there's no joke about it. I've been in 2 elections. I won them both, and the second one I won much bigger than the first. Okay, almost 75 million people voted for our campaign, the most of any incumbent president by far in the history of our country, 12 million more people than 4 years ago. And I was told by the real pollsters, we do have real pollsters, they know that they were going to do as well and we're going to win. What I was told, I went from 63 million, which had 4 years ago, to 66 million. There was no chance of losing. Well, we didn't go to just 66. We went to 75 million and they say we lost. We didn't lose. And I'd love to have those tens of thousands of people be allowed, the military, the Secret Service, and we want to thank you, and the police law enforcement, great. You're doing a great job, but I'd love it if they could be allowed to come up here with us. Is that possible? Can you just let them come up, please? Sounds like he was really going after the police there. And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party. And I'll tell you that, thank you very much, John. Fantastic job. Goes on and on and on. Talks about Mike Pence does the right thing. We win the election, and all he has to do, all this is from the number one or certainly one of the top.
Representative Bradley, I'm going to pause you for just 1 second. Not anything related to the content of what you're saying, but members, I'll ask you to take your seats. We are still on the resolution. We are still on the amendment. I'm going to ask you to take your seats or take your conversations off to the side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. States want to revote. The state got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. He continues on, talking to hundreds of thousands of people very calmly, very consistently. Many of the Republicans, I helped get them in. I helped them get elected. I helped Mitch get elected. If this happened to the Democrats, there'd be hell all over the country going on. There'd be hell all over the country. But remember this, you're stronger, you're smarter, you've got more going on than anybody. And they try and demean everybody having to do with us, and you're the real people. You're the people that built this nation. You're not the people that tore down our nation. He goes on, talking very calmly to the people in the audience, talking about Republicans, honestly, that were weak and didn't help corroborate. But we look at the facts, and our election was so corrupt that in the history of this country, we've never seen anything like it. You can go all the way back. You know, America is blessed with elections. All over the world, they talk about our elections. You know what the world says about us now? They say we don't have free and fair elections. I know they say that in Colorado. And you know what else? We don't have a free and fair press. Our media is not free. It is not fair. It suppresses thought. It suppresses speech. And it has become the enemy of the people. It has become the enemy of the people. It's the biggest problem we have in the country. No third world countries would even attempt to do what we've caught them doing, and you'll hear about that in just a few minutes. He goes on to say, Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer, and we want to be nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people, and we're going to have to fight much harder. Now it's up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down. Anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and have to be strong. We have to come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated, lawfully slated. I know that everyone will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today, we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections, but whether or not they stand strong for our country, our country. Our country has been under siege for a long time, far longer than this 4-year period. We have set it on a much greater course. So much, and I thought, 4 more years, I thought it would be easy. I'm going back. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Nothing in this speech calls for insurrection. Nothing in this speech calls for violence. Nothing in this speech calls for people to shoot and be violent towards police officers. If anyone wants to look at the many pages of this speech and read it, I will give it to you. Thank you very much.
Representative Caldwell, this is your second time speaking on the amendment. You have 4 minutes remaining, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
4 minutes and 58 seconds. My apologies.
Thank you, sir. So just to kind of put a bow tie on this, I appreciate all the conversations, and I've had some offline conversations since presenting this amendment, and what it appears to me is there's quite a few people who actually didn't realize that this quote from President Trump from that day actually happened and actually is in the speech, and I encourage any of you to pull up the speech online and read it for yourself. It's in there, and as I started this amendment off, it's important to capture the entire context and truth of the speech. Just using the if you don't fight like hell quote without the peacefully and patriotically quote doesn't give the full picture. And when I came up here the first time, I had mentioned some other quotes that had been used by politicians that talked about eliminating President Trump and he's an existential threat and so on and so forth. And, you know, there were 2 assassination attempts on President Trump. So just keep that in mind. If you're only going to use this quote to fight like hell, you're not giving the full context. This amendment gives the full context. And as I believe my colleague from El Paso County came up and said, it's important because this bill is going to Governor Polis. It's not going to President Trump, but it is going to Governor Polis, and it will be on the books from this point forward. So it needs to accurately reflect what was said that day, that President Trump said peacefully and patriotically. That has to be included in this. It needs to be included. Thank you very much.
Further discussion, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, I appreciate the conversation about talking about what the president actually said that day, what the president's actual actions were on that day. One thing that I want to point out is as the riots were happening, his staff repeatedly asked him to make a public statement, condemn what was happening, call the rioters off. And he refused. He refused to call the rioters off. And so when the people weren't there acting peacefully, he refused to say anything. There's actual books written about this and news articles written about what he said behind the scenes. He said, oh, this is beautiful. Look at my people. They're out there fighting like hell. And this issue that was in this amendment actually was really central to Trump's defense in his second impeachment. The lawyers for President Trump in his second impeachment trial brought this up and they said, hey, he used the word peaceful. Well, this was covered by the press at the time. The AP remarked that this was kind of a dubious characterization because he used the word fight more than 20 times in his speech. He said, we're going to have trial by combat. He said, you got to go down there, and if we don't do something about this today, if you don't fight like hell, this is a direct quote. We could also add this in if you guys want. He said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And then people went to the Capitol and were rioting and were attacking police officers, and his staff asked him to make a comment, and there are books and articles about this. He didn't want to say anything. He thought it was great. People that were there in the room with the president remarked that while this was happening, he was thrilled that it was happening. He said, let's get the weak ones out. This is a time for strength. You have to show strength. You have to be strong. When you catch somebody in a fraud, you are allowed to go by very different rules. You will have an illegitimate president. That's what you will have, and we can't let that happen. We're going to the Capitol. Try to give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take our country back. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And then there were riots happening, people pleading for him to make a public statement about it, and he said nothing. He was thrilled. That is what people who were there with him, who are Republicans, who were his staffers, wrote books about. That's reality. And so, you know, the fact that he used peaceful once is a complete mischaracterization of the president's actions throughout the rest of the day and throughout the rest of his speech. So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
You have 9 seconds, Representative DeGraff.
Vote, this entire resolution is a lie.
Representative Bottoms. You have 7 minutes and 55 seconds.
I'm going to say it better than he could, so it works out.
I mean, Representative DeGraff nailed it in a very limited amount of time.
So the actual definition of impugning motives just happened. You're saying this is what he thought. This is what he was thrilled about. This is what he felt. So let's keep his actual words out, because that's truth, but I'm going to tell you how he felt. Not use his words that he said over and over. Not use his words, because that's truth, and we can't let that in here. We're going to tell you what he felt. That is the epitome of impugning the President of the United States, my president, your president, Donald J. Trump. That's literally impugning. So the idea, and I think this is a good time. I've already said this before. I thank you guys for bringing this resolution. This sets the tone for the next year and a half of our sessions in this room. I think this is great. The other side of this is we are now in the golden age. The golden age. It's happening right here. You're getting to experience it. You guys are elected officials sitting in this room during the golden age. It's exciting. I tingle all over. The idea that we're going to sit here and accuse the president of what he felt, but we won't include the words that he said. How low do we have to get to do that? I'm going to tell you what somebody all the way in Washington, D.C. felt. Just include his words. You can include another amendment that says, but I think he felt very mean things. I think he was thrilled for very mean things. You can include an amendment like that, but it's all about your idea, your impugning, your thoughts about his potential but not realized thoughts. We actually have his words here. We actually have his words. And what's surprising is we're finding through all this room, and we're also finding across our country, that nobody actually knew that he actually said this, because all we do is we get some hit marks from the media. The media loads up a couple arrows and shoots them out, and they have no bearing on actual truth. Again, as I said earlier, this is actual truth. This amendment is actual truth. It's right in front of us. You can see it. You can read it on the wall. It's actual truth. He said it. Not what somebody thinks he felt. That's irrelevant. That's just somebody feeling. We can actually put his words, his actual truthful words that he said directly after the sentence that is being used so attacking against the President of the United States, my president, your president, Donald J. Trump, in this golden age of politics. We're attacking him by what somebody thinks he felt. That is egregious at the highest levels. Just use his words. Just use his words. Why are you so scared? Why are you so scared to let truth get out there? Just put his words that he said that are recorded in the record. Truth. We're scared to death of truth.
Further discussion. Representative Bradley, Representative Bradley, you have 4 minutes and 2 seconds left.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. While we're desperately searching for Trump's words on that day, come up to the well. Come up to the well prepared to say what he said. I just read his speech. Come up to the well prepared, because there were riots all over this country in 2020, and our president then didn't have the audacity to come up and speak about it. Businesses closed. They boarded up. They were being burned. They were being stolen from. But our president then didn't say anything about it. I don't even think our governor did. So bring the words up. Bring the words up. Stop coming up here with mistruths and not actual facts. Bring the words.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Trump was president in 2020, just so we're clear about that. But I do just want to respond to my colleague from El Paso County. I was not describing the president as being gleeful about what happened just in a vacuum. I was quoting then White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham, who said that Trump was thrilled and gleeful watching the news. This came out during the investigation. I mean, we went over all of this the second time President Trump was impeached. And by the way, again, I just want to acknowledge that this doesn't have to be partisan. Republicans voted. to impeach President Trump based on this back then, back when it happened, and the record of evidence that they used to decide to make that conviction was based on evidence from Republican staffers, like Stephanie Grisham, who said President Trump was gleefully watching the events unfold, and other staffers said he refused to condemn what was happening. And so that's important context here, too. If we're talking about context, he said peaceful once, he said fight 20 times, he said if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country. And then, when it was happening, people who were with him describe him as being gleeful. So I didn't pull that out of thin air. That is evidence that was used in his second impeachment trial that other Republicans said, hey, this is enough for me to vote to impeach this president.
Representative Luck, this is your second time to speak to the amendment. You have 2 minutes and 58 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's not enough time to actually go into all of the different facts and considerations that are being discussed right now in my 2 minutes, and so I do want to clarify a few things. The representative from Douglas County was a little bit passionate and misspoke in terms of who it was that was not condemning. What she meant to convey was that during 2020 and the presidential election, the candidate, the then candidate for president during all of those riots, who subsequently became president in 2021 or was inaugurated in 2021, that particular president was asked to condemn those riots and did not do that. So that is the juxtaposition I think she was trying to make. Secondly, in terms of the wider context, I think that it does bear noting that prior to inauguration, or the January 6th, prior to that day, President Trump did ask for the National Guard to be made available to the legislative branch. And it's my understanding that congressional leadership, which at that time was in the opposing party, refused the offer of additional security. And so if he wanted to have some sort of forceful or violent altercation from his people against others, why would he try to ensure that there was necessary protectors to keep that from happening? Again, there's a lot of different things. I will also say history, again, is messy. And it's important. It's important to put all of these things into a timeline and not just cherry pick the ones that most make your case.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm thinking out loud here, but we've been talking about making sure we're not assuming what someone's motive is. That is the point of this resolution, to make sure we have all of the truth here so we can see it and we're not cutting like the media does. We cannot, and I remind myself, we cannot take from a third party saying they assumed they were thrilled at this event. We are then assuming how they feel, and we all know what you mean by assume. We cannot impugn motives. We cannot do that. We've been reminded every minute right now during this debate, we cannot do that. So to come and say a third party told me this and it looked like he was thrilled is not correct. We cannot do that and make assumptions in this body. The point of this resolution is to make sure we have all of the truth so that way the readers, future Coloradans, current Coloradans can read it and make for their own judgment because they are smart enough to do that with all the information ahead of them. Why are we not including all the information and instead making sure that we're telling from one narrative or another narrative? We need to make sure we are spelling truth, making sure we're saying this, and that we are not assuming anything or any motive and putting words into somebody else that was not there that day, or saying, I heard from a third party that they thought somebody was thrilled to have this happen. That is not what we do in this body. We are legislators. We are not the executive branch. We are not the judicial branch. It is not our reign to assume or put on the verdict what is happening. It is to basically speak truth, speak fact. I urge a yes vote on this amendment so we can put all of it out there to allow everybody to have the full truth.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L020 to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. AML Bacon and Rep Hartsook, that will be a, okay, run fast. Please excuse Representatives Valdez and Woodrow. That is a $5 fine. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 40 no, and 3 excused, Amendment L020 is lost. Back to the resolution. One moment. Members, while we are at the resolution, if you have already spoken twice and used your allotted time, you cannot speak again. You may, however, move an amendment to the resolution. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L001 to SJR 006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right. So if you turn to page 2, line 2, what I'm doing is what I would like to do, what you should like to do, in some pursuit of some modicum of truth, since we've already, since we already passed that opportunity for some modicum of truth to this, is striking insurrectionist and substitute participants. Now, what I was, on our sidebar, what I was told is that this is okay because some scholars have prejudicially described the attempted self-coup as an insurrection. Now, we've already covered that the self-coup or /insurrection was probably the worst in military history because people brought their grandkids instead of their guns. So that would make that the worst insurrection in history. So what I want to do here is I want to substitute insurrectionists for participants because of the prejudicial language against the citizens of Colorado by the Senate and potentially by the House and potentially by the governor of this state. So right now, this again is a trial. This is not a trial. This is a conviction. This bill states many times that these individuals are insurrectionists. This is the Senate, this is the House, this is the governor declaring that citizens of Colorado are insurrectionists. And let's look at the charges again. What were some of the charges? Obstruction, official proceeding, trespassing, assault of a police officer, seditious conspiracy, 170 other charges. None of them were insurrection. So how dare you call the citizens, how dare you label the citizens of Colorado as insurrectionists when they have not met their time in court? There are things that we have, and it's called, I don't know, the 5th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, that no one shall be deprived of due process. No one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Do you think a charge of insurrection carries no burden against your life, liberty, or property? Well, if you're Mr. Huddle, who was in prison for quite a long time, then he gets stopped in a traffic stop, it cost him his life. Enrico Terrio, 22 years old, failed attempt, charged with insurrection. Nobody has been convicted of insurrection, yet the Senate has levied a sentence, has levied a sentence and declared them guilty of insurrection. Now, I don't know if that falls into the category of libel for the Senate to declare individuals as insurrectionists. I would think that it would, because this is going onto the books, this is going into the legislation, this is going into law. A declaration by the General Assembly against citizens of Colorado who have been tried and they have not been found guilty of insurrection, yet you're going to declare them guilty of insurrection. I really hope the state gets sued for this. So your role in government, as your role to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Actively going out of your way to spend a Friday afternoon to deprive the citizens of Colorado life, liberty, and property without due process. One of the whereases back here says, who have defended the Constitution against such enemies as these insurrectionists. Well, if we look at such enemies, what is an enemy of the Constitution? An enemy of the Constitution is guilty of treason. So what you're also doing is you're declaring these individuals guilty of treason. Now that might be your thinking, because clearly there's been a lot of the money that was paid by USAID to media organizations to brainwash you has worked. But these are
Representative
citizens
DeGraff,
of...
just stay on the amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These are citizens of Colorado. Your job is to represent their rights, to secure their rights, not to score cheap political points with the people outside the building calling for the beheading of a sitting president. And then sit in here and act like you're just more moral than anybody else because somebody said fight, fight, fight. We're going to have to have police at every single high school football game. Every single high school football game. Somebody said fight, fight, fight. We're going to swoop in and we're going to arrest him and we're going to send the whole team out take him off the field and arrest him for insurrection. Misdemeanor, $103,000. Misdemeanor. Charged with a misdemeanor, hunted down, harassed by the FBI for over a year, several years. Convicted of a misdemeanor. Convicted of entering the Capitol and praying. And I know that sounds offensive. Had a chat with a security guard. That's the kind of insurrection you're talking about. Was there some violence? Yeah, there was some violence, and you can also cannot get the video of this because the FBI and the CIA said they have people in the crowd. And they didn't want anybody to see where their people were. But it's the people that brought their grandkids. That's who we need to be afraid of. That's who we need to be afraid of. People that brought their grandkids. I hope this state gets sued. I hope that's a thing from you declaring that these citizens are guilty of insurrection, that they are insurrectionists. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment because your job is to secure the rights of Coloradans. Your job is not to strip them away because of some ideological tirade. So I'm going to ask for an aye vote on this amendment and give you a chance, again, another chance, another opportunity for some modicum of truth. Not a single one was convicted of insurrection. You're declaring the citizens of Colorado guilty of insurrection. And it's just absolutely despicable.
Representative DeGraff. Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of this amendment because the language of the resolution speaks to the larger number of individuals who were pardoned by President Trump, which did include individuals who had gone through the rule of law, had been tried in court, and were convicted as insurrectionists. It is not singling out any individual or individuals for Colorado. I ask for no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion... I did not see your hand. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was my fault. I apologize. Patrick Montgomery, Jeffrey Sebol, Todd Casey, Robert Geiswire, Tyler Etheridge, Avery McCracken, Hunter Palm, Thomas Hamner, Clett Keller, Matthew Melson, Jacob Clark, and Rebecca Lorenz. Those are Colorado citizens who are also J6 defendants. As we've heard from the representative from El Paso County, one of those people was welcomed into the building, walked around, prayed, and left. Another one of those individuals defended himself from an assault of a police officer. I just wonder how many of these individuals, which are located all across this state, have the members sat down and talked to, heard their stories. We hear a lot in this building, and I have over the last 5 years, especially those years that I had the privilege of serving on the Judiciary Committee, hearing about the importance of criminal justice reform, police brutality, law enforcement reforms needed, changes to bail and to detention rules, making sure that people are not in any way inconvenienced, et cetera, et cetera. And yet here we have a resolution that characterizes people in our communities with a title that they don't actually have or possess by due process, but that is being placed on them. They had trials. These claims could have been brought forward, but they weren't. In opening week, we were told, let's rise above. Let's Colorado not engage in all the political nastiness that we're seeing at the federal level. Let's avoid the contentious discourse. That charge was made for us by multiple members of this body. And yet here we have a term that is overtly inflammatory, overtly divisive, not grounded again in reality of what these people were charged with, of what actually happened with the people that were pardoned. The vast majority of these people had an open door provided to them, walked around the people's house, took a little tour, prayed, talked, encouraged the law enforcement people on the ground. And yet now they get further insulted after years of being attacked, after years of being maligned, after years of uncertainty and legal cost and losing their businesses and harming their families, and now we call them insurrectionists? Why? Did anyone go and talk to these people? Do we even see them as people? Do we even seek to put ourselves in their shoes and understand their story and what they were attempting to do, their motivation? Would we want, if the roles were reversed, for someone in this building to have asked, to have had coffee, to have cared? Or do those things that we espouse about the First Amendment and the Fifth Amendment and the Fourth Amendment and the Sixth Amendment and all of these due process and constitutional protections, is that all just for the people we care about and not for everybody? Do we really believe those things? Do we really want to uphold those things? It's not bait. This is a genuine conversation. Two Americas, two sets of people who are constantly put at odds to each other because the leadership does not want to have honest conversations. Let's have honest conversations. Let's fight it out in this room so that out there, they feel heard and they don't feel it necessary to fight it out. Let's lead by example and engage in good discourse. Why do we apply one set of standards to the BLM riots and not to January 6th? Why do we apply one set of standards to one president and not to another? Why do we apply one set of terminology and then go out of our way in almost every other resolution to make sure that we're not being offensive? It's no longer a criminal, it's a justice-involved person. And now we're saying insurrectionists, and somehow that is supposed to give us moral authority, that is supposed to be dignified, that is supposed to not cause conflict, that is supposed to not be divisive? Ladies and gentlemen, we have real issues. People are struggling with a lot of different things, and I don't just mean affordable housing, I mean they are wanting to see justice in their land. And when we put forth things like this that are not precise, that are not articulate, that are not true, all we do is fuel fires that don't need to be fueled. If we want to have the debate, if we want to name these things, if we want to point out injustices in our society, I get it and I say, okay. But in pointing out that injustice, let us not commit additional injustices. Dr. Simon Gold is one of these so-called insurrectionists. She's a doctor, a medical doctor, and a juris doctor. And she had an invitation to speak at a permitted event on Capitol Hill on January 6th. And when she arrived for that particular presentation, she found that the permit had been revoked, that the platform had not been there, and that she wasn't going to actually be afforded her First Amendment right to speak. And confused about what was going on, she just kind of hung around the side of the building, just pressed up against it, just watching. And when some folks came into the building, she kind of just ended up in the crowd, right? She was charged with Enron-related felony statute, which had a 20-year prison sentence attached if she were to be found guilty. She decided to plead down because she knew that her licenses were at stake. There was no violence there. She was legally permitted to come and speak that day at that building. And yet she would be captured in this particular language. Is that who you have in mind? Precision, ladies and gentlemen. Fairness, ladies and gentlemen. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff, you have 2 minutes remaining. I will ask that you not speak to the motivations or intentions of the bill sponsors or anyone in this room, and I will not ask again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will try. But what I just heard is and I don't know the motivations, I won't speak to the motivations, but a sitting representative declared citizens of Colorado guilty. Now, we have a long-standing tradition in the United States where you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. So it would take somebody setting themselves up as judge and jury to make that declaration that they are still, in fact, guilty, despite no charges, despite no conviction. So this is a matter of that being found guilty after being found presumed innocent. You're still guilty. So this is what this is. This is the Colorado General Assembly making a declaration, because these are statements of fact. Whether they're tied or not to that first part, these are statements of fact that the Colorado General Assembly is signing on to say that these people are guilty of insurrection despite no charges, despite no conviction. Colorado General Assembly is setting themselves up as judge and jury, leveling a conviction, no charge. This entire resolution is unconstitutional. It's anti-constitutional. It's 100% anti-constitutional. We have a sitting rep declared the guilt of somebody that wasn't even charged. Not even charged. A sitting representative in the General Assembly made the determination of guilt. I don't know the motives.
Representative DeGraff, your time is up. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to be clear. I want to make sure that we understand what we're actually doing here. I never used the word Republican in my resolution. I want to implore my Republican colleagues to actually read the resolution. Now, we're talking about pardons. For those who are confused, these individuals were convicted. They were arrested. They were given counsel, and many of them were actually given counsel by the state. They were shown their discovery, and they were given the opportunity to make decisions after the fact. And in those decisions, they pled guilty. So I want to make sure we understand what we're arguing here. I'm not arguing whether or not these individuals were guilty or innocent, because those have already been decided by the court of record wherein which they pled guilty or were found guilty. This is regarding an individual who used his power to pardon those individuals. So if we could just keep it to the individuals, not the facts of the case, but directly to the individuals. And I'm going to implore my colleagues. I have not attacked anyone in this room. I have not. On the record or otherwise. I have not stated anything regarding anybody's motives. I have not thrown any of the personal issue or an issue with the bill at them. And so it's been, I think we're on hour 2.5 since Rep. Valdez came up here and asked that we bring it down. I don't believe that's happened. And so what I'm going to ask for, and I can hear their side conversation, so I want to make sure you guys understand. I'm smiling because it makes me feel better. It makes me feel better about what I'm hearing from over here. But I want you to bring it down. I want you to bring it down. I want you to hear me.
Representatives, no comments from the floor, please.
The refusal to talk about this bill or to talk about this resolution is impressive. The refusal to come up here and talk about everything but this resolution is impressive, up to including talking about me.
Representative Carter,
I am thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I request a no vote, and I'm requesting civility going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay.
Members, we're going to pause for a moment. I have appreciated individuals in this body from both sides of the aisle speaking and calling for civility and respect as we talk through this resolution. There have been statements made from the well that I have attempted to guide away from accusing others of intentions or impugning motives. It is possible we will be offended. Sometimes democracy calls for us to consider other values and other perspectives that do not align with our own. I will ask moving forward that we please speak respectfully about one another, that we speak to the content of an amendment or a resolution, and not to each other's character. I would like to be sure that everyone has their voice heard. So I will insist that we comply with this decorum standard. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To be clear, my caucus is seated over here talking about amendments we are bringing forward. We are not talking about any representative. The whip is doing his job.
Representative Bradley, I do not need you to defend that conversation. Please speak to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm not allowed to defend what was actually happening?
Correct, Representative Bradley. We are not speaking to any. We will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Bradley, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to speak to the amendment which wants to strike insurrectionists to participants. If we're going to come up here and speak about the fact that these defendants or participants were insurrectionists, then we should talk about that not a single one of them was charged or convicted of having participated in an insurrection. So challenge me on that. I would love it. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to talk a little bit about this resolution specifically, but the resolutions in general. These were very thoughtful resolutions that were, amendments to the resolutions were very thoughtful on our side. There was a lot of time spent because in this building, words matter. And to us, words matter too. And while I appreciate the representative saying, you know, we didn't call out any one side, I do appreciate that. But for the people that we represent, these words matter. And so for us to be able to articulate on their behalf, because they're not here today and they can't talk to the resolution or to these amendments, it is important that we are able to speak for their voices. And so every single one of these amendments that are being brought forward are very thoughtful and really trying to represent the people that sent us here to do this work. I'll have more to say later, but I want to be very mindful that there was a lot of effort put into our words, and what we are trying to do is be the voice of the people who sent us here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Puglisi. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L001 to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks, how do you vote? You are on mute.
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representatives Joseph Martinez and McCormick are excused. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 37 no, and 6 excused, Amendment L001 is lost. To the resolution. One moment, Representative Bottoms. Okay. Representative Bottoms, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's getting better and better. Again, I want to thank the Democrats for bringing this resolution. This is good for me. I'm enjoying the discussion. I'm enjoying the illumination. I'm enjoying the truth speaking that is happening with this. You know, one of the things that kind of has been also lost in the conversation is the fact that these people that were in the Capitol on January 6th, The FBI director, Director Wray, actually came out under oath. He had been denying this, but when he came out under oath, in other words, he's going to go to jail if he continued to lie about it. When he came out under oath, he said that there were over 80, I think the number was 86 FBI members that were in the crowd that day working it, making sure that the things that they wanted to have happen. This is the FBI that has been attacking our government. Our president has been attacking through lawfare and through all kinds of things, which just, by the way, you may not have heard this, but I think just a couple days ago, Kash Patel is now taking over the FBI. We are in the golden age of politics right here in our United States. Excited about this because he's going to clean up this very thing that happened on January 6th. He's going to clean this up. The lies that are included in this resolution, the lies that are included in books that said all these police officers died and all this stuff, those are lies. Everybody knows the truth on this. And now, FBI Director Wray, right before he lost his job, came out and had to testify on this stuff and said, no, the insurrection was actually the FBI, it wasn't the people. This is something that we keep saying in here. We keep using the word insurrection, although again, as many of my colleagues have said, nobody has been accused of insurrection. And so we are attacking citizens of Colorado and citizens across the United States, but we are specifically attacking citizens of Colorado and calling them names from this room that are improper, illegal, and morally wrong. They're not insurrectionists, never been found guilty of that. The FBI, though, was working this thing the entire time. And so we do have a continuous thing where we have the resolution, which is full of lies, and then we keep presenting truths, like the actual words, things like that. We keep presenting the truth, and it keeps getting knocked down, but we're going to continue to call the citizens of Colorado insurrectionists. I really don't understand what is going on right now in this room. This is literally on paper. This is literally on paper stating who we are on each side of the aisle. This is literally what's going on here. And so this is why we keep getting asked, why are you guys so passionate about this? First, I'm not going to put my name to something that's a blatant lie. Over and over and over, a blatant lie. I move Amendment 016 and ask for it to be displayed slightly askew.
Thank you, Representative. I'll ask for you to pause. The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
So the amendment takes on page 1, takes down to the very last line, line 10. I'll just read the section so we can keep it in context. Whereas, following President Trump's speech at the Ellipse, not all of it, just one sentence. Following the speech at the Ellipse, rally attendees marched to the United States Capitol, and as they had been directed by President Trump to do it peacefully, and many began rioting. With official FBI estimates concluding that between 2,000 and 2,500 people forcibly, this is the funny thing about this. This stuff's all on video. Police, FBI, asking them to come in and giving them tours. It's all on video. No, that doesn't matter though. Forcefully and illegally breached the Capitol and what many scholars, I love scholars, not the law, not the legal system, not being accused of, actually convicted of anything, but scholars. I have a terminal degree. I'm considered a scholar. I actually have multiple degrees. I'm considered a scholar. You know what I have found in anytime you're getting a doctorate, terminal degree, most of the scholars are not. And it says here, in what many scholars, like I care what scholars think about this. This is again the same thing that that Representative said earlier, that we know what Trump was feeling. We know what he was thinking. We got a bunch of scholars telling us this was an attempted coup. Who cares? Who cares? Let's look at the law. How many people were convicted of insurrection? That's actual facts. What did Trump actually say? Those are facts. We keep playing games here with non-truth, truth, non-truth, truth. And it says, in what many scholars, again, don't care, I would like to insert right there, prejudicially have described as an attempted self-coup. How do we know this was prejudicially? The same reason all the other stuff, all the books that were written, the books that said 5 police officers were killed on that day, how accurate are those scholars? How accurate are those scholars? They're not. That's the point. They're lying. The fact that many people don't even know what the actual speech said because the scholars are telling us what they want us to hear, and that's who we're quoting. We're quoting a bunch of people feeling like this is what they're gonna brand this as an attempted coup. They're gonna brand this. Police officers asking them to come in, giving them a nice tour. We actually had a group of people that went in and were praying in the Capitol, left peacefully. Nothing happened. They went in and prayed because the police officers said, would you like to come in here and pray? So they did, and some of those people have been put in jail. Not convicted of insurrection, just put in jail. And so I would like to include the word prejudicially because I'm coming back to truth. I know we're struggling with this today, but I'm coming back to truth. That these scholars, that this is prejudicial in the beginning. It's prejudicial language through this whole thing, actually, but that specifically we need to include this in here.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L016 to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Hartsook, that's the second time. Both of you then. Let's do a $5 twosome fine. There we go. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 40 no, and 4 excused, Amendment L016 is lost. To the resolution, AML Winter. One moment, please. My screen is resetting. AML Winter, this is your second time to speak to the resolution. You have 5 minutes and 41 seconds remaining. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my second time speaking, and I need a chance myself to reset. The good people of House District 47 sent me here to tell their story. They have sent me here to work in good faith with all of my colleagues to make their lives better. They want me to make sure and fight for their water rights so their water stays on their land. They sent me here to fight for their heritage and their Western way of life. They asked me to defend their God-given unalienable rights. They've asked me to work on solving and uplifting and saving small business problems, protect blue-collar jobs in our industries. They sent me to work on health care and housing, but they also sent me here to defend them. For 8 years, many of them have felt admonished for supporting who they voted for as president. I had a good chat with the sponsors and explained that point of view of many in this state. They feel attacked, miscategorized, falsely accused, have had their reputations attacked. A lot of it based on lies. And they did send me here to work on the issues above. But I would be remiss if I didn't defend them. This is kind of like a sore. Like you ever had a blister when you walk too long? And it rubs and it rubs and it rubs, and then all of a sudden the skin tears off and it hurts like hell, right? And I know back and forth, the Speaker has had to corral us back in to talking about this. But at the end of the day, there are people that have just had enough. They've had enough of the poking of the sore. And this here today was the ripping off of the blister. I represent good, hard-working, salt-of-the-earth people, Christians, that would do anything for you. It doesn't matter who you are, because life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. And I'm going to defend them. As we move forward, I'll ask, quit poking the sore. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Just quit poking the sore.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L002, an amendment to Senate Joint Resolution 006, and ask that it be properly displayed. They had it.
I believe, Representative Richardson, you were moving it to the Senate Joint Resolution, not another amendment, correct?
This is L, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
L002 to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Thank you. Just clarifying the motion.
Thank you.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. And I do agree that accuracy is very important in this. And this is a similar resolution to one that we had discussed at length earlier, but it is still important. The word insurrectionist, it's not proper. Nobody was committed to jail for insurrection, because nobody was found guilty of insurrection and therefore could not be committed. They weren't found guilty because they were never charged with insurrection, but they did participate in an event. So that whole participation versus commitment, there's an old saw. I think most of us were probably on the road and missed a good breakfast this morning. You know, a good breakfast of ham and eggs would be awesome, but we didn't get it. So when we're talking about commitment and participation, again, when you're having that breakfast of ham and eggs, the chicken is participating, the pig is committed. But nobody was committed to insurrection on that day because nobody was committed to jail, because nobody was found guilty, because nobody was charged with insurrection. As we've heard, there were some people that did plead guilty to other charges, but they were not the charges of insurrection. This is a nation that's supposed to be based on laws and truth. And we're supposed to be considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Nobody was found guilty in a court of law of insurrection. Everybody who was pardoned was innocent of insurrection because they were not found guilty of it. And I think it is very important that we be accurate, not because of something that happened a month ago, but for something that could be looked at in the years to come. This amendment is offered in an attempt to ensure accuracy in what will likely be a resolution that passes. And then, as we saw from the result of the first amendment, it'll probably sit in a desk, ineffective, ignored, and forgotten by most. But on the off chance that someday a scholar, we discussed scholars a little earlier, a historian, maybe working on a thesis, working on another degree, that historian trying to make sense of the past sees a reference in this document to insurrectionists and is somewhat confused because in his or her studies, they knew that no such insurrection happened because nobody was ever found guilty of insurrection. No participant in the events that day was ever charged. No participant in the events of that day were convicted. And no participant in the events of that day was committed to any term of punishment for insurrection. So back to this future historian. There was never an insurrection, so there can be no insurrectionists. This historian will be left to believe that the dusty resolution he or she found indicates that the majority of those in this House of Representatives of the 75th General Assembly took formal action based on a myth. That's quite a damning determination, and one that I don't want to see levied on myself. Those in support of this resolution, if not amended, as I propose here today, will be guilty of promulgating misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. The terms are thrown around. I'm not sure what the difference is, but certainly we would be guilty of that. And I've been led to believe that mis, and malinformation and the promulgation of that is not a good thing. So if this resolution is to pass, let us at least ensure the document is accurate. If the future historian is to judge our actions taken here today, let that judgment be that maybe we were wrong, but we weren't fools. I urge you to vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in favor of this amendment. This is plain and simple. Plain and simple, nobody has been charged with insurrection. This is misleading, just like I said in my previous statements of the bill, on the resolution, I mean. Misleading language, very misleading. And of course, they're still investigating what happened that day. To move forward with something that's going to be in the history books, and then it comes out to it's not true. A lot of this wording is going to be shown to be misleading, including the word insurrectionists. And it's going to make us look very bad in the state. I don't want to put my name on this resolution, and then in the future, 1, 2, maybe even months from now, it comes out to be everything in this resolution is misleading, just like we're saying right now. Let's think about it, take our time, come back to the table at this, and let's work on it. This is not the right way of going it. This amendment here is going to be something that goes in the right direction. I come forward to tell you, please, think about it. I urge and I vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to continue with the words of Mr. Montgomery, who was unjustly arrested that day, so that he may see some justice here in our state. He's a Coloradan, and he deserves that. And I'm picking up perfect timing for this amendment. Moving forward, we will no longer refer to the January 6ers as insurrectionists, as not one of them was ever charged or convicted of having participated in an insurrection. On page 2 and lines 2 through 5, we can address the biggest falsehood and misconception of the big lie that was sold to the American people by the MSN and January 6th committee. They want you to believe that the January 6ers were trying to interfere with and stop the proceedings in which they were hoping their congressmen and women would debate the legitimacy of the electors' votes from several states. Key states who later confirmed that their elections were held in violation of their own state's constitutions and instruction for the manner in which they are to be held. The protesters were there hoping that Congress and Vice President Mike Pence would hear their pleas to use the remedy provided inside the Constitution to not certify the election for the time being. Common sense makes it impossible to believe that the majority of the people there that day wanted to interfere with or stop that process from happening. They wanted Congress and Pence to vote to not certify the election. This was a man in the building. These are his words. I don't know that we even need to address lines 6 through 10 in lieu of all the evidence of political violence that has been advocated for against Trump and his supporters by the political left and even the politicians now sitting in Congress. It's a two-way street that should be stopped and discontinued by all parties. There is no excuse for that behavior from members of Congress. In lines 11 through 18, we can discuss the issue of pipe bombs being found in and around multiple areas where they had been detonated. Multiple people could have been killed or injured. The fact remains that no suspects were ever arrested for placing those bombs, yet for some reason, the bombs are blamed on Trump supporters. Had they gone off, it would have been mostly Trump's people who were injured. Think about that. Why would Trump's people there want to set off pipe bombs to injure Trump's people? Make it make sense that the bombs also came from Trumpers. The most likely culprit was probably more along the lines of some Antifa member, but we really can't speculate because no suspects were ever named or investigated for some reason. But it does allow for the argument to be made for why the rally goers were dressed in a lot of personal protection equipment that police typically wear when they attend those type of events. Had a bomb been detonated, the people that would most likely survive would be those wearing the bulletproof vests and helmets like the police wear. It is sad that in today's day and age, with all the mass casualty events that occur where groups of people gather, that wearing PPE gear would probably be good advice. It is not illegal to want to protect yourself. If you asked a police officer, they would probably tell you preemptively, oh, I'm sorry, I lost my page. I'm going to stop for a minute, Madam Speaker, and catch back up.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise in support of this amendment as well in changing the word insurrectionist to participants. So one of my constituents was actually falls under this, and I would classify her as a participant. Now, I'm not going to say her name, but she's known as the praying grandma, and she's in her 70s, and she entered the Capitol on January 6th, and she prayed. She wasn't trying to overthrow the government. She wasn't an insurrectionist. In her 70s, and she ended up, in the end, for a misdemeanor, charged and convicted of a misdemeanor, it cost her $103,000. Now, maybe that doesn't bug everybody in here, but the point is she is not an insurrectionist. She was never charged with insurrection. Participant seems proper for a grandmother in her 70s who was praying for our country that day. Whether you agree with her or not, she is not an insurrectionist. And if she is, then she should have been charged of that, but she wasn't. So I strongly support this amendment. It literally applies to someone in my district. So with that, thank you.
Representative Bradley, this is your second time to speak to the amendment. You have 6 minutes, 38 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I lost my page. If you asked a police officer, they would tell you that they would never show up to work such an event without wearing all that PPE. So why is it that we should allow the federal judicial system to punish and convict its own citizens for wearing that same type of gear? Prosecutors and judges instructed jurors to find defendants guilty of interfering with an official proceeding and civil disorder against its government if they wore bulletproof vests and helmets, both felony charges that could land a person in prison for up to 20 years. The jurors were told to consider that as their premeditated intent to fight with police and overthrow their government. If defendants were convicted under their false and illegal instructions allowed by federal judges in their courtrooms, they would have absolutely been prosecuted illegally and unjustly and should receive pardons. Line 14 through 24 on page 2 of Colorado resolution deal with the heroic actions of the law enforcement officers that were there that day that allowed for the successful protection of all members of Congress, including the Vice President Pence. The Senate proceedings were stopped and the congressman safely removed at around 2:15 p.m. due to the security threat caused by lack of preparation and understaffing on behalf of the Capitol Police. Under the direction of the Speaker of the House and the Mayor of Washington, D.C., the fact that these official proceedings were stopped long before most of protesters entered the building makes it impossible and a violation of their rights to be charged with 18 U.S.C. 1512 for interfering with an official proceeding, a charge that was later ruled on by SCOTUS to have been used unconstitutionally and illegally to prosecute hundreds of J6 defendants. All of these defendants had previously appealed to the courts and federal judges to remedy the situation by dismissing the illegal charge. The judges failed to uphold the rights of the American citizens and the Constitution. Having a charge illegally in play that carried a potential sentence of 20 years violated the J6ers' right to due process in their defense. Many chose to give up their right to trial simply because they were afraid that they were absolutely going to be convicted by the biased juries and could end up in prison for 20 years. Many took the only other option left to defend themselves in a court of law. This is in 2021, you guys, by choosing to proceed with bench trials in front of a judge instead of facing the biased juries with a 100% conviction rate. The juries had a 100% conviction rate. Without the 1512 charge in play, January 6 defendants would have had much more opportunity to pursue a fair and impartial trial. Another reason that we must support the president's decision to grant these J6 pardons. The remaining lines on page 2 and onto page 3 don't really need to be addressed, as they are mostly the over-exaggerated agenda portrayed by the leftist MSM, pushing the insurrection narrative that turned out to not be true. The fact of the matter is that no insurrection occurred, and again, no one was charged with insurrection, and why this amendment is so important. Nobody tried to start an armed revolution to take over government buildings. No police officers were killed, even though most of them were in close proximity and in physical contact with protesters throughout the day, all wearing firearms on their hips. Had the crowd been insurrectionists, the unarmed crowd of people could have been easily armed themselves with the officers' weapons. Yet that didn't happen. In fact, most of the peaceful protesters that went to the Capitol that day were very much not armed and dangerous. It was the police who introduced most of the equipment and ammunition that was used in the events of that day. A majority of the Metropolitan Police Department showed up fully armed with PPE and hard gear like batons, riot shields, and pepper sprays. CS gas grenade launchers. The police also deployed stun grenades, flashbang grenades, concussion grenades, and fired upon the crowd from their elevated positions with rubber bullets. These caused massive injuries to many people who were doing nothing other than standing in the crowd, some with their children and grandchildren, where they believed they were supposed to be in areas that had been permitted for legal protest. The amount of damage to the Capitol building at an estimated $2.7 million is highly inflated for a few broken windows, doors, and trash removal. Even at such an exaggerated number, it is nothing compared to the hundreds of millions, maybe billions of dollars in damages caused by the hundreds of protests in 2020 that left cities burned to the ground, city blocks of buildings to be taken over and controlled by militant groups for weeks, intent on destabilizing our government system. Yet that was allowed and even encouraged by some of the same legislators that now want to condemn others for expressing their grievances with the same government. Many in Washington, D.C. leadership failed to do their jobs to provide a safe environment for which the process of American democracy could operate, including the people's right to protest and express their grievances to Congress. The same 1,100 National Guardsmen that the mayor is credited with using to stop the out-of-control protest that was allowed to happen were requested tenfold ahead of time by then President Trump to provide extra security for the event. They were refused and turned away, which would have preemptively stopped the violent events of that day.
Representative Bradley, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, from happening. This violated the rights of the American citizen to be safe and secure in their First Amendment right to protest. It was peaceful until they were antagonized through the illegal use of non-lethal ammunitions and chemical agents previously prohibited by the mayor to be used at protest events even after riots that occurred in 2020. I'm going to go on later because this deserves to be told from someone who was actually there and actually knows firsthand experience of what happened and was tried and convicted in lawlessness. So I'm going to yield my time for now, but I will be back. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, we're here again. Insurrection, declaring that these people are, now, I just learned earlier today that the House of Representatives, the General Assembly, has the authority, apparently, to act as judge and jury in the declaration that somebody is actually guilty. So I did not know that, And that is good to know. So we don't need that other branch of government because we have legislators. Okay, so after 4 years of investigating, accusing, and prosecuting Mr. Trump and other January 6 participants, federal prosecutors failed to develop a single piece of evidence that Trump planned or directed the storming or breaching of the Capitol that followed Trump's speech. But now, the bill over here doesn't say anything specifically about Republicans, but it does say about people who support Donald Trump. So now I do understand there are a lot of Democrats that support Donald Trump, but it's pretty evident that so long as the violence was committed by those who support Donald Trump. So it is directed. The evidence overwhelmingly that J6 defendants, such as the praying grandmother, were motivated by the highest principles of civic duty and Americanism, and that is around the vote. The vote, the people's house, the people were obviously dismayed about what happened, and they were allowed to go and to speak in the people's house, and they didn't like what they heard. Now, when I have looked into what we euphemistically call the gold standard, which is anything but, I find a lot of discrepancies also, such as CRS sections 1-5-601.5, 1-5-603, 1-7-802, 52 USC 20701, 2002 voting system standards, 2.2.1, 11, 2.2.4.1H. So all around the election, and of course we have somebody else that is sitting in jail for this before blowing the whistle. A Gold Star mom is put in jail, kangarooed into jail for exposing that Democracy Suit 5.1.7 only substantially complies, and that is per the Secretary of State, that our gold standard only substantially complies. I don't really know what substantially means, but we had a lot of people that were concerned about the election. And because they were concerned about the election, they assembled on the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically have their voices heard. And according to some in this room, or this room in general, that is a jailable offense. Judge and jury. Insurrection and revolution are as American as apple pie, but the throngs of Trump supporters who ascended the Capitol on January 6 were plainly not insurrectionists. Although many J6ers possess immense gun collections, none of them went inside the Capitol with a firearm or fired a shot at any police officer or congressman. Again, the insurrection showed up with grandkids instead of guns. Worst insurrection ever. In fact, groups like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys forbade their members from bringing their arms to the Capitol, so as to perfectly comply with the onerous D.C. gun laws. The J6ers were wrongly prosecuted and overly prosecuted. Delays of congressional proceedings are common. We've already talked about the gallows and the noose. A permit was required. So you could just go and find out who the permit was from. You could look at the coffee shop records and see who that was. You could go to the cell phone records and find out what cell phone was in the pocket at the time of the person making that, because that's how they found most of them. They also found that with the 2,000 mules about the people who stuffed ballot boxes. But there's no issues with the gold standard. We're not allowed to question it. The same goes for the pipe bombs. Federal prosecutors have thwarted and objected to every request by defense lawyers to expose or investigate the pipe bombs. And again, as my colleague brought up, the pipe bombs were in locations that would have hurt Trump supporters. So it sounds like the violence, the true violence, was being committed by non-Trump supporters. So maybe that's where the insurrection charges need to be leveled. They spent resources to cover up and stop all inquiries into the matter the following year. The pipe bombs were obviously planted by law enforcement agents as intended false flag operation. A few law enforcement behaved heroically on J6, but many others violated their training and policies, instigated unnecessary violence, and disgraced themselves. Still others have perjured themselves in efforts to smear J6 defendants. One such officer, Daniel Hodge, gave testimony against citizen Patrick Montgomery when Hodge falsely stated that Montgomery's sentencing hearing that Hodges had not swung his baton at any protesters. This counselor possesses video footage proving Hodges lied at Montgomery's sentencing hearing. That's not in this resolution, that you had police officers lie. and perjure themselves. Just the declaration that these citizens of Colorado and the citizens of the rest of the United States are insurrectionists at the sentencing, the judging and sentencing by the Colorado General Assembly. These are statements of fact. January 6th may have been the biggest episode of police brutality in this country since the Civil Rights Movement. Now, if I look at the assistant chief with the U.S. Border Patrol assigned, so somebody with some good credibility, the only people who died as a result of J6 were 4 civilians, one of them shot in the face. In order for the federal officer or law enforcement to use lethal force against another, there must be clearly articulable imminent threat of death or grievous bodily harm to the officer or somebody else. Now, the J6 praying grandma had a nice little chat in the rotunda with the security guard. Generally speaking, the subject against whom lethal force is used ought to be armed with some sort of instrument that could cause death or grievous injury, as opposed to climbing through a window and being shot in the face by Capitol Police. Washington, D.C. has the largest law enforcement presence anywhere in the U.S., mostly due to the fact that federal law enforcement agencies has their headquarters located there. Now, one thing that people do, this resolution, I mean, it's not really a surprise that that President Trump at the time was removed from the chain of command for all of these law enforcement agencies. So they took him out of the chain of command. And you have the videos of Nancy Pelosi saying it's her fault. That all of this happened was her fault. Now, that might be the only and the first thing truthful that she said, but regarding J6, but she said it was her fault. President Trump offered, and I don't remember how many, the National Guard. Now, that is a big deal if anybody's familiar with posse comitatus, deploying the military in the Capitol, on continental U.S. soil. That's a big deal.
Representative DeGraff, if I could ask you to bring it back to the amendment specific to page 2, line 6.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. It was logical to expect similar responses from BLM and Antifa groups. That's why these individuals were wearing riot gear, because they've gone through a whole year of being brutalized and murdered by BLM. And Antifa, celebrated as being mostly peaceful. But a riot that takes 2 hours to clean up is something that lands an insurrectionist in jail for 4 years. Now, when you talk about this, you say, well, we also heard from a scholar just a little bit ago that there was no. So how do we decide which scholar was accurate? The one that said there was a insurrection, or the one that said there was no insurrection? The one that weighed the facts, or the ones that didn't weigh the facts? The Biden administration had 4 years to create and to make proof against the J6ers that there was insurrection. There was not a single insurrection charge levied. No convictions of insurrection. I mean, until today. Until today, when our representatives in the General Assembly decided to act as judge and jury and declare that these citizens are guilty of insurrection. So until the General Assembly of Colorado has dispensed with the judicial system.
Representative, you have 47 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was a possibility of 160 mobile field force members, so rather that the largest contingent of uniformed federal law enforcement would have been available to assist with disturbances. It only had to be called. There was no insurrection. There were no insurrectionists. We know there were FBI. We know there were CIA in the crowd. Yet, the only charges being leveled are by the judge and jury of the General Assembly against citizens of Colorado and citizens of the United States in violation of their 5th, 14th, and all the other amendments.
Representative DeGraff, your time is over. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L002 to Senate Joint Resolution 006. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote? Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representatives Byrd, Sirota, and Woodrow are excused. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 37 no, and 6 excused, Amendment L002 is lost. Back to the resolution. Representative Bradley, this is your second time to speak, and you have 2 minutes and 34 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L006 to SJR 006 and ask for it to be displayed.
One moment, please.
Thank you.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe we just keep forcing these amendments so we will get to a point where we stop calling these people insurrectionists, since they were never found guilty of participating in insurrection. I move that they are called participants, and I'm going to finish reading what Mr. Montgomery has sent to us, since he was there and he is being labeled as a Coloradan as an insurrectionist. So to finish, this violated the rights of the American citizen to be safe and secure in their First Amendment right to protest. Concerning lines 10 through 21 on page 3 of Colorado resolution, we agree that President Trump acted accordingly under the rule of law to remedy the violations of the January 6th citizens' rights in their prosecutions and during the events of that day. Remember that Biden gave preemptive pardons to all January 6th committee members and officers who testified. We also remember that this action was taken first and before the pardons issued by President Trump. If the committee acted legally and within the boundaries of the law concerning due process for the January 6 defendants, then why would there be any need for a pardon? To say that they are going to circumvent the rule of law to preemptively protect the committee implies that it was most likely illegal and unconstitutional to begin with. So I just want everyone to remember that. He preemptively pardoned the people on the committee because there was cause for illegalness. This committee released its finding and proclaimed all the January 6 defendants guilty of insurrection long before any of them were given due process and given their constitutionally protected right to a fair trial in front of an impartial jury and judge in an unbiased court. If line 19 of page 3 claims that pardons erode the rule of law, then that stance should be taken and applied universally to all pardons that Joe Biden and his administration just handed out, like those he gave out to the 37 federal inmates on death row because his personal religious beliefs don't agree with the death penalty. What about the rule of law? If the 75th Coloradans wish to condemn the legal presidential pardons of January 6 defendants, does it wish to publicly condemn the rights of conservative Americans all across the country? Who is looking out for their rights? Is it against the law now to demand that a fair trial with an unbiased jury and judge be held? Were there no change of venue motions granted? Why? Why were there no change of venue motions granted? Why did judges refuse to dismiss illegal charges like the 1512 charge that was found to be in violation of the J6ers' rights? Overcharging and illegal charging by the DOJ and its prosecutors in conjunction with the illegal and unjust treatment of January 6ers by the FBI adds more validity to the necessity of pardons for January 6ers. As law enforcement officers, FBI officers take a pledge to uphold and defend the U.S. Constitution. If in the process of persecuting the January 6 defendants, illegal methods were used by the FBI intentionally to help gain convictions, then absolutely the officers who willfully participated in the violations of citizens' rights should be fired and lose their careers. Those same agents and prosecutors for the DOJ had no problems in ruining the lives and careers of American citizens.
Representative Bradley, I do want to give you some leeway here, but we are to the amendment and why insurrectionist should be replaced with participant. So, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is coming from a January 6er who has been termed an insurrectionist but never charged with that crime. And this is what the resolution is about, and this is why we're bringing forth this amendment. Because we're putting in false claims about these people that were charged with crimes, but one of those crimes was never about insurrection. They were never charged with insurrection. In conclusion, at the end of the day, at the most basic level, the January 6 defendants were prosecuted unconstitutionally and unjustly, which led to many false convictions that ultimately would have led to them being overturned in the Court of Appeals or eventually the Supreme Court of the United States. The federal judges in charge of running those courts failed to do their jobs according to the rule of law and the U.S. Constitution. Again, false claims of insurrection. They had the opportunity to remedy the violations of the citizens' rights multiple times and failed to do so. In the interest of justice and the rights of the American citizens moving forward, it is necessary to hold the courts, the judges, the DOJ accountable for their judiciary misconduct. We must not and do not condemn the legal use of presidential pardons as a remedy for the misconduct of the judicial system and the improper prosecution of American citizens. It is never okay to bend the rule of law to reach preordained convictions to support the political agenda of one political party over another. If law enforcement officers such as those in the FBI choose to go along with such unconstitutional orders and violate the rights of its citizens, then those are also not the people we want as employees of the federal government. And just on a personal note, I want to thank Mr. Montgomery for testifying or giving his story so that the people of Colorado know what is happening here, that he was unjustly convicted and had to go into was not even given a trial for his, by his peers. He had a stipulated bench trial. So he was given or taken away one of the most democratic institutions that we have assembled, and the community was so tainted, and there was so much faulty reporting by journalists that this poor man didn't even receive the basic necessity of what we ask for when we condemn people, the right to a jury. And I just want him to know, and the other January 6 pardons, that we hear you and we see you, and we will continue to fight for the truth to be heard, and we will be your voice. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff, we are to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the amendment with these individuals that have been declared by the General Assembly to be insurrectionists, the justification, part of the justification is the law enforcement response. And in referring back to the Assistant Chief of the U.S. Border Patrol as assigned as a staff officer, let's look at the response that's being used to justify the declaration by the General Assembly that the citizens of Colorado and some other citizens of the United States were insurrectionists. Calling CBP for assistance that day would have been far less administratively tedious and politically uncomfortable than summoning the military personnel. Again, you have posse comitatus, and that's you're not allowed to just go deploy forces. I would expect that members of the military would do that. Of course, I would expect members of the military wouldn't put their names on this. CBP are civilian law enforcement officers who have federal authority. There's no issues for possible posse comitatus or problematic optics of soldiers at the Capitol. So when everybody is saying that the soldiers at the Capitol were not deployed immediately, just know that there are huge legal hurdles. There are very huge legal hurdles for deploying National Guard. It is not just a matter. Now, had the leadership, had Nancy Pelosi accepted that could have been worked through and they could have been on site. But deploying them after the fact is a very difficult thing to do. There's a lot of legal stuff to go through. It's simply odd and troubling that CBP would be told to stand down. Now remember that President Trump, now President Trump, then President Trump, was removed from the chain of command. And there was every indication that there would be trouble, at least from BLM and Antifa, if history would serve. As mentioned before, we are trained to use chemical and impact munitions in crowd control. That training included, most importantly, when and how those munitions could be lawfully employed. In nearly every footage I have seen of the Capitol Police and the DC Metro Police firing munitions into the J6 crowd at the Capitol, few, if any, were employed lawfully against these declared insurrectionists. And the evidence, of course, being that the insurrection, that the police were required to do this, but the assessment by a scholar, I suppose, oh wait, he doesn't have a terminal degree, but he does have the experience of being an assistant chief with the U.S. Border Patrol and having this training and being in that area and assigned to that area. Few, if any, were employed lawfully. So whatever happened after the unlawful deployment of munitions against the citizens of the United States, maybe the citizens of the United States did not really care for that. Now, of course, not really much of an insurrection because they were told to leave their guns at home. But as you can see, people of Colorado, the same people that have convicted citizens of Colorado of insurrection are also the ones that want to take your guns away. We'll get to that this afternoon. Firing pepper balls, stinger grenades, and other munitions at people who are not actively assaultive should actually be viewed as an assault committed by the officers. Now, I guess the General Assembly, in declaring that the citizens of Colorado in the United States were insurrectionists in responding to the unlawful assault by law enforcement officers firing those munitions. There was one incident in particular disturbing, that of an Arkansas man who was struck in the face with a pepper ball. The weapon was fired directly at his head, and the pepper ball became lodged in his cheek. I don't know why he just didn't. Why would that upset people? Why would that upset people in the Capitol? While pepper balls can be used as a direct impact weapon, they are never to be fired at someone's head, and someone whom they are directly fired must be actively assaultive. This particular man, although near where the skirmish was taking place, was not assaulting anyone and should not have been targeted. The shooting of 5'2", 115-pound Ashley Babbitt was nothing short of despicable. There was no reason to think that she had ever made it through the broken window. She could not have been immediately placed under arrest by the several armed USCP officers waiting for her on the other side of the window. There is no way that she posed any sort of imminent danger to anyone. She was not assaultive, had not threatened anyone, and she was clearly unarmed. Using lethal force against her was what amounted to second-degree murder. Yet you're declaring the people in the Capitol, the citizens that were there, unarmed, to be insurrectionists. That was not an accidental shooting. It's hard to call a bad decision made in the heat of the fight. It's obviously deliberate. Michael Byrd, the USCP officer who killed her, had been holding the pistol aimed at her the entire time she was trying to climb through the window, and he took up a better shooting position when she climbed into the window. He fired one well-aimed shot at her throat, killing her for no reason. It was simply murder. But the people that are a problem are the ones that went into the Capitol and prayed. That's a $103,000 offense after being harassed by the FBI for many, many years. And then stuck on an ankle monitor for 4 months where she couldn't leave her home under house arrest. Not only did the officers who were present at the Capitol on J6 conduct themselves poorly, in several instances using oftentimes massively excessive force, but the lack of additional resources seemed to be deliberate. The addition of a few hundred law enforcement office personnel likely would have produced a different, less violent outcome. But they were told to stand down that day, and not just stand down, but stay home. Hi, Katie. It seems through the desperation of that day was goaded by allowing the USCP to be woefully outnumbered. This fact alone conjures the notion that the violence was facilitated because it needed for a grander, more malicious purpose, like creating a narrative about an insurrection to use against a political opponent. But the people that showed up without guns are the problem. And somehow justify the General Assembly be declaring itself judge and jury of the people of Colorado. Look how dangerous they were. This was a threat to our democracy. It's all Trump's fault. Never mind that narrative. So, again, what this bill does, it makes statements of fact that these were insurrectionists, that they were involved in insurrection, but ignoring the fact that there were no charges. There were no convictions. He had 4 years to come up with the evidence to support and justify a conviction, a treasonous conviction of insurrection. But you didn't need 4 years because we have the General Assembly who can make that declaration all by themselves. This is a declaration of guilt. There's no trial. I think it's what we can expect out of this body. 4 years. No convictions for insurrection. The arrogance of using these terms, the inaccuracy of using these terms. I don't know the motivation. I won't speak to it. I think it's unconscionable.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L6 to Senate Joint Resolution 006. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks is excused. Representatives Ryden, Zokai, English, Majority Leader Duran. Majority Leader Duran, Representatives English, Ryden, and Zokai are excused. Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. With 22 aye, 33 no, and 10 excused, the motion fails. We are back to the resolution. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I wanted to come down here and speak on this resolution. You know, first, listening to the debate, you would think that it was just purely on January 6, 2021. But the title of the resolution is very clear. It's about the pardons that recently occurred. Speaking to that, I do want to reflect on something that only a few members have firsthand knowledge, because only a few of us were here back in 2020. The pandemic that started in 2020 caused instability around the world. You could say that what happened on January 6th of 21 was part of a long causation of the world going down a path where we had gone through a troubling time, and people exercised that in different ways. But going back to May 28th, 2020, I remember leaving the Capitol, seeing a lot of State Patrol, and coming back to smelling tear gas for the first time, seeing rocks being hurled, seeing protesters and demonstrators all around our beautiful Capitol, windows being broke out. And I remember a State Patrol officer grabbing my jacket and saying, "Representative Soper, this is no place for you to be." Whether we say protest, riot, demonstration, whether you add caveats like peaceful or that it was an insurrection, the point being, there are similarities to what happened here on May 28th, 2020, and what happened in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, 2021. Individuals were exercising their frustration at their government. They were mad. Some were peaceful, some weren't. But as we look at the parallels, we also have to look at what do the parallels mean for equal protection and due process. I went back, and luckily Politico and the Denver Post have done some really good analysis, so I did not have to. But have you ever wondered what happened to all the hundreds of people arrested in Colorado and the 1,600 people arrested and charged federally stemming from January 6th? I will tell you a little bit. So of the 389 people arrested in connection with the George Floyd protests here in Denver, all but 81 of those cases were dismissed. 33 were convicted through trial or plea deals. 15 received deferred judgments. 11 cases were eventually then dismissed. And then one person was found not guilty at trial. Of those who were sentenced for a range of different misdemeanors and felonies, the sentences ranged from 10 days of home detention to 6 months in jail. Many of these similar charges of the misdemeanors that range from assault to destruction of public property can also be found in federal equivalents from January 6th. So of the 1,600 people who were charged, 150 right away accepted a plea deal and pled guilty. Of those that were charged and eventually ended up having prison time, the median prison time was 45 days. And of those who received longer sentences, the longest that Politico reported was 63 months or 5.25 years, and that was very much an assault of a police officer, as you would expect. That's unexcusable. But what I will say is, as we look at, was equal protection served? Because it was comparable charges, both federally and under state law, between two very similar events. Mostly it was things like illegally parading, illegally demonstrating, violating curfew, destruction of public property, assault. Looking at comparable charges, we should expect the same amount of time in prison for those charges. So if we're really looking at equal protection under the law, and does law apply equally depending on where you are in this great country? To say that in Colorado, justice is anywhere from 10 days home detention to 6 months in jail. But for something very similar at the national level, it's a medium of 45 days in prison, or I will say deferred, meaning you spent no time in prison, that was the lowest, to 63 months or 5.25 years in prison being the highest. We should expect that the time that the person is being punished for a similar offense to be similar. So depending on how you feel about the pardons. If that meant that the longer federal sentences were cut off, and it meant that equal protection played out, so that in different parts of the country, for different, or for similar offenses, but in different parts of the country, that justice played out the same, then you could say this was justified and needed. What I will say is that we shouldn't have such a vast range of how justice is treated around the nation. And that if you're doing assault of an officer, destroying public property, illegally parading or demonstrating, if you're in Colorado, or if you're in Washington, D.C., if you're in Alaska, if you're in California, or Florida, or New York, we should expect that equal protection and due process plays out the same way, to where you would expect a similar punishment for a similar offense. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff, we are to the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L012 to SJR 006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment, please. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, pretty straightforward. Just mix it up a little bit here. Amend and gross joint resolution, page 3, line 21, strike and, substitute now therefore, and strike lines 22 through 24. So now in this fact-free resolution, statement of official fact by state officials that complains an interesting assortion is assembly. Anyway, so what are we getting rid of here? Whereas such acceptance desecrates the service and sacrifice of those who defended the Constitution against such enemies, now and therefore. So not only have we declared them to be insurrectionists, so now we're declaring them to be enemies of the Constitution. It's also a pretty serious charge. So we've declared them by the judge and jury, known as the Colorado General Assembly, that they are enemies of the Constitution. Despite the charges, which included obstruction and official proceeding, trespassing. So are we saying that everybody who's ever been accused or convicted of trespassing is now an enemy of the Constitution? The same members of the General Assembly that celebrate the burning and looting of billions of dollars worth of the country, across the country, of trying to cement in law enforcement into a burning building so that they would suffocate and die. Seditious conspiracy, 170 some other charges, none of them insurrection. None of them enemies of the Constitution. So I don't even know why we need a judge and jury system when we have the Colorado General Assembly. Because you guys can just levy charges here. So what this does, it gets rid of another set of bogus charges. And the reason for getting rid of the bogus charges here looking up treason, levying war against the Constitution, or adhering to the enemies, giving them aid and comfort. What would the fee be? I looked it up. What would the fine be? $10,000 or 5 years. Pretty serious charge. $10,000 or 5 years. Now, fortunately, President Trump intervened and released these individuals from solitary confinement, where they were asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement in order as part of their pardon, and even were held after their pardon. They're unlawfully held after they were pardoned. Political prisoners of a former regime. $10,000 in 5 years for treason. $103,000 for a misdemeanor. So for the lawyerly among you, is that an equitable charge? Is that equity? Is that equity? Political prisoners held, solitary confinement, no charges. Certainly no charges of insurrection. Political prisoners held for obstruction of an official proceeding, held for years on end for obstruction of an official proceeding. A 2-hour delay. Now, we had an official proceeding a couple years ago, or at some point, some people in the balcony created a large ruckus, and we were all evacuated. Maybe not everybody, I guess not everybody's going to remember, but we were all evacuated. I even have a lanyard. I forgot what the lanyard was for. We had colored lanyards so that we would be identified if we had to be evacuated. So we were evacuated from this building, from this room, for interrupting an official proceeding. Does anybody remember what happened to the individuals? Anybody? Anyone? Anyone? In the back? Almost the back? Do you remember what happened to the individuals for interrupting an official proceeding, causing everybody in this room to be evacuated? What happened to those individuals? Were they put into solitary confinement for years on end? Are they still there? I mean, those are serious offenses, right? To the sponsors, those are serious offenses. Interrupting an official proceeding, they should be in solitary confinement. Or were they given a special meeting to hear their grievances? Were they allowed to meet with leadership and talk about the issues? What happened? Solitary confinement, special meeting, and then released with a pat on the back. I guess it depends on the ideology that you espouse and the reason that you interrupt an official proceeding. That's the only thing that matters, is whether this body is sympathetic to the interference with an official proceeding. Apologies given. Sergeant of Arms reprimanded for rough handling because the General Assembly is obviously not all that concerned with the...
Representative DeGraff, please bring it back to the amendment
Thank you,
and the
Madam Chair.
resolution before us.
So what I'm trying to get at is if you're going to declare somebody to be an enemy of the Constitution, and then you declare that this whole thing is a travesty of justice, you should probably look at the sentencing. And when you have a praying grandmother, now I know for some that praying in the Capitol would be extremely offensive, but that's $10,000, not $103,000. So that's the travesty of justice? Is that an equitable treatment for a pensioner? That's what this resolution says. Because this body declared her guilty. $10,000, 5 years in prison. People were left in jail. No official charges, no charges of treason, no charges of insurrection. Solitary confinement for years on end. Political prisoners of the Biden administration. That's okay. I'm looking forward to actually finding out some facts, the truth about this, because it's very telling that the people that ran the kangaroo operation of the J6 hearings had to be given a preemptive pardon. They were given a preemptive pardon.
Back to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So getting rid of such acceptance desecrates the service and sacrifice of those who have defended the Constitution. And we know the service and sacrifice that you're celebrating here were some individuals that were just found of fraud, perjuring themselves. But you've declared people guilty of really worse than treason.
Representative DeGraff, you have 45 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L012 to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Lindsay is excused. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 38 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. To the resolution, Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson, just confirm, get my totals up here. This is your first time to speak. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I just want to recognize that while we're doing this, we are representing all of our constituents, all of the state. We are representing we the people, which is what our state, our nation was founded on, a government by, for, and with the people. And we need to make sure as we're doing any legislation towards this resolution that we are not doing this because we ran on R or D. We ran for the people. We need to make sure we are not infringing any of their First Amendment right. We are making sure that we are abiding by the Constitution and we are here for that voice and that voice only. We need to make sure that we are doing what we were voted here to do, and we swore on January 8th, 45 days ago, that we would abide by the Constitution, which means we represent all of the people. Let us keep that in mind as we're doing that, and remember that as we're doing this, we have constituents. Regardless of your district, there are constituents on both sides. We need to honor that fact that they are Coloradans and make sure that we are keeping their voice respected and upheld in everything we do. I urge a no vote on this resolution.
Representative Kelty. And Representative Kelty,
Thank you.
let me just get my list up. You have 7:38 remaining. This is your second time to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think my colleague and I are on the same page. This resolution is basically saying that the entire state of Colorado feels this way, and that is not true. It's a condemning act for the entire state, and that's wrong. They don't all agree with this. We have to remember that we are representing the entire state of Colorado with this resolution. And to take away their voices, that takes away their First Amendment right, and that's wrong. The entire state does not feel this way. We have many voices, and you are ignoring and wrongfully speaking for them. You do not have that right. No one in this room is judge and jury to condemn people who have been legally pardoned. Whether you like it or not, it was a legal pardon, and that's just the fact. And I've heard over and over today, and I'll cut this short, but if you truly want us to get along here in this room and work together, because we still have a couple months left, and you want us to work together as on a team, we don't always have to agree, but we do have to get along. And something like this is not meant to actually, it is meant to just cause disruption and division, and that is not what a team does. Whether you like each other or not, it doesn't matter, but we have one thing we have to do, and that's work for the people in Colorado. All of them, not just part of them. You wouldn't do something like this if you meant to cause division, and I really detest the fact that any type of division.
Representative Kelty, be careful not to accuse folks of motives or intention. Thank you.
Thank you. I ask you, in the spirit of working together, in the spirit of non-division, of actually trying to bring us together so we can do good things, I ask you to pull this resolution. I really do. This does nothing but disrupt and cause problems and cause a lot of heartache and heart pain for everybody in here. We've now divided the room. I'm not proud of that, and I can't imagine that you would be either. We need to work together. We were in the military. We understand one team, one fight. This is not how we get the fight done. We have to fight together, not apart and not divided. So I ask you to please, for the sake of Colorado, for the sake of this room, for the sake of everyone who's going to work together for the next couple months this year and 4 months again next year, that you pull it in the spirit of actually wanting to work together and not to cause division. We were elected to work for the people of Colorado, all of them, and I really would hope that we could do that together. We are stronger together. Thank you. And hopefully you vote this down, and hopefully you pull it, please.
Representative Caldwell.
I have 10 minutes.
Representative Caldwell, you do have a full 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Must not have been too busy today. Thank you. So yes, speaking to this resolution, kind of the last thing I'm going to say on this is just I see a lot of issues with it, and again, just starting at the very beginning there, I really wish we would have passed that amendment to clarify and give full context to the words that President Donald Trump said that day. But we've already spoke about that a lot, so I won't go back there. But I would have liked to see that mentioned. On page 2, lines 11 to 13, it mentions undetonated pipe bombs were found after the attack outside both the DNC and the RNC headquarters. Again, I know my colleagues across the aisle have kept mentioning that this resolution is about pardons. And I just don't know what that statement has to do with the pardons, because no one received a pardon for planting a bomb outside the DNC and RNC. Doesn't even make sense that January 6th people would plant a bomb outside the RNC. So I would like to see that removed. Again, the undetonated bombs that have absolutely nothing to do with the pardons. No one was charged for that. And as far as I understand, it's still an active investigation. Moving on to page 3, 4 Capitol police officers who defended the Capitol later died by suicide. Look, I've dealt with suicide in my family before. There's a lot of different reasons why people choose to make that decision. It doesn't explain that these Capitol police officers committed suicide because of January 6th. So I just don't understand why that's in there. Now, if it was explicit and you could actually tie it to January 6th or the pardons or something like that, then maybe you would have an argument. But again, I don't see why that's in there. And then moving down to lines 7 through 9, following a request from the District of Columbia Mayor Muriel Bowser 1,100 Washington, D.C. National Guardsmen were called up to restore peace, which is true, so I don't actually have an issue with that. But what it doesn't mention, which we found out after the fact, is that President Trump had requested up to 10,000 National Guard members as additional security for the day of January 6th. And then Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, who's actually in charge of approving that and security for the Capitol, rejected it. So that's not mentioned in there. So I understand that the Washington, D.C. National Guardsmen were called up after the fact. Why weren't they approved to be there on the day of, which would have been very adequate security? Moving on down to lines 19 through 21, those pardons erode the rule of law and signal acceptance of political violence. Again, I understand this is talking about the pardons, but it does say, the resolution does say erode the rule of law. Just keep in mind when these pardons were signed compared to when some other pardons were signed by the previous president to his own family members, which I think erodes the rule of law. And so I think that's a little unfair justification there. But with that being said, again, there's a lot of issues in this resolution, and I'm in no way am I justifying a lot of the actions that and events that happened on January 6th, but I just do take issue with the spirit of this resolution, and I urge a no vote, and I will be a no vote, and I think we offered some very legitimate amendments to this to clarify. Again, this bill is littered with insurrectionists, the word insurrectionists, and none of the people who received a pardon were actually charged with the crime of insurrection. And again, I have a constituent who is in her 70s, who is one of the people who was offered a pardon, and it's my understanding she didn't accept the pardon because she feels that she didn't do anything wrong, because she was simply praying. And again, this is a lady in her 70s, and this is a misdemeanor. She was charged with a misdemeanor, trespassing, and she's been fined over $103,000. She's been restricted to house arrest, and not just house arrest, she actually cannot have a phone. Like, think about that. She cannot have a phone, which is just a modern necessity nowadays. She's not allowed to have the internet in her house, and she's not allowed to have a phone. And she was never charged with insurrection. And so, again, I can't vote on this. I can't vote in favor of this, excuse me, and I will be a no vote. Thank you very much.
Representative, let me confirm time on the clock. We will stand in a 20-second recess. The House will come back to order. Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak to the resolution. You have 8 minutes and 23 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the even-handedness and the fairness with which you dealt with that. I truly do. All right. So there's a lot of problems with this. Not least of these is the virtual complete lack of facts and the counterfacts that we've shown. The misrepresentation. One thing I looked up, John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it. That's kind of a famous quote, and who was it by? That was by President Andrew Jackson, who supported the Indian Removal Act of 1830 and was one of the founders of the Democrat Party. So the lawlessness of President Trump that was cited has a long history, has a very long history. Declared this gibberish, has declared citizens as insurrectionists based on unattributable scholars, despite counterfacts by actual scholars. There's specific mentions of the gallows and pipe bombs, which directly point to the outgoing regime. Yet they're used to justify the General Assembly acting in terms of judge and jury and declaring people insurrectionists. Now, what were they there for? They were there because there were a lot of irregularities in the election system. Now, it's called the gold standard, but repetition of absurd doesn't create truth. The gold standard is anything but. Recently, we had a statewide BIOS password release. Is that a problem? Well, it didn't change anything, but what it did do is it pointed to the direct violation of FISMA standards, which is a federal law that sets forth requirements for the security of federal information systems. NIST is a federal agency that is responsible for developing and promoting technology. Now, when we had another Gold Star mom blow the whistle and say, hey, this gold standard is a gilded turd at best, she was kangarooed into prison. So the BIOS password release didn't actually change anything in terms of the security of the system because it wasn't secure in the first place. Anybody, and the system was hacked into, it was guaranteed to be hacked into because it was an unsecure server, an unsecure website on an unsecure server. If anybody has looked at the qualifications of something like a classified facility that would be on the inside, locked inside the gates of a military facility, the security...
Representative DeGraff, do bring it back to the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The purpose of this, the reason that they were there at the January 6th is because there were a lot of irregularities. Now, nobody wants to look at the irregularities of the election system, like the complete lack of chain of custody of mail-in ballots, or the ballots that go in the ballot dumpsters, the ballot boxes, the violation of FISMA standards, the deletion of log files, which are specifically required to be kept by the voting system standards, 4.2.3E, 4.4.3, 4.4.3D, 2.2.5.3, operating systems, 2.2.4, maintain a permanent record of all original audit data. So was there any reason for the people that were there to suspect anything? Actual computer knowledge would be one. Actual knowledge of the voting system standards would be another. Voting system standard 2.2.11, 2.2.5.1, 2.2.5.3, 2.2.5.2.1E. Maintain and produce all audit trail information. That, at least according to the letter I have from the Secretary of State, is deleted.
Representative DeGraff, to the resolution, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to get to why these patriots were there. They were there because they were aware of the discrepancies in our election system. And you can see that with the inordinate number of registered voters, the inordinate number of votes cast. There's a lot of questions that needed to be answered, and they were there to ask that those questions be answered. And we could have avoided this entire situation if those questions had been answered. That's all we needed. That's all they wanted. They wanted to make sure that the votes cast were accurate. that nothing funny happened when somebody declares a leak and tells everybody to go home, and then the counting resumes and the video shows pulling out suitcases of ballots from under the tables. They want to know that nothing funny happened. But instead, this body, instead of asking the questions and saying, hey, why did they act like this? Why did they do that? The easy thing to do is to label them and declare them terrorists and insurrectionists without looking at the facts. Without looking at the facts. So we know how this vote is going to go. We knew how this vote was going to go when we started. There's a purpose for this resolution, and it's not truth. So I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that we have military members that would turn their guns on the citizens of Colorado. I'm disappointed that we have a General Assembly that would turn its legislative might against the citizens of Colorado without ever asking what their grievances were. When they asked for the petition of grievance, they were shut down. They were shot at, pepper balls lodged in their face, locked up indefinitely. And they'd still be there. They would still be there if you had your way. $103,000 for a misdemeanor, and you applaud it.
Representative DeGraff, you have 55 seconds left.
I think I'll be done.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Hartsook. This is your second time. You have 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much. So, a resolution on pardons. Who do pardons belong to? Pardons belong to the executive branch. The president can do it up there. We got 50 governors that can do it across the country. That's their prerogative. It's written into the Constitution. Whether you agree or disagree with a pardon, at a certain point, it's not our job to overrule it. That's what the president and the governors get to decide. They look at things, they have a team that they can put together, and they decide who they want to pardon and what for. It would seem, based on this resolution, that because some people don't like what happened, they want to object and condemn it. Okay, we've already established it under Rule 26. They have the option to do that. I still go back to my comments from earlier, is it's not helpful. It's not helping people with their jobs out there or their taxes or any of the other things that are very pressing. But we've spent all day and all morning and half the afternoon so far debating over the president's pardon. I didn't look it up, but I can't begin to count out of all of the presidents we've had throughout the duration of the United States, the number of pardons they've done. But I think it's safe to assume that the opposing party isn't happy with some of the pardons that have happened. And guess what? That's just all right. Because some people like things and some people don't. This last election changed the focus of this country. The pardons are part of that shift. I don't know if there will be future pardons from President Trump, but if there are, that's his prerogative. Just like any governor, it's their prerogative to pardon anybody at the state level. And yet this body has spent an inordinate amount of time trying to condemn what is spelled out as a prerogative of the executive branch. Now, from my perspective, by and large, I don't like a lot of things the executive branches do at the federal or the state level. I like the state's power, and I think most of it should reside in this body here. But this body shouldn't be telling them that what's enumerated in the Constitution that they shouldn't be doing that. That is spelled out very clearly. And the pardons are, at the presidential level, are pretty broad. Yet, here we are. And we've heard all kinds of arguments, and people are certainly entitled to their opinion. But I would certainly hope that we can get back to serving the people of the state of Colorado, working on some common sense legislation, working on some issues that pertain to their pocketbook, to their businesses, their finances, their schools, their education, their families.
Representative, you have 55 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would hope that we can get back to that and leave the prerogative of pardons to the President of the United States and the governors across the 50 states, because that's their prerogative, and maybe we should focus on what's our prerogative and get our job done. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to address a few of the things that I've heard in the last, few hours that we have been on this resolution. And I think the comment that is most interesting to me, that I feel really needs to be addressed, is basically that the Republicans are saying this resolution is a waste of time, and yet we are wasting time talking about the resolution. And I want to be very clear here. We did not bring this resolution. We did not ask for this conversation. We were asked to engage. And we did what we do best, which is to engage. And what we did was brought the voices of our people to the table to engage in a conversation that you all asked us to have today. So I just want to be clear here that you all wanted this conversation. It's why you brought the resolution. I mean, not just in the House, but also in the Senate. You wanted to have a conversation about what happened. You wanted us to engage in that conversation, which is what we did. And so, while I personally do not feel that this conversation was necessary for today, I'm not in charge. So, thank you for the conversation. I do want to talk a little bit, though, about what I think we are here to do for the rest of today and the rest of the time that we all have together, and that is to help the people of Colorado. I had the amazing privilege as the minority leader of traveling the state several times, knocking on doors in pretty much all of your districts, not just once, but multiple times. I got to hear debates between Democrats and Republicans about the issues that were most important to our people. And I was super engaged in those debates. I thought they were great debates about policy and how we help the people. Not one time was January 6th a part of a debate that I heard. Not one time. Not one time did I knock on a door in any part of Colorado, not one part of Colorado, where somebody said, please, minority leader, help us talk about this issue. Not one time. Because you want to know why? Because it costs them $15 to make an omelet in Colorado right now. Because they can't feed their children. Because childcare is so expensive and not abundant that they don't know how to work and also make sure that their children are taken care of and safe. Because there's abuse and neglect in this state that we need to address, and that's what they want us to do. And when I go home to my kids, and I just, if the speaker will indulge me in a moment, when we get the floor agenda for the next day, leadership meets in my office, and some of you saw that last night on my side, and we talk about what the next day looks like for hours. I went home early last night at 7 o'clock because I had to drive in a snowstorm, and it took me 3 hours to get home. And I finally got home and was able to see my kids who were already in bed, but I got to kiss them goodnight. And my kids always ask me one question at the end of the day, assuming I can see them because I get home early enough. The one question they ask is, Mommy, who did you help today? And I'll be honest with you, I am struggling when I go home at 2 a.m. or whatever time it is we finish today to tell them what I did today. Because nothing we did today is going to make the price of eggs go down, help our seniors stay on their fixed incomes and live in Colorado, help the people who have asked us to come here to actually make their lives better. Nothing we have done in the hours that we have spent here, which again is not wasted time because you all asked for the conversation, you're in the majority. Not one of the things that we have done thus far today, other than raising up the voices of the people who asked us, the constituents that the good representative from Douglas County, the good representative from El Paso County brought forward and said, hey, they want to have this conversation and we want to make sure your voices are heard. And I appreciate that, and I'm glad that we were able to do that for those people. But we didn't actually help any of the people that I door knocked. We didn't actually help any of the children in Colorado, and so I'm struggling when I go home tonight or tomorrow morning to talk about what it is I did today. And that's sad to me, because the people of my district elected me to be here. The people of my caucus elected me to be here to long hours of the night, helping them plan a floor, whatever happens on the floor. I don't think they elected me or asked me to go to have this conversation that took almost all day. Not one person asked me to have this conversation, except for the 2 people who asked to have this conversation in this room today. Not one person at a door. Not one person in any part of Colorado. And I can't imagine, and I would love to see the list of people that you all talked to in your districts that said this was their #1 issue. I'm hard-pressed to find that information. And so what I'm asking is that if you're going to invite us to a conversation, you should expect we are going to engage at every level of that conversation. But what I'm asking is that the conversations we have here are the conversations that the people who elected us to be here actually want us to have. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think this was it. And so while I don't believe it was a waste of time, I do believe that it is going to be hard for all of us to tell our children and our families what we did today that actually helped one person in Colorado to pay their bills, to afford to live here, to feel safer in their communities. And that's what we're here to do. So let's get back to work. Thank you to my caucus members for your deep engagement. Thank you for listening on the other side. I think constructive and bipartisan conversations are always the best. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 6. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Mr. Schiebel, Representative Zokai is here. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Joint Resolution 006 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ricks, co-sponsors. Please. Please close the machine. Members, we will stand in a 5-minute recess before we proceed with the rest of our business today. The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. Members, I have an announcement. Representatives Byrd, Sirota, and Taggart will be excused at such time as needed so that the Joint Budget Committee can meet. Somebody was booing. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders on Friday, February 21st, 2025 at 3:33 p.m. House Bill 1133 and House Bill 1135.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, February 21st at 3:33 p.m. Representative Wilford. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Wilford will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bill will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1133.
House Bill 1133 by Representatives Duran and Gilchrist, also Senator Mullica, concerning requirements for the retail sale of ammunition for firearms and in connection therewith, establishing requirements for the delivery of ammunition sold at retail.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 25-1133 and the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
To the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
In committee, we passed 2 amendments to create an effective date of July 1st, 2026, and clarifying that the bill does not prohibit a person from complying with federal shipping labeling requirements.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought there was a hand. Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? All right. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. All those opposed, no. All right. The committee report passes. To the bill. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L005 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L005 has been properly moved. And is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L005 permits ammunition sales at and by shooting ranges to persons aged 18 to 21, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment L005 say aye.
Aye.
All the opposed say no. All right, Amendment L005 is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move Amendment L029 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L029 has been properly moved. And is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L029 permits ammunition sales to members of the U.S. military and Colorado National Guard who are aged 18 to 21. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L029? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L029. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All right, Amendment L029 is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L007 has been properly moved. And is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L007 permits ammunition sales to persons aged 18 to 21 who have certain hunter qualifications, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L007 passes. Majority Leader Duran.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L008 has been properly moved. And is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L008 allows ammunition sales and delivery to persons younger than 21 born on and after January 28th, 2007, which aligns with when the firearm purchase age restriction, Senate Bill 23-169, went into effect, so that a person younger than 21 who could purchase a firearm can continue to purchase ammunition, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L008 is adopted. Majority Leader, I'm sorry? To the bill? Yes, to the bill. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Majority Leader Duran. It's a true honor to present this bill with you today. Sadly, in the wrong hands, a single round of ammunition can take a life. More than 1.1 million firearm-related deaths occurred between 1990 and 2021. Bullets are now the leading cause of death of youth in this country. In fact, 18 to 20-year-olds commit gun homicides at over triple the rate of adults 21 years and older. Prohibiting this demographic from being able to purchase ammunition could save lives in Colorado. Today, it is far too easy for minors and others prohibited from owning firearms to evade minimal restrictions in place on websites and stockpile ammunition. On the morning of May 18, 2018, a 17-year-old armed with a shotgun and a handgun walked into Santa Fe High School in Santa Fe, Texas, and shot and killed 10 of his classmates and teachers, and wounded another 13. Before the shooting, the 17-year-old shooter purchased his shotgun and handgun ammunition online, using his real name, his address, and a prepaid gift card. While federal law notes that licensed manufacturers and dealers cannot sell rifles and shotgun ammunition to anyone they have reasonable cause to believe is under 18, these laws were written before the internet existed, and thus could not account for the proliferation of online sales ranging from everyday household items to alcohol and ammunition. The 17-year-old underage shooter in this case purchased his ammunition without even needing to leave his home. We know that when states pass common sense gun violence prevention laws, lives are saved. This bill is one of those common sense solutions. During our hearing, we heard from many passionate advocates. Several students from East High School, where I attended high school as well, who experienced horrific gun violence just a few years ago, bravely testified about the impact that this had on their lives. They asked us to do something, and I hope all of us in this chamber listen to them today. I urge a yes vote.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to present House Bill 1133 regarding regulating the sale of ammunition in Colorado. House Bill 1133 will keep ammunition out of the hands of people too young to legally purchase firearms, which is critical to public safety. Specifically, this bill will raise the age requirement to purchase ammunition to 21, the same age requirement in Colorado for the purchase of firearms. This is a modest but important step that is well in line with the previous actions that the legislature has taken to protect our communities from gun violence. Second, this bill takes additional steps to bring some common sense to our state's approach to accessing deadly ammunition. This bill establishes basic security standards for ammunition sellers to prevent theft, including requiring ammunition retailers to ensure that that ammunition is not accessible without the assistance of an employee. Additionally, Colorado is also starting to see a concerning new trend of unattended ammunition vending machines. This bill also prohibits the sale of ammunition via vending machines because anyone purchasing ammunition must be assisted by an employee. And with that, members, I ask for a yes vote today.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a clarifying question for the bill sponsors. There was a note about stats, and I'm just wondering the age range. There was something that was spoken as to that the bullets are the leading cause of death for, and I put down minors, but I think there was actually an age range provided, and I was just hoping that that could be shared or clarified for me. Thank you.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come up here and speak to this bill. We have got to stop blaming other objects, guns, ammo, for horrific events. And let's get down to what the root cause is. That we have a mental illness problem. We keep finding ways and things to blame, but we can't blame other things for what truly is the cause of all this, mental illness. Those people need help. We need to help them, not limit our rights, not limit what we think is to blame. The ammo sale for children, not children, for young adults, 18, to limit that is saying, you know, these young adults are not smart enough not to join the military and vote, but they are not smart enough to buy ammo. Like, seriously, we got to stop blaming other objects, other items, and get down to the root cause of what the real problem is. My ammo does not go into the gun by themselves, and my guns do not shoot by themselves. It requires somebody to operate them. I urge a no vote.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I sat on the committee for this bill, and there were some very interesting things that we heard. So this bill actually was late last week. on this bill, and they brought in a lot of witnesses. Well, a group of witnesses that really caught my eye was there was a high school let out, and a bunch of 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds came in there to talk about the bill. And one of the main themes that they had was that the mine is not developed fully until 25. And that's why we want to raise we want to raise it to where you can buy the ammo to 21. And that theme went over and over again, and you had youth there telling you that the mine is not developed until 25. And then the day before yesterday, we had what they called the Read Day, and they brought a bunch of kids up here and to read the books. And the first thing they said was, the mine is developed to 80% when you're 4. And then they said that the mine is developed to 90% when you're 5. So I guess using that analogy, it takes 20 years to gain that 10% to get to where you should be able to buy ammo. So I'm going to give a perspective of why that this is so important that this bill fails. Well, the reason that this bill has been brought here is, in my opinion, of some situations that have happened here in Denver, not on the western slope, not on the eastern slope, but a couple of incidents that happened here in Denver. And so the solution is since these things have happened in Denver, we need to punish the whole state of Colorado. So where I live, I can remember when I was 6 years old, we was underneath went out that morning, Christmas Day, and my father, he opened our Christmas presents, and the first present that I had at 6 was a 22 single-shot rifle. He handed it to me, no shells or anything, gave me the gun. I got to play with it for about 20, 30 minutes, and then he took the gun from me, and then I didn't see that gun until I was 11 years old. And then when I was 11 years old, what he did, he gave me that gun, and I got to go out there on the ranch with the gun, shooting at trees, rocks, whatever, and taught me how to use the gun, and then I did that for several years. Well, one of the reasons that this gun is this bill that was told in the committee why it is so important that you can still have a gun if your parents give it to you, if you're under the age of 21, or the bullets. So in my situation, we're on the West Slope. A story that I was 15 years old, my brother was 13 years old, and my father and mother were 80 miles away at the desert ranch. We were at the farm, and we were calving out 100 head or 150 head of bred heifers, and our job was to glass. It was about a quarter mile away in a field through our front window, and it was to glass through there and make sure that there was a heifer that are not having any troubles if they're calving and they're down on the ground. So I'm glassing one day. Me and my brother were by ourselves. I'm 15, he's 13, and we look down there. I look down there in the field with the binoculars, and what I see is I see a cow that is down on the ground that is got a baby that is halfway out, and there's a pack of wild dogs, and they're eating on the baby as the baby calf is halfway out, and so we jump on the three-wheeler. We run down there with that little 22 that my dad gave me. The dogs had been running wild for a long time. We try to shoot them away. The only way that we ever stopped them dogs from working on that calf that was halfway out of its mother. The mother can't fight back because she's down on the ground giving birth. And so when we shot one of the dogs, then the rest of them ran away. There must have been 20 or 30 of them. But then when we got there, the calf was already dead, because what they do is they like to eat they like to chew on the softest skin. And so they were chewing on the nose, because that's the softest skin of this baby newborn calf, and they were chewing underneath the arms of the calf, laying there dead. Anyway, one instance of why, as a young boy, that I needed a gun. Another thing that we do down there where I live is we hire these high school kids, boys and girls, and they go to our ranches in the spring when the snow melts, and we take them to the mountain ranch, and then we put them up in our cabin, and they're there for 2 or 3 or 4 days, and they fix 10 miles of fence, which is heavily forested, so it takes a lot of work, and it takes usually a week to fix that fence. And what we do is we give them a gun, so that as they're on that fence line, they're up there by themselves, they're younger than 21, and they work on that fence. Well, there was an incident. So one of them had he had a ranch dog, but it was a pup, and he had this pup, and they are going down the fence line, and the pup starts barking and takes off. And they're heavily forested. The dog takes off, and it starts running through the trees. And what the dog is doing is they said the dog was chasing a bear. So the boys, they take off running after the dog to try to catch the dog before the dog catches the bear.
Representative Sukla, I'm really, really enjoying all of these stories. These are fantastic. I'm wondering if you could guide us back to the bill.
Yes, and I will talk about the ammo that they had in the gun. When the bear, what happened was the bear had 2 cubs, and those 2 cubs were in between them and the bear, and that is a very dangerous situation. And so what they did was, if they would not have had that gun and fired a warning shot, then that bear probably would have killed him, because you do not want to get between the cubs and the 2 bears. Back to the ammo.
Thank you.
In where I live, a lot of people still believe in marriage, and so around 18 or so, they get married. And then when they get married, they go and they have a family. They live out in the country where I live, and what they do is they start their family. They're out there in the middle of nowhere, and there's a mountain lion, there's all kinds of different animals, and what they do is the man's or the woman, their job is to protect the family. So with this bill, what we're trying to do is tell our kids that their brain apparently is not developed till they're 25, but yet now that I see that the world chess champion of Grandmaster Chess is 18 years old. What happened to that man? How did his brain get developed like that? This bill is simple. You are taking an issue that happens in this city where we have a lot of mental health issues. You are putting it to all of us on the whole state of Colorado. You are infringing on these people's rights to protect themselves. As my father would say, the only way, a gun is an equalizer for a woman. A gun is an equalizer for a woman. You cannot take a 200-pound man, a woman where I live, that breaks down out in the middle of nowhere, and then you have a 200-pound man come up to the 110-pound woman, and
Representative Sukla, this bill is about ammunition. Do you think we can talk about ammunition?
Yes, ammunition. So, thank you, Madam Chair. The woman's, thank gosh, has got a gun. She weighs 110 pounds, and the man weighs 200 pounds. And I'll tell you what, if she wouldn't have that gun and stop the intruder, she could be assaulted. I'm not really reading anything, I'm just thinking. Please, for the sake of rural Colorado, would you please vote no on this bill? I thought our job was to protect the freedoms of the people, not take them away, and that is what this bill does. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's hard to follow that, but I'm going to try I want to talk about what we saw in committee as the ranking member of the committee this came out of. The discussions and the debate that we had was revolved around a few different aspects of who's really affected by this. In a building that we see a lot of legislation that has intended and unintended circumstances. This, whichever those may fall in, has a lot of circumstances that really affect a community that a lot of us can relate to, and some of us can't. And I think the people that don't relate to those things that we see being affected are the ones that are creating this legislation similar to this that we have to come up and argue and debate and talk about on a regular basis. Some of the things that are an issue to me is the sporting side of ammunition. And when the sporting people are of the adult age and the child age by statute and by constitution. And as children, I grew up, I had firearms at 12 years old as a child. Granted, they weren't just laying on a desk in my room, they were controlled within my family and my parents. But I was hunting. I went through hunter education at the age of 12, and I was hunting from that point forward. I also had my own ammunition for the firearms that I used to hunt with at the age of 12. The sporting side of this is the fact that we are in a different age now where I think video games and other things sensationalize firearms, they sensationalize ammunition, they sensationalize guns. And I hear a term that comes around here a lot called gun culture. And that is offensive to me because I don't think of anything as a culture. Owning a firearm does not put me in a certain culture. Owning a firearm puts me as a person that is concerned with providing for my family with food if I need to hunt. It is providing for myself and others if I need to carry a weapon, a firearm for self-defense. And it's also something for simple recreation that those of us that have firearms can appreciate. But those of us that don't, think of it as something that is shameful or should otherwise be penalized or restricted. And when it comes to ammunition, the simple thing you need to be able to fire a firearm, to be able to hunt, to be able to go to a range and recreationally shoot or compete, to be able to protect yourself, you have to have the projectile, which comes in the cartridges that are mentioned and restricted in this bill for people 18 to 21 years old. Federal law restricts people from purchasing handgun ammunition or handguns prior to the age of 21. There's no reason to go any further than that. But in this bill, we are taking it to a completely unreasonable level by banning all ammunition, even reloading. Reloading is something I used to do with my grandfather, something I used to do with my dad. It's a hobby, it's a way of life, and it's something where you can actually create something and then go and utilize it. It is a hobby that brings families together. It's a hobby that brings sporting to a whole new level because you are doing everything in creating the experience that you have in hunting and recreation and otherwise. This bill takes that away. This doesn't promote safety. If we want to talk about promoting safety, we can maybe take some of the sensationalizing of firearms out of video games. I think that falls on parents. That doesn't fall on the legislature. When we're talking about firearms, we do know that 86% of firearms used in violent crime are handguns. 90 to 93% of those are acquired illegally. If we want to address safety and how it pertains to firearms, we need to address firearms in the wrong hands, not firearms in the hands of law-abiding citizens, which we are doing here to a degree that is unacceptable. At 18 years old, you are an adult. Like it or not, 18-year-olds are an adult. Everything that we're doing in this building says that 18-year-olds anyone 18 or younger, anyone younger than 21 is too dumb to do anything except for vote and join the military. This bill really pushes that to another level. We are now saying you can't even be responsible enough to purchase your own ammunition for a firearm. This comes into the lack of protection for victims as well. I, in my law enforcement career, have seen victims, 16, 18, 20 years old, that were killed or violently injured because they didn't have a firearm to protect themselves. We create those laws in legislature. We create those laws that create victims. I was 17 when I joined the military. Like I said, I was 12 when I had my first firearm. I grew up in a high school where every truck, even cars in the parking lot, had a gun rack displayed in the window. They had loaded firearms and otherwise ammunition ready for the firearms so that students could go hunting before and after school as part of their daily routine. You didn't see firearm thefts in those vehicles. You didn't see school shootings. You didn't see any of that. It isn't a firearm culture that we're talking about. This is a culture of just making a fanatic of firearms and sensational firearms through video games and other means that have no relation to anyone that has attended a hunter education. As a hunter education instructor, I think that is a vital thing that every kid should go through to learn a respect for firearms. Any kind of firearms safety program, as a firearms instructor, I think every kid, and especially every adult, should have attended a firearms safety education class. The other side of this argument is simply an argument that puts fear into firearms, puts fear into ammunition. We're blaming the tool, we're blaming the parts of a tool for committing atrocities instead of the person. And when you take the person, the perpetrator, out of the element, out of that scenario, you then do not have a problem. Firearms and cartridges, in and of themselves, do not commit atrocities or violence. No tool is responsible for atrocities or violence. We can look at New Orleans and the violence that happened there. There was a truck that ran down an alley, killing 14 people and injuring 30. The only thing that stopped that person were armed law enforcement officers after an atrocity happened. It was an alley full of unarmed people. The only way we create these situations is by disarming people and packing them into confined spaces. That is how you have mass casualties and mass victims. Where do bans end and where does crime control begin? We have to address the crime, not the tools. We have to address the stem, the root of the problem, not the low-hanging fruit that affects people that have no reason and no impact on the criminal aspect of this. They're the people we are disarming that have every means to protect themselves from violent crime that we're trying to prevent. This is something that we can't keep legislating. We can't keep legislating our way of killing businesses in Colorado, because that is the other side of this bill. Not only are we creating victims and ruining youth sports, not only are we killing recreation by not allowing adults aged 18 to 21 to be able to purchase these things on their own as functioning adults. What we're doing is killing all of that. We're also killing small businesses. I have a friend, my close friend, where I teach my classes for firearm safety. He is having to move his business because every year his business is threatened and otherwise deterred. And I'm not saying that's the intent of this bill, but in everything that we see in the legislation that moves through here, everything negatively impacts businesses. How can a business owner in Colorado not feel like they're being targeted? Everything that we're doing is targeted to those people. They are being chased out of Colorado. My friend is moving to Wyoming, and that is a small town. We're not talking about the vast majority of federal firearms licensed dealers, ammunition dealers, retailers. mom and pop shops, you cannot expect them to be able to construct something and renovate a building simply to store firearms, or to store ammunition in a secluded place where we think it's not going to be seen or stolen. We aren't seeing a problem in that. What we're seeing is ammunition being accessible to be bought and making it less accessible by raising the age limit so that people that are functioning adults don't have the ability to be functioning adults and make their own decisions. We need to work on violent crimes and criminals, not creating more unarmed victims and thus creating more crime and victims. We can't keep ruining youth sports, and we can't keep ruining businesses in Colorado, especially businesses that we might not agree with the premise of what they create to provide for their family and their communities. We need to stop this kind of legislation. We need to actually do things that benefit Colorado, not detract from our revenue and our hardworking Coloradans that are simply here to do the right thing for the right people, not the criminals that we really need to be focusing on that are using these things inappropriately and causing harm in Colorado. We are enabling the criminals. We are hindering and ruining and destroying business, youth sports, and recreation. I encourage a no vote on this. Have respect for these simple things: business, recreation, simple adult decision-making skills, and vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure, as you probably are assuming, going to be a no on this. I'm also in the shocking, I know. I am also on the Business Affairs Labor Committee. I am going to go over a few of the things that I found particularly disturbing in that committee. Some things that kind of stood out to me that, to be perfectly honest, kind of bothered me. I want to let you, I think it's fair to let you know that I'm not here under any particular strategy to try to just take up time. I am here to speak my heart as somebody that grew up as a firearms and outdoor enthusiast. I got my first gun when I was 12 years old. A little .22 caliber, Remington 581 bolt-action 5-shot magazine. Not much to it. If you take that magazine out, you could use it to hold toothpicks. You might be able to fit about 7 toothpicks in there. I spent so much time, untold hours at the gun range, throwing rounds downrange. As a kid, I got my hunter safety at 12 years old. My mom used to actually drop me off at Foothill Shooting Center in Lakewood, Colorado. And I would spend hours there, hours, and then she'd come back and pick me up later. I understand it was a different time. I'm a little bit older, and the way I grew up is a little different than today. But still, there are several of the items in this bill that are truly concerning to me. At the outset of the committee meeting, I asked for data. I knew that as something that would be an emotional evening, because even though we're talking about ammunition to 18 to 21-year-olds, it does nothing at all, nothing towards gun violence, zippity-doo-dah. Still, I knew there'd be plenty of stories. There'd be plenty of people coming up regaling us with their stories of tragedy, and not to minimize those. I understand those, I recognize those, and I weep for them. I knew that that was going to be a big focus of the evening. So what I did is I asked the bill sponsors. I said, please, I understand this is going to be very emotional. Can we please focus on data? It's something actually that I heard in a different meeting in Judiciary. I kept hearing requests about data. Can we go back to the data? We need to hear about data. I was told at the beginning of the meeting that yes, there are experts back here tonight. We're going to talk about data. I wish I would have pressed that further, because never during the entire committee meeting did I hear anything about data. Wasn't one shred of data. There are anecdotes, stories, but anecdote, that's not data. I was looking for data. There was never any data at all. There was never anything to show that by banning sales, by removing, first of all, the constitutional rights of adults 18 to 20. They have constitutional rights. By banning ammunition sales to those that are constitutionally legal to be able to buy them, never any data whatsoever to indicate that it would have any impact whatsoever on gun violence. You know why? This doesn't have anything to do with gun violence. This will not help gun violence. This does not help solve any of the emotional stories that I heard that night, that we all heard that night. As a matter of fact, some of the stories, look, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It's not that this is the first time that I've seen or heard this happen, but testimony is often not particularly relevant. I love that people are going to come up and they're going to express their First Amendment rights. God bless America. But I would love it if sometimes the testimony were more relevant to what we're talking about. I call it the surface temperature of Mars testimony. Be talking about something like, what about the surface temperature of Mars? It's irrelevant, all right? So when you talk about an event in a different state where the shooter was already over the age of 21, it is completely irrelevant to this. This is about Colorado. It's about 18 to 20 buying ammunition. It's a sad story. I'm sorry for your loss, but it is irrelevant to this discussion. Never was there any data. You know why? There isn't any data to have. There's a story about how somebody went in and they stole in a different state completely. They went in and they stole untold thousands of dollars of ammunition from Cabela's. First of all, Cabela said that didn't happen. Didn't happen. It's uncorroborated, unproven. It was a plea deal that somebody was making. Who said, I'll make it easier, you know what, I'm going to tell you what you want to hear because I want to get off of the charges. Never cooperated. As a matter of fact, Cabela said, hey, you know what, love the story, but it didn't happen. That's not data. That's an anecdote, and it's a story that doesn't apply. That's the first thing that kind of bothered me about it. There are more. Some of the testimony, I had an individual come up on testimony, said that he was a combat vet. He had been deployed in the jungles of Southeast Asia. He was a young man. And then he talked about what my good friend, Representative Sukla, had been talking about too, that, you know what, hey, the brain doesn't develop until age 25, so we cannot trust 18 to 20-year-olds with buying ammunition. Can't do it. They're just not ready to buy ammunition until much later in life. I found that to be a very interesting story. Combat deployed veteran in Southeast Asia. So I asked the gentleman, I said, hey, first of all, thank you so much for your service, but I'm curious, how old were you when you joined the military? And then also, I am curious, Mr. Combat Deployed Southeast Asia veteran guy, I'm interested that the people that were standing shoulder to shoulder with you, your brothers in arms that you are relying to save your life, you are putting, when you're combat deployed, you're putting your life in their hands. How old were those individuals? How old were they? Were they 18? Were they 19? You know, you've heard that deer in the headlights. Yeah, oh, man, he choked up and said, I wasn't asking them how old they were. You know, 64% of those that are on the Vietnam Wall, their names died in Vietnam. They're under the age of 21. 64%. There are names on the Vietnam Wall as young as 16 and 17 years old. Fact, look it up. 16, 17 years old. They can go and they can die for their country. 64% of those that died in Vietnam went and died for their country, but yet they can't be trusted to buy ammunition. The irony of that is appalling. It's disgusting, really, to me. 18-year-olds can enter into legal contracts. Contracts that can bind them for life. Obviously, they can enter the military. Obviously, they can vote. But yet, we cannot trust them to buy ammunition. I'm not exactly sure what we're trying to get at. Furthermore, I appreciate some of the amendments. And one of the amendments, like, hey, let's match this up to when Colorado, unconstitutionally, by the way, decided that they were going to make it to where you couldn't buy a gun if you're under the age of 21 years old. First of all, not buying a firearm, making it illegal to buy a firearm under the age of 21 has already been overturned in the Fifth Circuit as unconstitutional. So what we're doing is essentially we're chasing one unconstitutional law after another. I mean, I'm not exactly sure at what point we stop, but the amendment is good, I guess, you know, to say, hey, let's match this up with the law that we already have, except it's an unconstitutional law that we already have, stripping the constitutional rights of 18 to 20-year-olds, so we're just compounding the unconstitutionality of this entire thing. Speaking of those that are most affected, I found it to be insanely ironic that you had some very young folks coming in, 16, 17 years old, providing their testimony. Now, on one hand, I think, you know what, hey, that's great. Come in and, God bless America, express your opinion. We have the right to do that. We have the right to give our opinion. One young man said, hey, you know what, this shouldn't be very painful to do this. It's not that hard, what we're asking for here. It's not that hard. It shouldn't cause that much pain. I asked him afterwards, I said, who gets to be the arbiter of pain? Who gets to be the judge of what pain is? Because what I hear is I hear a young man and several young people coming in, enjoying their First Amendment rights, and asking at the same time to vacate the Second Amendment rights of their peers. Who gets to judge what's more painful? Is it more painful to be told that you have to be quiet, that you're not allowed to express your First Amendment rights? Some people might say, you know what, I'd rather give up my First Amendment rights than my Second Amendment rights. It's not an a la carte menu. The Constitution is not something that you just get to pick and choose from. We all sat in this room, raised our right hand, and we swore to defend that Constitution. We were not given a menu to check different boxes and say, hey, this is what I want. Nah, I'm not good with that. I'm good with this part, but not good with that part. The whole Constitution. We are here to defend the entire Constitution of this country, and I found it a little bit disingenuous, at the least, to hear young people willing to vacate the Second Amendment rights of their peers while enjoying their own First Amendment rights. Again, this does nothing for gun violence. It doesn't address the issue. You want to address the issue, then okay, you know what, let's have that discussion. But let's not piggyback it on more unconstitutional laws and taking the constitutional rights from 18 to 20-year-olds. I would like to dovetail a little bit on the discussion about the outdoors. I told you that I grew up hunting, shooting, hunter safety at 12 years old. I'd get turned loose. They just turned me loose on the family ranch and say, here you go. I had a little over and under 22 gauge 410 shotgun, little combo. Yeah, just go shoot stuff. It's savage. Those things are awesome. Great little firearms for young hunters. They would turn me loose and allow me to just go out and be out with nature. Colorado Parks and Wildlife came in to testify against this bill. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is in an opposed position on this bill. I find that to be telling. We're in Colorado. We're supposed to be all about the outdoors. We're supposed to be enjoying the outdoors. We are supposed to encourage our youth to enjoy the outdoors. Get out, young man, enjoy the outdoors. Live and breathe the air, the outdoor air. This is what Colorado is all about. But if you're not 21, you can't, there's no hunting. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't take ammunition out. This completely destroys, I believe, what Colorado is all about. Madam Chair, there's one other item that I wish to address. I did save this for the last because I don't know how this is going to be received. I'm a new guy.
As long as you don't talk about wild dogs, you're good.
I have to tell you that I left committee on Thursday disillusioned. I made it 37 days. I think that was his 37th day. And I felt that on the 37th day, I was faced with a harsh reality of the decay of democracy. This bill should have died in committee. This bill should have died in committee. I believe that it's important, and I'm going to say this up front. What I'm about to say, I get it. It's part of the mechanism by which we operate. It's a regular part. There's a certain level of like eyes opening for freshman legislators. You come in and you still understand what the realities are. I still understand what the reality is of the math up on the big scoreboard. I get that. I'm ready for that. I'm okay with that. There are other things that I understand being in the minority party. There's just things that you just kind of have to accept. I wasn't ready for this. I understand that it's part of the game, so hate the game, not the players. Therefore, the names will be protected, so I'm not impugning anybody, but I will tell you that the overall, what I witnessed, I believe is something that the voters of Colorado should be aware of. Not saying that it wouldn't be something that would happen over on our side, but I am saying that I saw it happen on this side, I saw it happen that evening, and it really kind of tore my heart up. This bill should have died in committee. It had the votes to die in committee. I shouldn't even be standing here talking about it. You would probably prefer that I not be standing here talking about this right now. It should have died in committee. It had the no votes, but what ended up happening is that because there was such a desire to advance the bill, to advance it to here, to advance it to a stage where undoubtedly it will get through despite its unconstitutionality, a member of our committee, and keep in mind it's an 8-5 committee, all right? It's 8-5. We already have a lot of work to do to be able to have kind of a fair shake at things. It's an 8-5 committee. We had the no votes, but a member was subbed out. I did not realize that could happen. I didn't realize that would happen. A member that was a no vote got subbed out in order to make sure that they were replaced with a yes vote to make sure that it got out of committee. Don't hate the players, but I am going to hate that game. That stinks, man. That stinks. That's not democracy. That stinks. I'm a no vote on this. I would ask for you to consider the constitutionality of 18, 19, and 20-year-olds and also vote no. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment 013 to House Bill 1133 and have it properly displayed.
Amendment L013 has been moved and is now properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment creates a tax credit for businesses who have to make renovations to their shops as a result of the details of this bill, which it requires lock and key for everything. So I do encourage an aye vote on this amendment because it is certainly one that would enhance the bill completely.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Gilchrist?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We urge a no vote on this amendment. This would drive a fiscal note, and we want to keep the fiscal note as is, and so we urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, the question before us is, okay, a division has been requested. All right, division is called. We're going to stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question is the adoption of Amendment L013. A division has been requested. All of those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L013, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L013 is lost. To the bill. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would like to exercise my constitutional right under the Colorado Constitution to have this bill read at length. Thank you.
Mr. Shebel, please read the bill at length. Just kidding, not you, Mr. Shebel.
A bill for an act. 101 concerning requirements for the retail sale of ammunition, 102 for firearms, and, in connection therewith, 103 establishing requirements for the delivery of 104 ammunition sold at retail. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill requires that ammunition sold at retail must be accessible to a purchaser or transferee only with the assistance of the vendor, and the bill prohibits the retail sale of ammunition to a person who is younger. House sponsorship Duran and Gilchrist. Senate sponsorship Mullica. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Then 21 years of age. Unlawful sale of ammunition by violating either requirement is a civil infraction, except that a second or subsequent violation is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The bill requires a person shipping ammunition to give written notice to the ammunition deliverer that the package contains ammunition and prohibits labeling the outside of the package in a manner that indicates that the package contains ammunition. Violating either provision is unlawful notification involving an ammunition package, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. When delivering a package containing ammunition sold at retail, a retail ammunition deliverer is required to verify that the person receiving the delivery is 21 years of age or older and obtain written acknowledgement of receipt from the recipient. Violating either of these requirements is unlawful delivery of ammunition by a retail ammunition deliverer, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 18-12-101, add 3, 1, A.2, as follows, for 18-12-101. Peace Officer Affirmative Defense, definitions. 5, 1, as used in this Article 12, unless the context otherwise requires. 6, A.2, ammunition means an ammunition or cartridge 7 case, primer, bullet, or propellant powder designed for use in A8 firearm. The term ammunition does not include 9, a shotgun shot or pellet not designed for use as the 10 single, complete projectile load for one shotgun hull or casing, 11 or 12, 2, an unloaded, non-metallic shotgun hull or casing 13 that does not have a primer. 14 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 18-12-116 as 15 follows, 16 18-12-116. Ammunition sales, sales requirements, minimum 17 purchase age, exceptions, ammunition delivery requirements. Dash 2, HB 25-1133. 1. Penalties, definitions. 1. A retail ammunition vendor shall 2 not sell, offer for sale, or display for sale or transfer 3 ammunition in a manner that allows the ammunition to be accessible to a purchaser or transferee without the assistance 5 of the vendor or an employee of the vendor. Ammunition 6 displayed in an enclosed display case or behind a counter or 7 other customer access prevention device is not considered 8 accessible for the purposes of this subsection. 1. A. 9. B. A retail ammunition vendor shall not sell ammunition 10 to a person who is under 21 years of age. Prior to 11 completing a sale of ammunition at an in-person transaction, the 12 retail ammunition vendor, or an employee of the vendor, shall 13 verify that the purchaser is at least 21 years of age by 14 requiring the purchaser to produce a valid government-issued 15 photo identification. 16. C. A retail ammunition vendor that violates this. 17 subsection 1. Commits unlawful sale of ammunition. Unlawful. 18 Sale of ammunition is a civil infraction, except that a second or 19 subsequent offense is a Class 1 misdemeanor. 22. A retail ammunition vendor delivering a package 21 containing ammunition to a retail ammunition deliverer for 22 purposes of transport. 23. Shall give written notice to the retail ammunition 24 deliverer that the package contains ammunition, and 25. 2. Shall not label, tag, or otherwise mark the outside of 26 the package in a manner that indicates that the package 27 contains ammunition. Dash 3, HB 25-1133. 1b. A retail ammunition vendor who violates this 2 subsection 2 commits unlawful notification involving an 3 ammunition package. Unlawful notification involving an 4 ammunition package is a Class 1 misdemeanor. 5. 3a. when delivering a package containing ammunition 6 sold at retail, a retail ammunition deliverer shall 7I verify that the person receiving the ammunition 8 delivery is 21 years of age or older by requiring the 9-person TO present a valid government-issued photographic 10 identification to the person making the delivery, and 11.2 obtain written acknowledgement of receipt of the 12 ammunition delivery from the recipient of the delivery. 13b. A retail ammunition deliverer that violates this 14 subsection 3 commits unlawful delivery of ammunition by a 15 retail ammunition deliverer. Unlawful delivery of ammunition 16 by a retail ammunition deliverer is a Class 1 misdemeanor. 17.4. This section does not apply to the sale or offer to sell. 18. Ammunition at wholesale or the delivery of ammunition sold at 19 wholesale. 25. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise. 21 requires. 22. A. Retail ammunition deliverer means an entity that 23 delivers, by motor vehicle, ammunition sold at retail to the 24 purchaser at a location in this state. Retail ammunition 25 deliverer includes a retail ammunition vendor that delivers to 26A location other than the vendor's place of business. Ammunition 27 sold by the vendor at retail to the purchaser. -4, HB 25-1133. 1b. Retail ammunition vendor means a person who sells 2 ammunition at retail. Retail ammunition vendor includes a 3 vendor not located in Colorado when the vendor sells or offers 4 to sell ammunition at retail for delivery to a purchaser located 5 in Colorado. 6 Section 3. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 7 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 8 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 9 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 10 institutions. -5, HB 25-1133.
Okay. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am a member of the Business and Labor Committee and heard all the testimony, and I actually very much appreciate the minority leader having the bill read at length, because I know even after a month or so here that generally all the members don't have a chance in detail to read every bill that we consider on the floor. So having now heard the bill, I think my comments may make a little bit more sense, or certainly it provides context. So I want to take it up, starting kind of at the higher level. Our Declaration of Independence that discussed why governments are constituted indicates that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are fairly important things. They're kind of concepts that everything else flows from. You know, that pursuit of happiness in original drafts was pursuit of property. Ammunition, firearms, real property. It's a nod towards the free market that we should all treasure, especially those of us that serve on the business committee. The U.S. Constitution, kind of our enacting bylaws for the country, talks about securing the blessings of liberty. It's in the preamble. Most of us know it. Once it starts going, we can recite it. Kind of get lost, maybe. It's a small, fairly short document. There's a lot of detail behind it. But those blessings of liberty, our ability to do what we do freely without government interference, without government influence. Our governments properly, both at the national level, but certainly here in Colorado, should be enabling people to pursue happiness. They should enable the liberty of people, not tie their hands. When it comes to businesses, we shouldn't be picking winners and losers based on what our opinion of the wares that they sell are. And I'm afraid that's what we've done here. We continue in this state to add burdens to legal and proper businesses that are just trying to meet the needs of their customers. They're responding to the will of the people. I think we should too as a legislature. We're making it harder with this bill. A lot of the previous speakers really spoke to the 18 to 21 portion of the bill, and that's very important to me as well. But I also want to look at what we heard during the reading at length of the requirement to put ammunition behind a counter or otherwise secure it. Several times during the committee, when that was brought up by gun shop owners, by ammunition dealers, that would be difficult, that would be onerous, that would be burdensome to them and cost them money, we had some members of the committee asking, well, why don't you just put it behind the counter? Which makes me wonder if some of the people in the committee have ever been in a gun shop or a place that sells ammunition. Some of them don't have counters that are large enough to hold their entire stock. There are other ways to secure, obviously, but we should be trying to understand what we're regulating before we actually pass things that regulate. There are some other parts of the bill that really did bother me and still do. It doesn't apply
Representative
penalties
Richardson,
to criminals.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, way too loud in here. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me back up just a second. I won't go to the beginning, but this thought that I was putting on the application of penalties, the creation of penalties and criminality. This doesn't create crimes for folks that are 18 to 21. And I'm not suggesting that we should make possession by a minor of ammunition illegal, because we actually discussed the fact, and it's not illegal to possess, it's just going to be illegal to sell to somebody, which kind of makes you scratch your head a little why you can't buy something that you're legally entitled and able to have. But it does create crimes for those that potentially inadvertently sell to somebody under the age of 21. It does make it a crime to deliver ammunition to somebody that's under the age of 21, even if the person delivering may not know who they're delivering to. It makes it a crime to deliver a package that may be mismarked by the shipper, something that the delivery person has no way of controlling. So in those cases, these are just wrong, and that needs to be fixed and taken from the bill. As for the high school students that came in, they're impressive folks, probably more articulate than I am. They related their stories of fear, of their concerns over shooters in their schools, their fear being raised every time they do active shooter drills. And again, you can hear it in their voices. You know it's true. You know that they are afraid. And I think that really points to some problems we're going to have in the future. We're unfortunately not raising a generation that is resilient, but that view themselves as victimized by the world around them. That is not the American dream. That's not what I grew up with. I grew up in a different generation. I was at the tail end of the duck and cover generation. I grew up near an Air Force base that flew B-52s in and out that were nuclear armed. We faced annihilation as a country when I was a child. But we grew up with a positive attitude, and here we are. Again, a difference. My high school had a .22 caliber rifle range in the basement. You know, that would be unheard of today, obviously. So, different generation, but I respect their thoughts, their ability to petition the government. We talked a bit about the development of the human mind, and I think my colleague from the Western Slope covered that very well. But kind of circling back to where we started here with the securing the blessings of liberty. 40 years ago, when I had an undeveloped mind, I raised my hand for the first time and swore an oath to defend the Constitution. I was very capable of possessing and using ammunition at that time. Like many others here, started shooting around the age of 12. I think this bill, again, is a solution in search of a problem. It's a punishment for good businesses, good people that are trying to serve the needs of their communities. And it really impacts the culture and the way of life that we're trying to preserve, or should be trying to preserve and enhance and support, because those are the choices of the citizens of this state, and we should be, as a government, enabling their choices, not restricting them, and that's what this bill does. So there certainly are needs for further amendment, but even amended, I'm not sure how I get to support, but right now I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in opposition to this bill. I understand that this bill was well-intentioned to protect the safety and well-being of our citizens, but this is not the way to do it. I also believe that we should follow the Constitution. We all did take an oath, as was previously stated here before. And we are only hurting law-abiding people with this bill, people who are 18 and up, from 18 into 21, right? Not everybody that is of those ages are seriously just thinking about committing harm to our communities and to schools. There are people in that age group that deserve to have the right to be able to purchase ammunition for hunting, for other recreational sources, and for reasons. And I believe that we should also be able to teach our young generations the proper safety techniques. You know, whether you choose to use guns or not, that is your right to do so. That is the beauty of this country. We can agree to disagree, but I think this is just an infringement on the Second Amendment. And if it's one thing I know, is that criminals do not obey the law. They do not follow the law. They do not care about the law. All we're doing is we're creating more criminals. And in essence, it's only going to push things underground where you might have a black market for this type of resources to be sold. So ammunition illegally for these age groups to be able to get these ammunition that they want. And I am a big opposition to that because we should be able to allow for that here openly currently with this law. That being said, we also have the problem of, you know, other states that have their own similar, if not different laws. What happens when people cross state lines and these 18-year-olds have the ammunition that come into Colorado if this were to be enacted? And so I hope my colleagues will take serious consideration to this bill in the current form as it is now. Again, I am not assuming your guys' bad intentions. I know you guys you truly do care about it. But currently, the gun laws we have here in Colorado, they're just not working. No matter how many more laws we continue to push into play here in the state, we still have these shootings. And like I said, a lot of these mass shooters, they got their guns and ammunition through illegal means. It wasn't through the proper means. And I have, to date, have not seen someone who is a concealed carry permit owner or a member of the NRA who has committed a crime in these mass shootings. And so I think that's just a statistic we should, you know, consider when we're coming forward with these bills, especially when ammunition is, you know, it only hurts law-abiding citizens. And for those reasons, I am a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. So here we've got another bill, one of many apparently. And aside from the fact of infringing on the Second Amendment and a whole bunch of other things, which I won't get into this time, but let's talk about increasing costs. So the very first paragraph says it requires that ammunition is sold by the vendor and you have to have it stored in a secure manner to where in a store, you know, the employee has to come and let you look at something. Now, I hunt, been hunting for years. I took both my boys through hunter safety. I've taken them hunting. Now, I'm one of those. You know, some people I like looking at cars. I like comparing cars, I like comparing, especially the muscle cars, the old motors and the engines. When I buy the ammunition, I want to go in, especially if I'm hunting, I want to go in and look at, see, well, you know, do they have anything different? I like to look at the actual ballistics. I like to look at the velocity. I like to look at what that bullet could do, what's the cost. But in order to do that now under this bill, I, got to wait till I can get a store employee. And if you go into Cabela's, you know, there's a signing up. But now everything that I could normally look at the shelf and I can go down and compare the ballistics to what I want to hunt with. And maybe if I've got a question about a specific type of ammunition, then I can ask about that. But now I've got to get somebody to come help me while everyone else is waiting. So we're increasing the cost to the business. We're increasing the cost of the wait time to the consumer. Whether you go into Cabela's, Sportsman's Warehouse, any other sporting goods store to buy ammunition, compare and look at things, You used to be able to just go and do that. Well, now it's going to sit behind a counter. If you look as an example, grocery stores, when they built out to sell the liquor, beer, and wine, they had to build entire sections. The one particular grocery store in my district sitting down there spent $10 million so they could sell liquor, wine, and spirits, or wine, beer, and spirits there. Now we're going to add more requirements, more fees, more wait time, more duration to people that want to buy something, compare it, and even if I just want to look, if I just want to browse, I can no longer do that. I've got to get a store employee to help me. While he's helping me, someone else is waiting. Someone else can't see something. So now we're just backing things up. We're increasing the cost to consumers, retailers, everyone involved. We are decreasing their ability to compare and contrast if they want to look at different rounds of ammunition. If you want to go sport shooting, you don't necessarily want to go out and buy the most expensive round out there to go spend a day on the range. But now in order to do that, you've got to get the employee to open up the case and start pulling different rounds out. Even after I've been doing this for decades, there's still constantly new rounds of ammunition coming out. I like to see what they are. I like to read the boxes. Call me strange, but it interests me. And yet we're going to tell people that now you got to get the store employee and you have to wait. Maybe I don't want to buy that day. I just want to see what's going on that's new. And I want to be able to pull up 2 different boxes and look at the ballistics. And I want to look at the cost. But now I got to wait for the employee. So where is this helping the consumer? Where is this reducing fees for the public? Where is this helping businesses? Well, I will submit it is not. We are increasing costs on businesses. We're increasing costs on consumers. All we're doing is continuing to spiral up the cost of goods, of anything. Whether you want to go hunting, sport shooting, targeting practice, or you need anything for home self-defense. Everything now is going to cost more because it's going to require more labor, more time, more everything to get that same box of ammunition. Sometimes you just might want to walk in and grab a couple hundred rounds of .22 to go out in the range and shoot. Now you got to wait. And if they've changed the cases or the boxes, then you don't know what it is because you can't see it. You've got to have them pull out different boxes. And then you're going to sit down there and try to figure out which one it is. I mean, I would assume many of us go into liquor stores and we'll pull a bottle of wine off the shelf. And we'll look at red wine, white wine, I don't care, whatever it is you like to drink, and compare a couple of bottles. Maybe I like this, I feel like having a Cabernet, or maybe I feel like having a blend. But no, we can't do that anymore because now you got to get somebody to help you with that. Same analogy with ammunition. It makes no sense. It increases costs. It hurts businesses by increasing their labor overhead. And I haven't even got into the infringement on their Second Amendment and everything else that's in there. But just the simple costs alone. We are going in the wrong direction. This building should be looking at ways to lower costs for businesses and consumers, not keep increasing them. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world of the minority. She took the debt-free Weld County Road 49 going to Denver. In my classroom, we have to figure out ways to get people's attention. So, got your attention. I still work for Highland School District, Alt Weld RE9, shout out to Highland. In Highland Elementary, we have hunter safety for 4th and 5th graders. Our 4th and 5th graders hear this story every year by the 80-year-old curmudgeonly CPW instructor. What is a gun? It's a tool. People use tools for all kinds of things. And he talks to the students about how guns are used for sport, for safety, for sustenance. It's a good conversation. And then he says, look at there on your desk. What is that? And inevitably, a student says, it's a pencil. And he says, that's also a tool. Me, 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 me. You. Thank you. Trying to get your attention. He looks at the pencil and he says, there's that tool. I could take that pencil, he's telling this to 4th and 5th graders, I could take that pencil and put it through your eye, straight to your brain, and kill you in a second. And the 4th and 5th graders go, it's a tool. We need to learn how to use our tools safely. It's one of the first conversations they have, which is so important. In hunter safety, our 4th and 5th graders learn how to safely handle firearms, what to do if they come across a firearm that is unknown or not supposed to be handled, what to do to when their siblings come across a firearm and they're not trained. When I saw this bill, I believe it's coming from a well-intended place. I was a teacher in my first few years when Columbine happened. And I remember standing in the school office, watching the news reports, and with my fellow colleagues, being alarmed about what was happening. What is happening in this world? This was 50 miles from where I was teaching. Since then, there have been countless other events, and we're looking for reasons. We're looking for answers. We're looking for someone or something to blame. And just like the CPW officer told our kids, you can use anything to hurt somebody. You can use anything to harm somebody. We are seeing news reports from all over the world saying that people are using knives, people are using frying pans, people are using cars and vans. I jokingly tell my husband I'm going to go after him with a rolling pin every once in a while. I think this is a misdirected. What's so funny? I think this is a misdirected intent. We really should be talking about mental health and the societal issue that really does need to be addressed. There are a lot of things that people use to hurt, harm, kill other people. Just yesterday, I read a story about a man who killed somebody else's baby, 18-month-old baby, with his hands. It's a societal issue, it's a mental health issue. Tools don't kill people. People use tools to hurt and harm, but this isn't an ammunition requirement. The bill, the requirement for the sale of firearms ammunition that's meant to prohibit people under 21 from getting ammunition isn't going to solve the issue of people using a tool to hurt others. I ask for you to thoughtfully consider what this means to small businesses. I hear other people queuing up their walk-on music too. So I'll let them take the well here in a minute. I urge a no vote because we are looking, as my colleague from Elizabeth said, we are looking for a solution to, we are looking for a problem to a solution with this bill. I believe it's well intended, but it's very misguided. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While that's going to be tough to follow from my good colleague who's a small town girl, I'm also I'm a rural girl from Eastern Plains. Farmers and ranchers utilize firearms on their farms and ranches as tools for a multitude of purposes. One such way that firearms are used on agricultural operations is for pest control. From small rifle and pistol rounds like .22 long rifle and 9mm to more conventional rifle rounds like 5.56 and shotgun shells, farmers and ranchers use these firearms and ammunition to manage pests like coyotes and raccoons. Pests can harm livestock, equipment, and facilities, and pets, and having effective tools to manage these pests is needed and paramount. Restricting the age of buying ammunition would harm young farmers and ranchers and limit effective and relatively cheap means of managing pests on their operations. This will hurt rural Colorado. This is where the urban-rural divide. We need to make sure we stand up and give the necessary tools so we can manage our food operations. I urge a no vote.
Representative Weinberg, I ask that you begin with a song.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, fellow colleagues, for indulging me for a minute. I'm not singing. No, I'm not singing. Appreciate you taking a second. I have a true concern with this bill. I truly respect the bill sponsors, and if you know anything about me, the multiple terms I've been in this building, I want to believe that you are doing the right thing. And I would never walk through those double doors and impugn you or insinuate that this wasn't truly what you think is going to make the world a better place. So I want to start with that. This bill, which restricts access to ammunition by requiring vendor assistance, raises the purchasing age to 21 years old and imposes additional shipping regulations, I think is both unconstitutional and ineffective in addressing gun violence. The Second Amendment of the United States Constitution guarantees the right to keep and bear arms. While courts have allowed some regulations on firearms, restricting access to ammunition is an indirect infringement on this right. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled in District of Columbia, Heller 2008, that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to possess firearms for lawful purposes, such as self-defense. Restricting ammunition sales, particularly to law-abiding adults under the age of 21 years old, effectively disarms a segment of the population, making firearm ownership, in my opinion, meaningless. Furthermore, United States v. Miller, 1939, recognizes that weapons and their necessary accessories, including ammunition, are protected if they have a reasonable relationship to the preservation of efficiency of a militia. The government cannot prohibit an individual from exercising their right to self-defense by making ammunition arbitrarily difficult to purchase. Raising the minimum age to purchase ammunition to 21 is inconsistent with constitutional rights. I found in McDonald versus the City of Chicago, 2010, the Supreme Court reaffirmed that the Second Amendment applies to states via the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause. This means that states cannot arbitrarily deny lawful gun owners access to essential components of their firearms. The federal government already allows 18-year-olds to purchase rifles and shotguns, acknowledging that these individuals are adults. Additionally, individuals as young as 18 can serve in the military, vote, and be charged as adults in criminal cases. Yet this bill seeks to deny access to ammunition needed for self-defense or sporting purposes. This restriction does not align with how we treat our fundamental rights, such as free speech
or voting. This bill interferes with the shipment of ammunition by imposing unnecessary regulations of labeling and notification. The Commerce Clause, Article 1, Section 8, grants Congress, not the states, the power to regulate interstate commerce, requiring written notice to deliveries while simultaneously prohibiting external labeling, and is contradictory and burdensome as a requirement and serves no legitimate public safety interest. It creates unnecessary red tape for businesses and could lead to federal preemption challenges. This bill is based on flawed assumption, in my opinion. Restricting ammunition access will not deter violent criminals. Criminals do not obtain ammunition legally. The vast majority of individuals who commit gun crimes do not purchase their firearms or ammunition through legal means. Studies from the Department of Justice show that criminals overwhelmingly obtain guns through illegal transactions, theft, or straw purchases. Restricting lawful purchases will not stop illegal activity. Ammunition restrictions do not prevent crime. There is no empirical evidence that limiting access to ammunition reduces gun violence. In fact, cities with strict gun and ammunition regulations, such as Chicago, or even recently in the news, Sweden, continue to experience high levels of violent crimes, proving that restrictive laws do not prevent criminal behavior. Law-abiding citizens, especially those in rural or high crime areas, rely on already access to ammunition for home defense. Artificially restricting sales to 21 plus makes it harder for young adults, particularly single parents, to defend themselves. Small gun stores, sporting good retailers will have to incur additional costs to comply with new requirements. Increased costs could drive legitimate businesses out of the market while doing nothing to reduce illegal sales. Being on my third year, my second term in this House, I've seen the cutting away of the business owners and the people that actually sell these items. I still believe this bill is unconstitutional because it infringes on the Second Amendment, imposes arbitrary age restrictions that violate equal protection, and interferes with interstate commerce. More importantly, it is ineffective at addressing gun violence because it only restricts law-abiding citizens while doing nothing to prevent criminals from obtaining ammunition. Instead of targeting ammunition access, we as lawmakers should focus on enforcing existing laws, prosecuting violent offenders, and addressing mental health issues, all of which has been proven time and time again to enhance public safety. I appreciate you taking the time to hear my arguments against this bill, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we have a late night like this, what are we, 7 hours into it? I like to think to the former representative from Akron that graced us with his presence today. And a couple years ago, he made a great comment, and he said, Colorado gun owners are not second-class citizens, and the Second Amendment is not a second-class right. And it's very poetic that he just happened to show up today, and first time I've seen him in a long time. And ironically, we're here having debates that much like he was having a couple years ago. So I have a couple things to say about this bill. Let's see where we're going to start at. Let's go ahead and start at age restriction and how it undermines young adults' rights. Page 3, if you're following along at home, lines 9 through 5. A retail ammunition vendor shall not sell ammunition to a person who's under 21 years of age. This one never really sat well with me when I first heard that this was a big crux of the bill, because like a lot of our members in here, before I was 21, I was doing a lot of things that a little bit different than just trying to purchase ammunition. I'm pretty sure I was in uniform, firing a lot of ammunition. And it's an important point that we need to consider and think about. Society long ago has determined that 18 is an age where you are a legal adult. And in few cases, we make exceptions to that, right? So, I mean, growing up in most states, when you were 18, you could buy tobacco, nicotine products. Colorado said, well, we're gonna up that age to 21, much like alcohol. And pretty much universally throughout the entire United States, 21's the age for alcohol. It's federal. So we've decided that 18, you're not responsible enough. You can vote. You can vote for people. You can raise your right hand and swear an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And from there, you can go off to war. Now, when I was in Afghanistan, I think I was 21 years old. So this I could have bought ammunition had this bill passed. However, most of the people the same rank as me were under 21. Many of them were 18, 19. As a matter of fact, one of my roommates in tech school after basic training, he was only 17 years old. He got emancipated. So at 17 years old, you can get emancipated from your parents and you can join the U.S. military. And within a few months after your training, you can be off to war. And so we put that kind of trust into our young people in this country. But in Colorado, what we're saying is we don't trust you to buy ammunition. Now, I know there was an amendment earlier, and we made certain concessions to that. That doesn't change the fact that you need to get accurate with a firearm. You're 18 years old. You can move out on your own. You can vote. If you commit a crime, you can go to prison. So our society's instilled that kind of trust in our people, but Colorado is now saying we can't trust you to buy ammunition. It doesn't sit well with me. I think if we're gonna say 18, you're a legal adult and you can do all those things, you can go off to war, you can vote, you should be able to buy some ammunition to defend yourself, to hunt, to practice target shoot. Now, I know a lot of people would like to talk about target shooting and practicing and stuff, and that is important, and you need to be doing that when you're 18, 19, but I mean, the real purpose is to defend yourself, defend your life. And what we're telling our people here in Colorado is we're saying, when you're 18 years old, you can move out of your parents' home and you can go get your own place, but you can't defend yourself at your home. From the time you're 18 to just up until you turn 21, you can go live on your own. And if something were to happen, you can't defend yourself. That's what we're saying here. You're old enough to live on your own. You're not old enough to defend yourself. Does that make any sense? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. You can live on your own, but you can't defend yourself. So that's one of the issues I have with the bill. And for the millions listening at home, if you missed the beginning there and you're just now tuning in, that was page 3, lines 9 through 15. Moving on. Let's go about the economic burden on small businesses. And I think almost everybody came up here and talked about that. And the good representative from, I cannot remember that city. I think it starts with an L. Is it
Are we
is it
phoning a
Loveland?
friend? I think it's Loveland.
Is
I'm
it
just
Loveland?
hoping.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Okay. The good city from Loveland. I don't think he ever mentions it when he comes up here, so I was just getting clarification there. And he talked about this. Now, I have a lot of gun stores. I live in a very, very, let's call it conservative district. think it's the second most conservative district in the entire state of Colorado. In my district, you have the Air Force Academy, a lot of 18-year-olds that live there, a lot of gun owners. You have Monument, you have Palmer Lake, you have Black Forest, and you have Falcon. And one of my very good friends who actually comes up here and testifies, unfortunately, against a lot of the bills that we're doing here, he's a gun store owner. And him and I sit down and we talk about the economic hardships that gun store owners face nowadays. And there's a lot, because every single year we are coming out with new regulations from this chamber here. And those economic burdens, those regulations are being put on our small businesses, our small business owners who own and operate gun stores, and they do it in good faith. And a lot of times when I talk to them, you know, I'll say, well, how are you doing? They'll say, I'm still trying to keep up with regulations you guys passed 2 sessions ago. I still haven't caught up. And now I hear that you're passing more regulations, and they're underwater. And this friend of mine that is in Falcon, Colorado, that owns a gun store, he's actually going out of business. He's going out of business. I heard an I word used. That may be. He's out of business now. He can't keep up. And that's unfortunate. A small business that we are losing here. The good news is I think he's going to work for one of the federal agencies, so he'll be around. The burden that this bill puts on those small businesses is this storage and the renovation costs. Now, when you go to certain big box stores, you walk in, you know, they've got big, large cabinets, the ammunition's locked up. And your small business stores, they don't have that. Most of them have those glass cases that you see in like pawn shops, and they have them stacked up there, or they have them back on the shelf. A lot of these gun stores are very small, and they don't have the room to store this ammunition. And now, if this bill passes, what we're telling them, you may have been in business for 20 years. You may have stored your ammunition like this for 20 years, but now you can't. Now you need to spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to renovate your small business because of this law right here. We're gonna put thousands of dollars of burdens on already struggling small businesses to come in compliance with this bill. That's unacceptable. And just because it's a gun store, it doesn't make it okay. So that's a concern. And I'm not sure if I said this at the beginning here, but that provision within the law, if you turn to page 3 and you look from lines 1 through 8, it starts with a retail ammunition vendor shall not sell, offer for sale, or display for sale or transfer ammunition in a manner that allows the ammunition to be accessible to a purchaser or transferee without the assistance of the vendor or an employee of the vendor. And, you know, I just reading that out loud, because I think that's important for us to do, to read it out loud, and I appreciate the minority leader had it read out loud earlier. And I didn't catch this when it was being read out loud. It talks about the accessibility. That's interesting. We're having an accessibility issue, actually, now that I think about it, in El Paso County, because people are stealing cars and driving them through the fronts of storefronts, and I don't know if a better case and hiding the visually is actually going to change anything about that when they just crash right through the store, but that's what it does. Moving on. Now, if you want a citation for this next point, it's pretty much the whole bill. So just go ahead and reference page 1 to page 5. The impact on law-abiding citizens and not criminals. This is the crux of the issue. This is the crux of pretty much every issue that we discuss in this chamber right here. The impact on the law-abiding citizens and not the criminals. Because when you do ammunition restrictions, when you pass those ammunition restrictions, what you're doing is you're putting the restrictions on the legal sellers of the ammunition, but you're putting the restrictions on the people who also then have to go and purchase it. And just to kind of bring it full circle, if a small gun store has to spend thousands of dollars to renovate their cabinets and their storage and everything like that, they've got to recover those costs. How do they recover those costs? By just selling the ammunition at the same exact price that they sold it before, at an already slim profit margin. So what are they gonna have to do? They're gonna have to raise their prices to make up for the loss just to come in compliance with this law. That's what they're gonna have to do. And so who does that hurt? That hurts the law-abiding person that's going to that store and legally buying the ammunition, that 18 to 21-year-old that it would normally be. But because they still have to recoup the costs, now it's people who are older than 21 going to buy the ammo, because now they have to pay extra for this ammunition in order to come in order to help the small business make up for it. So the costs are shared all the way around. And that's something we need to consider, because these laws, they're always affecting the law-abiding, because the criminal who's buying the illegal gun off the street, they're buying that gun with ammunition. Like, let's be real about this. That gun's probably already loaded when they buy it. You are not affecting them. You're affecting the people who are doing the right thing, and they are legally purchasing it, bypassing. The criminals will bypass these laws. And just to reference that again, that is pages 1 through 5. And then we can talk about just the infringement overall on the Second Amendment right. This is a very important one as well. The Second Amendment, it talks about firearms, right? Your right to keep and bear arms. But what is an arm, a firearm? What is an arm without ammunition? In the olden days, it was a piece of wood and a metal barrel. Nowadays, it might be polymer plastic, or it might be metal. But what is it without the ammunition? So when we say this is a Second Amendment right, this is Second Amendment right, that doesn't just apply to the firearms themselves. That applies to the ammunition as well. Now, I talked earlier about age limits and the right to vote and do things like that. You know, we set for age limits, we set marijuana at 21, we set alcohol at 21, we set nicotine at 21. Okay, I mean, we'll probably have some disagreements about that. However, here's what we don't have a disagreement about, I'm sure, is that you don't have a constitutional right to drink alcohol. It's not, I don't see it in the Constitution. Representative from El Paso County, have you ever seen alcohol in the Constitution? He's got his pocket Constitution. He does not see it. Okay. You do not have a constitutional right to smoke marijuana at 18 or 21 or whatever. This is the one situation that I can think of where we're talking about restricting age, where you do have that constitutional right. So it is different from when we talk about, well, we restrict marijuana to 21, we restrict alcohol to 21, we restrict nicotine to 21. Why can't we restrict ammo purchases? Again, the Second Amendment covers the ammunition, because what good is the firearm without the ammunition? So of course the ammunition applies to the Second Amendment, and you have a constitutional right to have that not infringed. So therefore, that ammo falls under the Second Amendment. You're 18 years old, you have that constitutional right, unlike with other things that we restrict until 21. We've already talked about the economic burdens on small businesses, and for those just now tuning in, that was for pages 3, lines 1 through 8. But now what I want to talk about is delivery. So there are restrictions on this for not just the storage of it at the store that we talked about earlier, like my friend who has a store in Falcon, had a store that is going out of business now, in part because of laws that come from this chamber right here. There's a delivery aspect to it. So if you're following along at home, page 3, lines 27, lines 20 through 27. A retail ammunition vendor delivering a package containing ammunition to a retail ammunition deliverer for purposes of transport. And then it lists out, shall give written notice to the retail ammunition deliverer, shall not label, tag, or otherwise mark the outside of the package. And if you're following along, you flip over to page 4, lines 1 through 16. Continuing, a retail ammunition vendor who violates this subsection commits unlawful notification involving an ammunition package. Unlawful notification involving an ammunition package is a Class 1 misdemeanor. All right, so now we have we got to the crimes in there. The point that I'm getting at here is not only are we putting new restrictions on our actual stores, now we're putting restrictions on delivery. Now, whenever you're doing restrictions on the delivery side of it, you're now increasing the cost as well, an unintended consequence. So you're now just driving up the cost. So you can't make it to the store. And this is an important point here because we have a lot of Western Slope members here in our caucus, and we have a lot of people from rural areas. And a lot of them rely on deliveries. They rely on delivery of ammunition. And now what we're doing is we're creating more regulations and burdens on them that will drive up the cost to have that ammunition delivered. I will say, for those following along in the chamber here and at home, on page 4, line 22, there's definition. Retail ammunition deliverer. So if you do not have the bill in front of you, I'll go ahead and read this part to you. Retail ammunition deliverer means an entity that delivers, comma, by motor vehicle, comma, ammunition sold at retail to the purchaser at a location in the state. This bill specifically mentions motor vehicles and ammunition delivery. I just might get in the drone ammunition delivery business after this because it only applies to motor vehicles apparently. I'm trying to think of different vehicles that don't technically have a motor, but I don't know, maybe certain delivery companies might start delivering ammunition by drones, pigeons. That sounds like a great business. We will go ahead and start a pigeon ammunition delivery system, and that way we can get around this bill because on page 4, line 23, it specifically says by motor vehicle. So that's a great idea, pigeon delivery system, and then we can actually get around this. And I hope the training of the pigeons does not drive up the cost of the ammunition to deliver it.
This is escalating very quickly.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear that.
I said this is escalating very quickly. Do you want to talk? You ready? You want to get back
This
with
is to the bill.
Okay,
I cited
okay.
the page and line number, ma'am. Thank you. Privacy concerns with delivery requirements. I may be wrong about this. I haven't bought ammunition in a while because I like to keep thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds on hand at any given time. So I'm embarrassed to say I haven't purchased ammunition in a little while. But if I understand, you can walk in with cash and purchase it. With this new delivery side of it, you're having to have somebody come to your house. You have to show them your ID, then you have to sign for it. I don't know where that information goes. It may be the bill, and I apologize if it is in the bill and I overlooked it, but I don't know where that information goes. If you have ammunition delivered to you and you have to sign a piece of paper or sign something digital that says that you are of age and you are accepting that, where does that go? Does the vendor keep that? Is there now a database of people who purchased ammunition and how much ammunition you purchased? I think it's a fair question. And I don't see it in here where it addresses that, where that information goes. Do the vendors have it? Does it go to the state government? I don't know. And last but not least, for now, I will, as I'm wrapping up my comments here, what I would like to say is that there are 22 members here. We represent about 1.9 million people, about around 90,000 each. I haven't done the math. I'm not a math teacher like my other better counterpart from El Paso County. We represent about almost 2 million people here. And I can tell you that this issue right here, this Second Amendment, this restrictions on ammunition, delivery fees, driving up the burdens. This is a very real and big issue that our constituents sent us here to talk about and to worry about. We represent 2 million people here in Colorado with a population of around 6 million. So I hope you've learned something from this time I've spent up here talking, and just understand that this is important to our people, and it's not being done in vain. Like, they care about this, and they want us to be down here, and they want us to talk about it, and they want us to go through these bills like I did and cite certain areas. And so with that, I will see you later. Thank you.
Representative Brown. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Let's just be honest about what this is. This is a de facto registration system. To tell, I mean, if you say how much ammunition you need, how much you have, what type of firearm it is, it's a de facto registration system. Now, if we look at history, I like to think in terms of history being a warning from the future. And if we learn from history, we'd look at history and we'd say, gun registrations precede genocide by about 10 years. Now, is that the intent of the bill? I doubt it. But if you look at history, the people in this room don't really matter. None of us will be here in 10 years. If a law can be weaponized against you, it will be weaponized against you, and this law can and will be weaponized against the citizens of Colorado. As evidenced by the last bill that we just did, we spent 5 to 6 hours, listening to legislators who are willing to deprive of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
Representative DeGraff, could you get to the bill?
That's the problem with a registration system. So when we look at why we don't want to have a registration system, because I'm not a fan of genocide, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So one thing that we definitely forget, well, I try not to, that what we're doing in this room, we're not called to this room to govern. We're called to this room to represent the rights of the citizens. The citizens have rights. The government does not have rights. And that is a really, really big difference between our government and the feudal governments. Now, feudalism would be the type of government that where individuals don't own property, the abolition of private property, something else that this body is trying to create.
Representative DeGraff, could we bring it to House Bill 1133?
Sure. So what we have is we have a system, and it is very specific, because if we just look at our Constitution, and this is a Constitution, if you ever have a chance to take a class from Mike Collar, I highly recommend it. The people have the right to own and carry firearms. We call this the Second Amendment. It may not be violated because a well-equipped militia is necessary for a state to remain secure and free. So then people say, well, we don't need a militia anymore because we have the National Guard. But we do have a militia, and the militia is very specific The militia of the United States consists of all able-bodied males, at least 17 years of age, except provided in Section 313 of Title 32, under 45 years of age, who have made a declaration of intent to become citizens of the United States, and of female citizens of the United States who are members of the National Guard. The organized militia, which consists of the National Guard and the Naval Militia, the unorganized militia, which consists of the members of the militia who are not members of the National Guard or the Naval Reserve. So who is that? The members of the National Guard who are not members of the National Guard or Naval Militia who are between the age of 17 and 45. So that's who we're talking about as for our militia. So age 17, they're expected to be in a militia. They are in a militia. It's not a matter of being expected to be in a militia. They are in a militia by law. And now when we look at this and it says, and may not be violated because a well-equipped militia is necessary for a state to remain secure and free. So let's go to what I call the fifth that. Because after that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and install a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. So if we have a government that no longer recognizes the right of the citizens to life, liberty, and property, and that their deprivation should not occur except with due process of the law, except for the previous 5 or 6 hours, that's why we have a Second Amendment. And that is why all of these issues are fought so vehemently. These are not just lightly penned words. These words were penned with great study of the Mediterranean, Middle East primarily, Roman, it should be Mediterranean, all of the great empires that preceded Europe. So these words were not written lightly in terms of being able to stand up to tyranny. So the Second Amendment, the purpose of the Second Amendment is to resist tyranny. Tyranny being the deprivation of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, and that would be by criminals either common or elected. And I think if you look at the history of our Second Amendment, the largest form of criminals that the founders were concerned with were those that are elected. So this is a de facto registration. You have to register, you have to show your ID, you have to give your identification papers. Let me see your papers. That's going to be recorded along with how much ammunition you bought, what type of ammunition you bought, when you bought that ammunition. All that goes to a database. All those data centers that we're all excited about having, that's where all this information goes. The surveillance state. So 17 to 45 is the militia, the unorganized militia or the organized militia. Now if we have, so if we are to remain free, as our founders taught, then we need a militia. That's what history taught. That's what history teaches. We need to have citizens that are armed in order to remain free. Now, it is not a safe world out there. In the Congo, 70 Christians were just found beheaded in their church.
Representative DeGraff, can we bring it back to the bill?
The difference between the Congo and here would be Second Amendment. And these type of rules as perhaps benign as they might sound, thinking, oh, it's just ammunition. It's just a registration for ammunition. It's just a registration for your firearms. How often do you shoot which firearm? There's no shortage of criminals in the world, and one thing that keeps them at bay is our Second Amendment. We keep the common criminals at bay with the Second Amendment, and we also keep the elected criminals at bay with the Second Amendment. And the elected criminals are the ones that you really need to worry about when you're dealing with the de facto gun registration. Because what does history show about gun registrations by tyrannical governments? Does a tyrannical government allow its citizens to remain armed? Certainly does not. So for all the people that think our current president, Donald J. Trump, is a impending tyrant, I think the defense of the Second Amendment would be opposite proof of that. So it's just ammunition. It's not just ammunition because the firearm is useless, and the ammunition is essential to the firearm to actually be a firearm. The ammunition would be the fire part of the firearm. So we don't live in a safe world, as evidenced by the 70 Christians that we've lost. But if you do not live in a safe world, if you have an issue with a lack of what we have is a lack of issue. We have a lack of respect for life, liberty, and property. Because all of these reasonable gun laws that keep piling up one on top of another, oh, it's just a reasonable gun law. It's just a reasonable gun law. It's just a reasonable gun law. And they don't work. That they don't work is not indication that we need another reasonable gun law. We're worried about mental health issues, as evidenced by the majority in this state, but we spend $500 million, $500 million on mental health issues. Of course, we don't ask whether they're doing any good, we just spend more money. The infringements don't work, so you need to do something else, and the infringements are unconstitutional. So what we have to do is we have to think outside the box a little bit. The only time, whenever there's gun violence, whenever there's violence, utilizing the tool, which happens to be a gun, or it could be a pencil, it could be stones. All of those tools were used at one time. Cain and Abel, stone. So the infringements don't work. And the infringements are unconstitutional. So maybe we need to step back and go, okay, what is the real problem? Why do we have a culture that has no respect for life? Why do we have a culture that has no respect for property? Why do we have a culture that does not respect the liberty of others? I think the answer is pretty obvious.
Can we bring it back to the bill here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, again, is an infringement on the Second Amendment rights because the very nature of a firearm is the fire part of the firearm, and that is the ammunition. The continual infringements don't work. The registrations lead to genocide. So maybe we need to find a different mode of figuring out why do we have people that want to kill other people? Why do we have people that consider killing other people? Because I get that this is probably ultimately trying to get at crime rates. But really, we're talking about crime rates in the blue areas of Colorado.
Representative DeGraff, please, to House Bill 1133.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But we're talking about a gun registration, a de facto gun registration for all of Colorado when the problem isn't all of Colorado. So Colorado has areas that are not able to police themselves, and so instead we turn it into a police state for everybody else. You need a different solution. Not a registration, not a gun registration. This is a gun registration. Is it a tax on ammunition? Yep, it's a tax on ammunition, but it is a gun registration. It's 100% what it is. It's just a different way to get to a gun registration, because if you say we want you to register your guns, then it becomes pretty obvious. But this is a gun registration that is wrapped in the guise of being about safety. The Second Amendment is there to preclude tyranny. The tyranny of the criminal, either common or elected. What you don't do then is you don't register your gun with an elected criminal. That's what this bill does. It requires you to register your firearm with the state, which is the most likely to violate your life, liberty, or property, as has just been proven. And the way, because ultimately this is also just against the law-abiding citizens of Colorado, as my colleague said earlier, from one of those counties that starts with L, like El Paso. Law-abiding citizens are prone to follow the law. Criminals are not inclined to follow the law. So what you have, once again, is you have a law that just makes being a law-abiding citizen that much more onerous. Will it do anything against criminals? Yeah, it will absolutely do stuff against criminals. It will make their lives that much easier. So if you want to make criminals' lives easier, if you want to increase crime, this is a great way to do it. Just like all of the other well-intentioned laws that increase crime. Nobody ever looks at that. What happens to all of your well-intended laws? You do all of these well-intended laws and crime keeps increasing, but you don't stop and think, maybe it's those well-intended laws. We need to unwind the idea that this body of people that consider it their job to care more than others, Karens, that they can somehow dictate, and I mean dictate in the sense of dictator, they can dictate the lives of Coloradans to the point where they just behave. It doesn't work. Hasn't worked. Gun registrations, however, have worked. They are batting about 100%. Or batting 1,000, I guess. Batting 1,000. Gun registrations lead to genocide. This is a gun
Representative
registration.
DeGraff, again, let's go back to House Bill 1133.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1133 is a gun registration. Historically, gun registrations lead to genocide, so that's the link. So it doesn't really matter what the intent is. I'm willing to give this as a good intent. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's where gun registrations will take us. That's where they've historically taken all human civilization. Weapons. An unarmed person is a slave or subject to becoming a slave at any given moment. So if you don't want to be a slave, don't vote for registering your gun, because registering a gun leads to the confiscation of a gun, and being at the after the confiscation of the gun, you're at the mercy of the government.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L022 to House Bill 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Give us 1 second to get it displayed. All right, it is properly displayed.
Thank you. This simple amendment, I think it just clarifies some things in the bill. It removes some language. As currently reads, wholesale or the delivery of ammunition sold at wholesale, and just substitutes wholesale. That covers it all pretty well. And considering we've had the specter of carrier pigeon delivered ammunition raised in the well, I think it would be best to just not have that confusion. And I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L022? Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We urge a no vote on this amendment. Ensuring that ammunition is delivered safely and to an eligible person is essential. Verifying that the person taking delivery is 21 is not a burden on the deliverer, as they already know. We already do this for alcohol and cannabis. I urge a vote, no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I just got done talking about how we're talking about verifying that the person is 21. That's going to be a check of the ID. Somehow we don't need an ID to vote in this state, but we need an ID to buy ammunition. It's considered racist to ask for an ID to vote, but now you're going to ask.
Representative DeGraff, we're on Amendment L022. Please speak to the amendment.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may, we were just told that it is imperative that the individual present an identification in order to purchase, in order to accept delivery, which means that they are required to have an identification. Now, perhaps my colleague would want to speak on this, but I've been told repeatedly that asking for an identification puts me in a certain category of people.
Representative DeGraff, could we refocus on Amendment L022?
Okay, so L022, the sponsor wants to strike it down because it's imperative that there is an identification presented. An identification is the registration, in fact, of who is purchasing the fire, or who is purchasing the fire in the firearm. So you're required to enter yourself into a database of the state in order to purchase the fire of a firearm. That is a gun registration. That's all I'm pointing out. My previous point was that this is a de facto gun registration. The sponsor of the bill confirmed that this is a gun registration. Now, when we look at this, wholesale or delivery of ammunition sold at wholesale and to substitute wholesale, it's just making it a little bit easier. Why the whole delivery? You're doing it at wholesale. But that's not the issue. The issue is the gun registration. Registering the fire in a firearm is the same as a gun registration. And I appreciate the sponsor clarifying that. So, and I'll leave this up to my colleagues.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L022? Oh. We'll go into a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. So in reading this amendment and reading the bill, it's interesting to me that the crime associated, that there's a crime in this section, right? So lines 15 and 16, which are contemplated to be struck by this amendment, say that it's a Class 1 misdemeanor for the unlawful delivery of ammunition by a retail ammunition deliverer. Class 1 misdemeanor. And yet earlier in the bill, for those sellers of ammunition in stores, it's a civil infraction first. And so I just wonder if maybe the bill sponsors can help me understand why the disparate treatment between those people who are a delivery driver, a FedEx guy or a UPS guy, why they would be subject to a Class 1 misdemeanor write-off, whereas the folks who actually are in business to sell ammunition are only subject to a civil infraction. I just would like to understand that disparity. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to touch on that little subject there. To have to require identification to receive these ammo deliveries, it kind of really disenfranchises the people that a lot of people say that aren't smart enough to get IDs. Why would you require an ID to take delivery of ammunition when apparently a lot of people can't take out their ID to go vote? So I just think this is kind of it is kind of racist to require an ID to take delivery of ammunition. So that's a little touch that I want to put in there as well.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L022? Okay. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L022. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L22, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L022 is lost to the bill. Is there further discussion? Oop. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to run Amendment L019 to House Bill 1133 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Oh, could you move that, minority or Assistant Minority Leader?
Thank you. Once we get it up, I just want to explain it really quick.
You need to move the amendment.
I thought I did. I would like to move Amendment Al-019 to House Bill 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, let's get it up there.
Okay, colleagues.
To the amendment.
Thank you. But based on what one of my colleagues said over on the Western Slope the other day, that he thinks that part of this issue is inherently something that you're all dealing with in this state, this amendment would exempt every House district of the folks in my caucus. I think this is a reasonable ask. We talk about it all the time in this building, about the rural-urban divide. We talk about how, sometimes we feel we're legislated upon. And this is one time you can bridge the rural-urban divide and you can exempt our House districts, because here's the deal. Just like we were saying, we respect the fact that you have to come here and legislate for your people, and I think that in reciprocation, we could respect the fact that the people that in these House districts obviously voted to put my colleagues in these seats, which means they would probably, for the majority, agree with this amendment. And I mean, I don't want to speak for my caucus, but if you pass this amendment, we might be able to get home to see our kids at a decent time this evening. No, like on a serious note, these people in these districts sent us here to do a job. I think the majority of the folks in our districts that we represent would be happy with this amendment, and I think this amendment would solve a lot of problems. If we could exempt our House districts from this piece of legislation, allow us to keep purchasing our ammunition the way we do now, would solve a lot of problems in this legislation for us. I urge and I vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the representative for House District 14, we would like to be exempt from this law, and we really do appreciate the bill sponsors for considering that. The people of House District 14 are so appreciative of your consideration, and we urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the people of House District 64 would also like a yes vote on this amendment, because we in House District 64 want to be exempt from this bill as well.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it is important to not vote or not impose rules, laws that don't need to be. And I understand my blue colleagues representing the mental health issues in their district, but we don't really have those in the red districts, as evidenced by our representation. So I think this is an excellent opportunity to really just say, hey, you know what? Coloradans are not a monolith. Coloradans are not a monolith. We're not all as, we don't have the same issues. We don't have the same lack of respect for life, liberty, or property that we find in other parts of the state. So this would be a great way to emphasize that, to recognize that. And instead of imposing the frailties of blue districts, that we would recognize instead the strengths of the red districts.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the City of Loveland, House District 51, is in full approval of this amendment, and we would ask you to vote yes.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House District 21 would be thrilled to have a little break on ammunition. Thank you so much.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak on behalf of House District 15, but I would like to speak it a little differently. I believe that the 19-year-old females in my district have the right to protect themselves. Any district that wants to come up and say that the 19-year-old females in your district does not, you're welcome to say that. But House District 15, they have the right to protect themselves, and we want to make sure that we fight for that. This is also something that's going to, it's much like the bill we passed last year, where they have to wait 3 days before they can get a firearm. And we've shown over and over that there's been attacks, assaults, and rapes during that 3 days. And this will be the same thing. You can carry the ammunition around, but you can't go in and buy it. You you can't actually go in and buy the ammunition to go in the firearm to defend yourself against rapists and people that are going to assault you. So for District 15, I want to be able to for the men also, but the women to be able to protect themselves. And so I vote strongly. Please leave my district out of this craziness that keeps coming into this House. Top-down dictator mentality has got to go.
Representative Garcia Sanders.
Thank you. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and hurt you. Got you. Another earworm for you. I am speaking on behalf of District 65, and I encourage an aye vote on this amendment. We are here to speak for our constituents, and I encourage people to think about how this allows for exemptions for those of us who are representing our districts that would not love to see this bill pass. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing, Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you saw me. Yes, I also stand here representing my House District 48, and we approve this amendment. Great amendment to bring forward and be able to represent our individual districts, and I do believe this is a good amendment. And I am Carlos Barron, and I approve this message.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also urge an aye vote. House District 19 definitely deserves the right to protect themselves, and this is a great amendment. Vote yes.
Colleagues, I just ask at this later night in the afternoon and / early evening, if you could just take the conversation to the side. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a great amendment. House District 56 would certainly like to be opted out. This body has a long history of recognizing various communities of interest. In fact, the legislation that enabled the redistricting forced us to look at differing communities of interest. If we want to go back further, 151 years ago, the 13th of February, Elbert County was formed out of Douglas County, and at that time, Elbert County ran all the way, my home county, by the way, wonderful place, you should visit, stretched all the way from the eastern Douglas County line to Kansas. Several years later, the state and this body recognized that even that was not a cohesive grouping of people and broke it into Lincoln, Cheyenne, and Kit Carson after that. So we do have a long history in this chamber of recognizing different areas of the state as having different interests and acting on that. So please, I do ask you and urge you to vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, on behalf of House District 54, Delta and Mesa counties, I just want to say we fully support this amendment. The purchase of ammunition or the sale thereof certainly has never been a problem for House District 54. We love being able to buy ammunition. We love being able to sport shoot, hunt, protect our loved ones. And the ability to continue to do that as the law currently stands is super important. So we fully support this. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a joy to serve with you.
It is a joy to serve with you.
House District 63 firmly supports this amendment. We have 65 House districts in Colorado, all with different needs. We are tired of a one-size-fits-all approach. We are all elected respectively by our different districts with different messages, and this will set the precedence and the need that we need to see. Urban and rural are different. Our voices are different. Our constituents' needs are different. Please let this be a thing that we respect the needs that our districts have elected us to. The House District 63 needs this protection. I already came up here once talking about the need for agriculture to be able to protect, defend our livestock. our equipment, our young farmers and ranchers. We need the ability to protect in rural areas where we have less populations, more land mass, and we are the first defense when anything happens. Please support the right of not one size fits all, but the respect that we all are here respectively by our own constituents, and we need to be a voice for them. And please help bridge that urban-rural divide. Vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Kelty.
Now, this is an amendment I can get behind, and so can my district. Actually, I think an amendment like this should be put on almost every bill that passes through this House. Let me tell you, I would get behind it every single time, because the taking away of rights, you can do that in your district, but in my district, I firmly believe that especially my 18 to 20-year-olds are smart enough, strong enough, honorable enough to purchase their own ammunition to be able to protect their families, actually whatever they need to in their lives, because they protect it with their Second Amendment. So I firmly support this amendment because it actually says you guys can do whatever you want in your districts. You go right ahead. But our districts, let us represent and do what we need to do for our districts. And I vote yes on this. Thank you very much.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad that I outlasted Chairman Lindstedt. He's kind of tough. I represent House District 58, 8 counties. This will probably get me voted out if this amendment is selected, and I support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. House District 20 is on this amendment, and we want to be exempted from it. House District 20, the greatest district on this amendment, and in the state of Colorado. As I pointed out earlier, we're struggling already. We're struggling. Our stores are struggling. The people are struggling. This helps it. Thank you very much.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here to represent all the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds that are blowing me up right now on social media and on my phone saying, this is amazing. In Castle Rock, in District 45 in Douglas County, we would love to be exempted from this, pretty please. So please rise up and stand and say yes. Say yes to Castle Rock, District 45 being exempted from this terrible legislation. We are in favor of this amendment. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me that this amendment is a good bipartisan compromise. It's a compromise. 43 districts get to have their unalienable right infringed upon, and 22 get to keep it. That seems like a really good bipartisan compromise. And so for the people of House District 60, I too rise in support of this amendment.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You get it? Listen, if you vote in favor of this amendment, I will not sing. If you don't, gloves are off. House District 39, the best district in the state of Colorado, which represents rural and urban portions of Douglas County, where the farmers like their guns and the housewives like their guns. We would like to be exempt from this unnecessary and unconstitutional legislation, so please support this amendment. You've been forewarned. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, and thank you. So House District 44 absolutely stands in support of this amendment. We have large sporting goods and gun stores. We have small sporting goods and gun stores. We have independent owners, and we would love for them to be exempt so they can keep doing business at a reasonable price to help the people and the constituents in House District 44 who like to go there to buy their ammunition. So vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I ran this amendment, I didn't speak for my district, but House District 47 would be appreciative of this amendment. We believe in being able to defend yourself. We believe the Second Amendment is a life issue. to be able to defend life. I have 2 young daughters, 17 years old and 10 years old, and I would be pretty shaken up if they found themselves in a relationship or in a position where they thought their only option was to be able to protect themselves and they weren't be able to buy the ammunition to be able to do that. And I'd really hate to one day have to think that some lawmaking that I was involved in this building might have stopped that from happening. I think this is really important. It's definitely not a joke. This is something that we all take serious, and I think it would be really great if we exempted our House districts. Like my colleague said earlier, you do you, let us do us. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I so appreciate the creativity from my colleagues across the aisle. It was very entertaining. But, members, I'm going to ask for a no vote. It's unenforceable and it's arbitrary.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
So close, Madam Majority Leader. So this definitely speaks to the idea of liberty in Colorado. So Colorado, you can see if you want to have liberty in Colorado, you need to vote red. I'm not campaigning, I'm just stating facts. And the facts are, if you want to have liberty in Colorado, elections matter. And
Representative Graff to the amendment.
scientifically, I am going to vote yes on this amendment. And the reason I'm saying scientifically is because this is one of those times where you can look at it and you can try in the melting pot, the experimentation, we can see what we'd be able to see what the effects are. We'd be able to see in Colorado and see, does this legislation in the blue areas where we spend all our money on mental health issues, does that solve the problem? Or does it not solve the problem? And see, that's the beauty of the free market. That's the beauty of how the Republican Party approaches a problem. And that's we can solve it locally. We can address the problem locally. And then if my area addresses the problem locally and we come up with a solution, we have a solution, then my colleagues in other House districts or other counties would be able to follow suit, and we would make that. So when you have centralized control, when you have centralized despotism like this body, then what you have is you have centralized corruption. When you have centralized, the military knows this, we have centralized command, we have decentralized execution. And that is one of the things that makes the military very strong. We have decentralized execution. When you centralize execution, what you have is a single point of failure. This bill represents a single point of failure. Because when this bill fails, it fails for the entire state. And it will fail. I mean, it's designed to fail. It's not designed to actually be successful. It's just designed to be the next step in a series of steps towards removing your Second Amendment, your right to protect yourself against criminals, common and elected. So the bill is designed to fail. So what we can do is we can just spread that out. We can eliminate that. We can say, you know what, those counties that chose representation that don't favor liberty, they can have their liberty restricted. Those counties that prefer a more liberty-oriented, as evidenced by their representation, they would be exempted out of it. And then we could see what happens on crime. And it kind of makes me think that the sponsor is afraid to find out what would happen on crime.
Representative DeGraff, please do not implicate the motives or intentions of any of other members.
I don't know why she would be afraid. I'm just saying that it makes me see, it seems like she is. I don't know why. So what we should be able to do is we should be able to trust our counties, we should be able to trust our people, and we should and we can come back and we can revisit this, and we can see what the effect on crime is in Colorado. Because, I mean, it's not working in other states, but that's not Colorado. So imposing this at a statewide level to impose a Denver solution on a rural problem, they're all Denver problems. Wherever she's from. Wherever the majority leader is from. Monica is her name, in case you're wondering. She said she has a name. I do know her name.
Representative DeGraff to the amendment.
Yes, sir, but she said she had a name, and I needed to recognize that. So all I'm saying is that we should respect the people of Colorado. We should respect that they're not a monolith. We should respect the scientific process so that we can find out what actually works, because this isn't it. But I'm willing to let those blue counties try, and then we would have that good compromise, and then we could all probably just go home. So with that, for the scientific method, I'm in favor of this amendment, and we should find out what works and what doesn't. Spoiler alert: this doesn't.
Representative Gonzalez.
I will make this fast. From House District 50, I think my district would also be wanting to exempt themselves from this. I've heard a lot of issues at the door about guns and anything that infringes on their rights. A lot of young people as well, young adults, not just a lot of older people, military vets and stuff and the like. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendments? Representative Sukla.
To all the constituents down in Cortez, Colorado, we're fighting for you. Approve this amendment.
Representative Richardson.
When I was up here earlier, I did kind of focus on my own district, but I do think just in an effort of collegiality and recognizing that I've gotten to know the representatives that have been up here earlier pretty well over the last month or so. So I really want to ensure that they know that the people of House District 56 also support amending out of this bill districts 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 39, 44, 45, 47, 48, 50, 51, 54, 55, 58, 60, 63, 64, and 65, and I'm sure the proponent would actually welcome any friendly amendments to add any other districts to this list. But thank you, I still very much support this amendment.
Representative Kelty.
I forgot to mention that with this, I want us to be able to show how true bipartisan we can be. And I support you in representing your districts, and I would like you to help support me since I am the majority in my district, and so are the rest of us. We are the majority in our districts. Let us represent ours, you represent yours, and we'll see how that goes. It'll be a great test to see how this type of bipartisanship will work, and I think it's great, and I really hope you can help us support our people as we help you support yours. Thank you very much. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L19. All for those in favor? We will go into a brief recess. The House will come back to order. The question is the adoption of Amendment L19. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L19, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Attention in the chamber, if you're not entitled to vote, please sit down. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L19 is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1133? Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L020 to HB 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative Wu, you have to move whatever you're planning on doing.
I'm sorry? So this amendment grandfathers in retail ammunition vendors that were operating on the effective date of the bill. This bill is going to create some issues with current retail ammunition vendors. They're going to have to put some money into their business to get new cases, lock them up, all kinds of things. So would love a yes vote on this that will protect current vendors.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I think about this all these types of legislation that we get crammed down the throats of Coloradans, I often think of it's to paraphrase Carl Jung, so it's nothing I came up with on my own, but I can wait. Sorry,
Members in the chamber, if you are not taking part in the discussion, please take your discussions to the side. Thank you.
Don't make me sing.
To the amendment.
To the amendment. If the outcome is evident, the intent is inferred. The outcome of this bill is putting the evident outcome of this bill is that it will put retailers out of business. We already have retailers telling us it's going to put them out of business. So if we go into this legislation knowing that it's going to put retailers out of business, all we can do is say the intent of this bill is to put retailers out of business. Now, I'm not speaking to motive because I don't know why the sponsors want to put businesses out of business. Because businesses employ people and businesses pay taxes and the people they employ pay taxes. And some of the most productive people in the state are the ones that appreciate their Second Amendment. And we already have people that are threatening to talking about leaving the state.
Members, I know we're still late in the evening, but if you can keep your conversations down or move them to the side, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you. To the amendment.
So we know going in that this bill, to the people of Colorado, the intent of this bill is to put businesses out of business. We've already talked about that. I don't know why. I'm not speaking to motive. I'm not saying why the sponsors want to put these ammunition dealers out of business. I'm just saying that that is the obvious intent. And when the outcome is obvious, the intent is inferred. So I think it's safe to say that this is an attack on business. Again, I don't know why. I don't know why we would be attacking business, just that we are. We are. I mean, when I say we, I mean you. Mr. Chair, my colleagues need to get themselves under control. So I would appreciate it for the sake of businesses in Colorado that you don't make legislation that attacks the livelihood of citizens in Colorado. And if you're going to attack the livelihood and citizens in Colorado, do it in your own districts. If they're going to vote for that kind of nonsense, let them have it. Don't impose it on everybody else. All of our districts, we can absorb all of the business that needs to come out of your districts, and we'll be just fine. So again, it's pretty obvious the intent of this bill is to put these businesses out of business. That's an attack on the livelihood of Coloradans. I think it's wrong. I think it's immoral. And this gun registration just gets worse and worse.
Representative Caldwell. And this is just a third reminder in the last few minutes. Colleagues, please, to get out of here quickly, please take the conversations to the side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair. It's late, I'm sorry. I rise in support of this amendment. This is good for House District 20. Now, if you recall, if you were listening in a couple hours ago, I talked about renovation costs, and I talked about how expensive it is for small businesses, small gun stores, who are literally, some of them are closing their doors in my district, how expensive it is for them to have to renovate, to come into compliance with this law. And what this bill does essentially is a grandfather clause or grandmother clause, whatever you want to call it, to give our small businesses some leniency here. And
1 second, Representative Caldwell.
Yes, sir.
Members, take it off the floor. You know better. Continue, Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. So as I was saying, on page 3, lines 1 through 8, which talks about the renovation cost that's being forced, this is good for House District 20. I hope everybody votes for it because this will seriously hurt small businesses, small gun stores who are already in existence. At least give them a break. If you're going to pass this bill anyways, at least give the people who are already in business a break. I'm telling you, they need it right now. Thank you very much.
Is there any further? Representative Baron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in favor of this amendment. House District 48 has many small ammo stores and gun stores in my district, and this would really help out them to be grandfathered in, to not have to remodel their small shops and have to do everything that needs to do to be in compliance with this bill. So this is just another step forward that would really help out my district and many other districts in this state. I honestly believe that this is not really going to help out new businesses coming in. It'll probably prevent them from coming in, but at least we will not be killing some of the businesses that we already have open. I believe this is a great amendment, and vote yes, please.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the place that I live, I have 2 gun stores, family gun stores. If this amendment doesn't pass, you're going to put both of them out of business. You're going to force the citizens of Colorado in the southwest corner, you're going to force them to go to Farmington, New Mexico to buy their ammo. Please, for the sake of it, for the people where I live, would you please pass this amendment? Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be frank, I'm not satisfied with this particular amendment. That being said, I will support it as an interim measure. This bill and this section is very micromanaging, and it does not understand the nature of business and business owners, especially in a space that is being regulated more and more and actually regulated out of business. Small gun shops, like the ones in my district, cannot afford to see ammunition walk out the door. They also can't afford to have criminal or civil infractions brought against them. And so to have this section generally to dictate to them how they must arrange their store to ensure that a particular population either doesn't steal that or access it in a way that this body determines they shouldn't is micromanaging to too great of an extent. And so while I would say we should strike this whole thing as applied to everyone, not just grandfather in those businesses that currently exist, it's at least a step in the right direction, and so I rise in support. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to sing. I rise in support of this amendment as well. I've got big commercial gun dealers in my district, but then I have some small mom and pop shops in Franktown, and they don't deserve to have to be regulated to this. They will close. And with us being the 6th most regulated state, and with 12,000 small businesses closing in the last year, this amendment will really help keep them sustained and open. So I rise in support for the dealers in my district, both rural and urban. Strong support of this amendment. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L20? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment L20 to House Bill 1133. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative or Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in my House district, I have Trinidad State College. They're a gunsmithing school. They teach young adults, and I'm sure that there are adults that are 18 to 21 that go to this school. That's their career path. That's what they're going to do for a living. And if you're going to be manufacturing and making firearms in gunsmithing school, you're going to have to be able to go test those firearms. That's what we do. You build a rifle, you test the firearm. You work on a pistol, you test the firearm. Well, if this bill passes, they won't have that ability to test their firearms. So they're going to spend all this money at this school for an education, and they're not even going to be able to fully take advantage of the education they get. And there's another gunsmithing school in another state, so you can only imagine that once this bill passes, or if this bill passes, that my local district will take a hit. It will not only take money out of my college in my hometown, it'll take money from the economy, which will be a double whammy. So we've taken oil and gas out of my community, we've taken coal out of my community, and now we're going to take money via tuition and tax dollars out of my community because students are going to want to go to another gunsmithing school out of state. And that makes it really hard for me. I know that we're debating this bill, something I thought of, and I would, just like to make that notice that as my districts take more and more of a beating of legislation passed out of this building, it would be a shame if my local college wasn't able to offer the gunsmithing school that they have. Actually, the #1 gunsmithing school in the nation. And we could lose a lot of local tax revenue. It will definitely affect everything about my community. And I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you weren't rickrolled before, Sweet Caroline, bum, bum, bum. It's good times here in the well. To the bill. I move L015 to HB 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Please display L. One second. L15 has been properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate everyone's attention. This amendment requires the Office of Gun Violence Prevention to study the efficacy of the bill and require this to be added to the report. If the legislature does not act, it is repealed June 30th, 2028.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L15? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L15 fails. To the bill, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L044 to House Bill 1133.
That is a proper motion.
I ask that it be properly displayed. No, it's proper.
Please continue.
Alrighty. Thank you. Folks, this amendment actually refers to something that I spoke to during my first time up here just to talk to the bill in general. The penalties that were assessed to folks that are just doing their job and may not know that they are in violation. It says here that the penalties don't apply to those that are delivering retail ammunition and don't know that it's retail ammunition. I do quite a bit of shooting myself. The folks in my district get a lot of bulk deliveries. It's the easiest way to get ammo, and every one of those deliveries comes with a 27-cent delivery fee from UPS, DHL, others that may not actually know. And it's just not fair to penalize somebody that probably will not know and doesn't pay attention to what they're delivering. Their job is to get the package to the right person at the right time. So I do urge approval of this amendment. Thank you.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for the collaboration and conversation on this amendment, and we do accept it, so I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L44 to House Bill 1133. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L44 passes. Representative Caldwell, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move L043 to House Bill 1133, and I ask that it be properly displayed.
Would you like to move that? Is that right, Representative Caldwell?
Yes, I would like to move I move L043 of House Bill 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. And Amendment L43 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think this is a very, this amendment makes sense here. And it applies that, it says that it does not apply to rimfire ammunition. So for many of those who maybe aren't gun enthusiasts like myself and some others, rimfire ammunition, very commonly, it applies to a few different calibers, but the most common caliber that it applies to is a 22 long rifle caliber. And so if you're unfamiliar with the 22 caliber, it is your most common target practicing round, I think, that there is. I mean, you can literally buy a bucket of bullets, which is what I used to buy as a kid, bucket of bullets, and you get hundreds and hundreds of rounds that you can train and practice with. And I think it would be important to allow our 18 to 21-year-olds to to be able to train with this kind of ammunition. And yeah, I support it.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also appreciate the collaboration on this amendment as well, and we urge a yay vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 43? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L43 to House Bill 1133. Those all in favor say aye. Aye. Those all opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L43 passes. To the bill, Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you saw me this time. Thank you. I move L041 to HB 133 and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
That is a proper motion. To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment that I'm moving here, it exempts small businesses which are defined as businesses that have less than 2,000 square feet of retail space. I believe this amendment is going to be good for the small businesses and prevent them from having to remodel a small area to abide by this new bill if passed. It's another good step. Like I said, these little amendments are good steps forward to make this bill less bad. But I urge and I vote on this amendment, please.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a number of my colleagues get up here a little bit earlier and talk about just this bill from a business standpoint. It's the one piece that in the beginning when I spoke, I neglected to talk about it from a business standpoint. That's something I would like to make sure to do now because it's applicable directly to this amendment. We are really hurting small businesses in Colorado. Colorado is, you're going to hear me, broken record on this, and I'll apologize and then say that I don't really mean it. Colorado is the 6th most regulated state in the country. 6. That means there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's quick for me to get there. That are more regulated than Colorado. We are single-handedly strangling the life out of small business in Colorado. Cornerstone, Colorado economy. We need to protect small business in Colorado. This also helps because when you think about what a business is going to have to do, take that ammo, move it behind a counter, that's going to be a very expensive venture. There may be plenty of places that are less than 2,000 square feet that simply would not be able to afford to comply with this. We don't want to be putting other people, even the bill sponsors, I'm sure, their intention is not necessarily to put people out of business. We don't want to put people out of business, right? Mom and pop shops. I've got those in my district. Mom and pop firearm shops. They sell ammunition. Having to move that from one place to behind the counter, not allow for perusing of ammunition. Just quickly, and I will make my point here quickly. You know, I've done some big game hunting. More often than not, I call it elk hiking more than elk hunting, just because my record is pretty poor with it. But you know, when I am looking for ammunition for say a deer rifle or an elk rifle, there is a vast number of different boxes of ammo that I can look at. Even within, let's say, a 30-06, right? 30-06 caliber. I can be looking at different grains of bullets. I could be looking at nozzlers. I could be looking at all sorts of different boxes of ammunition. And if I'm target shooting, it's one box. If I'm deer hunting, it's another box. If I want to go elk hunting, it's going to be another box. It's very specific. I don't know that if you're not a regular shooter, that you understand how many variations of ammunition there could be for one caliber for a hunting rifle. Moving all of that behind a counter is onerous. That's a big ask. It's a big, expensive ask for small businesses. Again, I do not believe that the intent of this bill is to put people out of business. Let's protect small business in Colorado, please. I would urge a yes vote for this amendment.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We urge a no vote on this amendment. Ammunition theft happens in large and small businesses, and further, the exemption would allow ammunition vending machines at businesses across the state. We urge a no vote, please.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Like I had mentioned earlier, I have businesses in my district that are large. They might be able to absorb some of this, but that cost will get passed on to the consumers. But I have a couple of small businesses that I have walked into that would fit into this category of 2,000 feet. It's huge to them. We are going to ask them, no, we're not asking, we're mandating. This bill will mandate that they change how they do their business, how they structure their store. They're going to have to do more capital outlay. And who's going to pay for that? Aside from the business up front, it will get passed along to the consumers. We continually raise the price to consumers in everything we do in this chamber. That's the wrong direction. We should be bringing things down. This amendment is great for these small businesses that have the little shops. They're usually just a single owner shop, small little business doing the American dream. And now we're going to tack on with this bill additional costs for them to comply. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L41? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L41 to House Bill 1133. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L41 fails. Representative Sukla, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L026 to HB 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. L26 is properly displayed to the amendment.
If you won't give us 2,000 feet, give us 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet for our constituents. This exempts small businesses, which are defined as businesses that are less than 1,000 square feet of retail space. Anyway, talking auctioneer stuff over here. This is so important to the constituents of Western Colorado. This is so important to keep our kids where they can still shoot, where we can, our businesses where they are still viable, so they don't move away and leave. They told me, our small gun businesses, the two that we have in our town, said that they are going to have to close their doors down, and you will leave us no place to buy our ammo. And one last plea. We have the Ute Mountain Ute tribe where I live, and they have 18-year-olds, and they have 19-year-olds, and they have kids that hunt where I live. They actually have special hunting rights where they hunt the whole San Juan Forest, which is 1.2 million acres, one of the largest forests in the state of Colorado. Please accept this motion and vote yes. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
I rise in support of this motion. If these small gun shops close down, especially in rural Colorado, that's going to be a big deal, especially in my district, because if the gun stores in my district close down because they can't afford to be able to lock up the ammunition, I'm going to have to literally come back next year or even tonight come up with an amendment that you guys give me an appropriation to take care of the highways for all the people that are going to be driving to the neighboring states right outside of my district. It'd probably be cheaper just to do that. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of this amendment mainly because the people who own these small gun stores are the same people who give to your kids' soccer teams, baseball teams. They are the ones who help support the communities. You're literally shutting them down, and they are huge contributors to our community. They're legal in everything that they do. There's nothing that they're doing wrong. They need to at least have some sort of relief. If you're going after the big guys, leave the little guys alone. They're the ones who actually support the very teams that many of your children and grandchildren play on. And if you take the money away out of their pockets, they won't have any of that money to be able to support the kids. So honestly, just give a little. I'm asking that, please. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't believe Colorado, the former free state of Colorado, is reduced to begging to keep in business 1,000 square feet. So we know that this bill is intended to put these gun stores out of business, and now even the 1,000 square feet are not safe. 1,000 square feet, that's about 32 by 32. So probably about the length of this dais square. 1,000 square feet. And for the rest of Colorado, don't think you're exempt. Today they're after gun stores. Tomorrow they're after whatever runs afoul of the ideology. I don't know why. I won't speak to motive. But it's true. Don't ask for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Colorado is begging the statists to allow 1,000 square feet for a gun store, for an ammo store.
Representative DeGraff to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when the Second Amendment says, when the Constitution, to which everybody took an oath and to which everybody pledges allegiance every morning, well, most everybody, that includes the Second Amendment. That includes the Second Amendment, and that is the purpose of the Second Amendment is to maintain a free nation. And if you don't have the fire, part of the firearms, you're not going to have a free nation. And again, if the outcome is evident, the intent is inferred. So it's really, really, really disheartening that the former free state of Colorado is reduced to begging for 1,000 square feet from which to purchase the fire part of the firearm. So, yeah, I think saying the former free state of Colorado is perfectly apt when we look at this continual onslaught of rules and regulations by people who say they support the Constitution.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly urge a yes vote on this. Colorado is killing small business. Small business is the backbone of my rural communities and the rural communities across Colorado. We are only asking for 1,000 feet so we can keep some of our small businesses in operation. Ammunition is a part of the tool for protection, to protect our property, our loved ones, our family, friends, and ourselves. Without ammunition, a gun is not complete and we cannot utilize our Second Amendment. We are asking to help keep rural alive, some small businesses alive, and let them keep this business so we can protect our Second Amendment and stop stripping away. I have a ton of family small businesses in rural Colorado that we are chasing away, and we're sending business across the borders to Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, at least on the northeast side. We can continue if we want to. We're sending them to New Mexico, Utah, to get the revenue and the economic benefit that we are driving out of our state, because we are slowly killing small businesses with everything we're doing, every strike of the pen here under the Gold Dome. Please protect our small businesses and vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Threw me off a little bit when I saw you pick up that gavel. I appreciate it, sir.
amendment.
Listen, I'm rising in support of this amendment here. We tried 3,000 square foot. This is 1,000 square foot. Now ask yourself, a small business, small gun store that is 1,000 square foot or less, what does that apply to? That's probably a mom and pop, family-owned small gun store. Let's help them out. We have the ability. And what does it cost us? What does it cost anybody in here? To say aye instead of nay? Do you know how much it would help a small family business that has 1,000 square foot or less gun store? It would help them out tremendously, and all it takes is to say aye instead of nay. Doesn't cost us anything. If we don't pass this, it costs them a whole lot. And it may cost them enough that puts them out of business, or at least puts them behind for years. And it doesn't cost us anything. 1,000 square foot or less is a small business. It's probably a family-owned business that's been around for a long time. Let's at least give them a break. You can make an argument that 3,000 square foot, that might be a much bigger business. Okay, fine. I mean, I would disagree with you because I think we shouldn't be doing it in the first place, so we should be giving everybody the break. But at least if we're not going to give the bigger businesses a break, 1,000 square foot or less, that is a mom and pop gun store, probably a family-owned business, probably been around for a long time, and it doesn't cost us anything to give them the break. All you have to do is say aye instead of nay. It's easy. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I do ask you to vote aye on this. If you drive through rural Colorado, there's towns that if you blink, you're through them. They're disappearing. We need to preserve our communities in the rural areas. 1,000 square foot stores is what you find, usually a lot smaller than 1,000 square foot. This is livelihood. This is jobs that we're talking about in our rural Colorado. And honestly, from the original intent of the bill, and I think it was, good-hearted, is we're trying to prevent some issues with gun violence, but those are mostly in the urban areas where there are larger big box stores where folks can get a lot of ammo. We don't see those problems in the rural areas, thank God, but that's probably because folks are focused on making a living. They still have hope. Don't take the hope away from our small towns and our small businesses. Please vote aye on this.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't like this amendment. I don't like anything about this amendment. I don't like the idea that we're passing unconstitutional bills and then we're going to carve out some little thing for a 1,000 square foot business, not 1,100 square foot. You're no longer eligible. Not 1,200. You're no longer eligible for the Constitution. You're no longer eligible for the Constitution. This is not constitutional. This bill is not constitutional. In fact, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has already ruled against an exact same bill as CR 23-169 that says that you can't buy guns if you're under 21. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has already ruled that's unconstitutional. So guess what? It's coming down the pipe for this. It's coming down the pipe for all the things that are happening in Colorado. We are in a golden age right now. We are in a golden age, and we're going to continue to tear this stuff up. This is not constitutional. It should be torn up and thrown on the floor. It is not constitutional. The fact that we're going to say, oh, let's give a 1,000 square foot business, that is horrible. That is horrible. This is not constitutional. This bill is not constitutional. Second Amendment says no infringement. No infringement. But we don't care about the Constitution in here. We break the law day after day in this room.
Representative
break
Bottoms,
the
to the
law.
amendment.
And so I strongly do not like this amendment. I think this goes against everything that we are supposed to be defending in this room. But we're going to let we'll hand you a little bowl of gruel. 1,000 square foot building can do this. This is, I'm talking to my side right now. This side is laughing at us. This side is laughing at us because we're coming with our little bowl in our hand
And
asking
Representative
for a little
DeGraff,
carve-out.
Representative DeGraff, I'm just going to ask you just to pull it back to the amendment, please. Speak to, sorry, Representative Bottoms, my apologies. I see Representative DeGraff, yeah. I'm going to ask you just to please pull it back to the amendment, pull it back to the 1,000 square foot ask. I understand the tensions in relation to the bill
I
and how
actually
you,
just said that sentence, 1,000 square foot.
yes,
I
yes,
just
and I'm
got
going to
through
ask
saying
you to refrain from the bowl of gruel line of arguing, wherever that might be going, and just pull it back to the amendment,
I'm
please.
just going to keep talking about what I was talking about. 1,000
I'm going to
square
ask you,
foot.
sir, to please pull it
1,000
back to the
square
amendment.
foot. I'm talking to our side, 1,000 square foot. They're asking you to come beg at their feet for 1,000 square foot. This is horrible. I'm also offended I was called DeGraff.
You have my apologies for the latter. No offense, Representative DeGraff. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you. We urge a no vote on this amendment. It isn't just about 1,000 square feet. This is would allow vending machines to have ammunition. So we strongly urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L26? Seeing none, the question before this is the adoption of Amendment L26 to House Bill 1133. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L26 fails. Representative Johnson to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L018 to House Bill 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. And Amendment L18 has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment exempts all people aged 18 to 20 with a disability from the age requirements in this bill. We need to make sure that those who are most vulnerable, those who may not be able to defend themselves, have the proper tools to do so. My own story is I cannot physically run, and I am not a fighter. I can't run, I can't fight, I need the tools to be able to protect myself. I had a constituent just yesterday call me, a veteran, an amputee, lost one of his arms. He does not want to lose the dignity of his manhood to protect his family, and he asked that he has his Second Amendment right to be able to defend himself. He is 19, a veteran, lost his arm, has a family, wants the dignity to be able to protect himself like every American has in the Second Amendment. My mom, 3, maybe 4 Easters ago, we had a whole bunch of wild animals come onto our property and kill 17 head of goats. Luckily, she was able to protect herself because she had her Second Amendment, because she had the right to have ammunition to fill that Second Amendment right and protect herself. She has had double knee replacements. She cannot run. She also is not a fighter. You lose that fight or flight ability, she has her Second Amendment right to protect herself. Anybody who is not physically able to protect themselves, especially our youth who are 18 to 20, should have that dignity, that safety, that protection to be able to preserve their life, their property, their family, and their loved ones. We need to make sure we are utilizing the tools that our Constitution provides to help our disabled, especially those 18 and 20-year-olds, have that ability to protect themselves, that option, that right. Allow them to have ammunition so they can utilize that tool for that protection. We need to make sure we are not disadvantaging those who have already been disadvantaged by life circumstances, so that way they have the security and protection they need. I strongly urge you to vote yes on this amendment.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
I'd like to support my colleague in this amendment, and I think it's ultra important what she's saying. There's a saying that you may have not heard before, and I think it speaks very well to this amendment. God created men, but Colonel Colt made them equal. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in strong support of this amendment. I've been a physical therapist for 25 years. I have treated patients with tons of comorbidities, diabetes, amputees, disabled community, men and women late in age who have had major joint replacements, who cannot protect themselves, and guns are the greatest equalizer. And to take this away from them is shameful. It is shameful to not exempt these people from this horrific bill. Those people deserve to be able to protect themselves. And just because they're not able-bodied people like we are, we're gonna put them in the same category? Can't run, can't defend themselves? Shameful. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if anybody has seen the movie. I'm just going to harken back to it for a second. American Sniper. At the end of the movie, which is terrible, but at the end of the movie, Chris Kyle, decorated war veteran, they go into his kind of final days. After he came back from service, he would take veterans out that had lost limbs, that had disabilities, because for veterans, shooting and continuing to be able to shoot is something that they really rely on to be able to still do something that they know that there's so much that they can't do anymore because they've lost limbs. This was what Chris Kyle did. He took veterans out and gave them that opportunity to still be able to be in that brotherhood, to still be able to shoot together. Being able to shoot is a big deal to these folks. Also, and not just for the Chris Kyle reference, but there is a group called It's a Calling that is in Douglas County. And Douglas County, the group It's a Calling, will take out veterans to go hunting, to go shooting. It's PTSD therapy for a lot of combat deployed after they've come back. Remember, you can enter the military at 18. I know that we've been making that point, right? And so you could very quickly acquire a disability before the age of 21 and come back and still need to have the ability to shoot, to be able to go out, to be able to enjoy the outdoors. It's a Calling is a fantastic organization that does that for veterans. I would support it on that level, and for those reasons, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment, please. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms. I mean DeGraff. I thought it was only fair.
I have never been so offended. In this place.
There's still a lot of days left in the session.
I've been offended a lot. All right. So, this just reminded me of a story that's kind of funny in my family. My wife's dearly departed grandmother probably weighed about 80 pounds soaking wet. One day, sitting out at the parking lot at the Piggly Wiggly, it's a real place, she got into her little sports car, and a gang of youth decided to walk towards her, and they said, "That is a mighty fine car for a little old lady like you." And what she did is she reached under the front seat and she said, "Come on, boys, come and get it." Strangely enough, those boys took off running in the opposite direction when they had intended to steal her car. I don't know why, because she wasn't even armed. There was nothing under her front seat. But the thought of something being under her front seat that might have been chrome, might have had a cylinder like would normally be there, they took off running, because a firearm is a force leveler. The reason you have a firearm is to be a force leveler. so you don't have to get into a fight, so you don't have to be a victim. The important thing about a firearm is the fire. Besides being a gun registration, this is a disarming the victim bill. Makes it harder, makes it more difficult for citizens to protect themselves against all criminals, common or elected. So the reason that people have firearms is not just because they like to carry the extra weight, because they think the bulk is particularly appealing. They carry firearms because they are a force leveler. And if somebody has a physical impairment, a physical disability, a challenge where they need a little bit more leveling, then this amendment helps level that field. I mean, maybe we can at least avoid disarming one class of victims. The rest of the victims in Colorado, well, you're on your own. Now, there is a lot being done from the federal level to reduce crime in Colorado, because that wasn't being done in Colorado, but that's a different story. But right now, this amendment would help keep at least a small class of Coloradans safe and able to protect themselves, instead of disarming all the victims and making all victims out of Coloradans. So I recommend an aye vote on this amendment, and protect at least one group of Coloradans. We're sacrificing the businesses, we're sacrificing the citizens. At least maybe we can carve out a small group of citizens of Colorado, that the sponsor deems worthy of self-defense.
Colleagues, I would request that you please keep all conversations at a lower tone or move them to the side. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I was sitting and listening to my colleagues all making excellent points, I thought of one particular lady, 19 years old, in a wheelchair, excited that she was able to live on her own because she had the security of a concealed carry. She was excited that she had the ability to be independent. While this young lady is not in my district, it reminds me that everything we do here at the well, under this gold dome, affects all of Colorado. And if we can make at least one life better, we're doing something good. If we're disadvantaging many, we're doing something wrong. This young lady, how am I supposed to face her? I ask, how would any of you be able to face her if she does not have the fire, the ammunition, to fuel that tool that she was so proud of after she just bought her own apartment to protect herself? How do we tell her she no longer has that right? That she is going to have to go back to her parents because she is scared to live on her own and be independent like any 19-year-old strives to be. Please think of the consequences that we're doing under this, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L18? Yes, there is. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L18 to House Bill 1133? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L18. Those all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L18 fails. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L017 to House Bill 1133 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion.
Okay.
Amendment L17 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Okay, this amendment says, notwithstanding the prohibition of selling ammunition to a person who is under 21 years of age, described in subsection 1B of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell ammunition to a woman who is 18 years of age or older, but under 21 years of age, who presents a government-issued identification indicating that the person is a woman. We know plenty of statistics Victims of sexual violence. Sexual violence affects millions of Americans. Every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted. On average, there are 463,634 victims ages 12 or older of rape and sexual assault each year in the United States. Younger people are at the risk of sexual assault. The majority of sexual assault victims are under the age of 30. Ages 12 to 34 are the highest risk years for rape and sexual assault. Women and girls experience sexual violence at high rates. 1 out of every 6 American women has been the victim of an attempted or completed rape in her lifetime. 14% completed, 2.8% attempted. And for the men in here who maybe don't understand the fear of living as a woman and that guns are our greatest equalizer, 18 to 20-year-olds deserve the ability to fight and buy ammunition and protect themselves. As of 1998, an estimated 17.7 million American women had been victims of attempted or completed rape. 82%, young women are especially at risk. 82% of all juvenile victims are female. 90% of adult rape victims are female. Females aged 16 to 19 are 4 times more likely than the general population to be victims of rape, attempted rape, or sexual assault. Women ages 18 to 24 who are college students are 3 times more likely than women in general to experience sexual violence. Females of the same age who are not enrolled in college are 4 times more likely. And let's talk about the effects of violence on these women, because we should talk about that when we're limiting their ability to defend themselves against violent crime that we have made rampant in the state. The likelihood that a person suffers suicidal or depressive thoughts increases after sexual violence. 94% of women who are raped experience symptoms of PTSD during the 2 weeks following rape. 30% of women report symptoms of PTSD 9 months after the rape. 33% of women who are raped contemplated suicide. 13% of women who are raped attempt suicide. Approximately 70% of rape or sexual assault victims experience moderate to severe distress, a larger percentage than for any other violent crime. 3 to 4 times more likely to use marijuana, 6 times more likely to use cocaine, 10 times more likely to use other major drugs. Sexual violence also affects victims' relationships with their families, friends, and coworkers, and this is why we should protect our youth. 38% of victims of sexual violence experience work or school problems, which can include significant problems with a boss, coworker, or peer. So unable to work, getting laid off. 37% experience family-friend problems, including getting into arguments more frequently than before. 84% of survivors who are victimized by an intimate partner experience professional or emotional issues. 79% of survivors who are victimized by a family member, close friend, or acquaintance experience professional or emotional issues, including moderate to severe distress or increased problems at work or school. 67% of survivors who are victimized by a stranger experience professional or emotional issues, including moderate to severe distress. And Native Americans are at the greatest risk of sexual violence. On average, American Indians aged 12 and older experience about 6,000 sexual assaults per year. American Indians are twice as likely to experience a rape, sexual assault compared to all races. 41% of sexual assaults against American Indians are committed by a stranger. And for women who continue to be victims of crimes, this is unfair. It is unfair for us as a body to legislate onto 18 to 20-year-old women their ability to protect themselves. For women, a gun is our greatest equalizer. I'm going to go over a couple more statistics. Young women aged 18 to 21 are often at higher risk for certain types of violent crime. Intimate partner violence. Women aged 18 to 24 generally experience the highest rates of intimate partner violence, which includes physical violence, sexual violence, and stalking by a current or former intimate partner. According to the National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey, young women aged 18 to 24 experience the highest rates of rape and sexual assault. These are women in our districts. These are women that we represent. 18 to 20-year-olds that live on their own should be able to defend themselves. Why do we continue to push bills that will create more victims? When will we demand bills that prosecute criminals and keep Coloradans safe? Let's get back to public safety. And to go over specific statistics in our lovely state of Colorado, we rate number 4 in the nation for rape. We rate number 3rd in the nation as the most dangerous state in the entire country. 3rd. 47 other states are safer than we are. 47 other states. And we keep regulating gun bills and ammo bills, and we're 3rd least safe state. So what have those bills done? Because they're not doing anything. We're number 8 in the country, highest in violence. And you don't send any bills down here to put the criminals in jail. You victimize Second Amendment gun owners and women over and over and over with these bills. We are victimizing women. We are victimizing the disabled. We are victimizing men in our state, all while we watch crime continue to rise and rise and rise. More and more gun bills and regulations, and crime continues to go up and up and up. All while you continue to take away their God-given constitutional rights. If your bills work so well, we wouldn't be the 3rd most dangerous state in this country. Bill after bill after bill stripping away our constitutional rights for what? For nothing. And I thought we were all supposed to be about women's rights. Man, I hear us talk about women's rights all the time. We talk about women's rights every other day. Women's rights, women's right to choose, women's rights. Guns rights are women's rights. Women have the right to choose the ammo that they want to purchase and to use a gun to protect themselves against men or whoever's breaking into their home or stalking them or raping them or sexually violating them. Women deserve that right. You don't get to talk about women's rights when it only works for you. Women's rights are guns' rights. Pulling a Rep Bacon up here, I'm preaching. You can come down. Sorry, I'm gonna take. We can't sit here and talk about women's rights, you guys, when we're taking away the rights for women to defend themselves. Accept this amendment. 18 to 20-year-olds are working late in restaurants, in businesses, in one of the most unsafe states that we have in the nation. And we are now telling them, A, you can't go buy ammo, which helps you practice and become a good, safe gun owner. If you're in rural Colorado and your car breaks down 100 miles away from your home, you deserve the right to protect yourself. Why do we pick and choose who gets the right to do that? So please stop saying we're for women's rights when we are tying the hands of women to protect themselves. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is hard to beat that from my good colleague. She said it so well, but I wanted to make sure we're hearing that. If we really want to empower young women, 18 to 20, if we want to empower women so that they feel independent and can go live their lives without restrictions, if we want to empower women, we need to empower the Second Amendment. We need to make sure that we are advocating for their safety. If we're saying under this gold dome, we want public safety, let's make sure we are allowing women to have the right to be safe. This is an equalizer, but it is only an equalizer if they are using a firearm, if they can use ammunition to put the fire in that firearm. We need to make sure we are keeping them safe so we avoid future mental tolls. Let's be proactive in this. Let's make sure we are giving them the confidence. Let's empower our women and make sure that they have the Second Amendment. We have it. Vote yes to ensure that we want to support women. Women 18 to 20, make sure that we are supporting the upcoming generations and that they feel safe. So we are not making sure that we're taking this right away from them. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that hasn't been mentioned that at least I didn't catch was included in this for women's rights is domestic violence. Women who have been victims of domestic violence, like myself, I like the fact that I now have something within my power to protect myself and to take that safety, that safe feeling, that ability to protect yourself away from young women who are married at 18, they're married at 19, they're married at 20. But to be able to take away that right for them, to be able to actually purchase ammunition and protect themselves and use the Second Amendment like it is supposed to be used is a travesty. This is going to be causing a lot more problems if we don't at least allow our young women to protect themselves like I almost cussed, like they darn well should be able to. Please vote yes. Use some common sense today. Let women protect themselves. Thank you.
On this amendment, Representative DeGraff.
No, I am not identifying as a woman. But what I am speaking of, we're just thinking in terms of this bill, ready, aim, click. Just taking away the fire part of the bill, of the ammo, of the firearm. Ready, aim, click. That's 1133. It's not just that we're the number 3 in violence. It's the rapid rise up the charts in violence. Now, correlation is not causation, but mental health, violence, crime, blue, they're all rising together. Women have the right to be safe in their person. And one thing that I heard from not long ago was something like 90% of men can kill 95% of the women with their bare hands. That's why there needs to be a force leveler. Now, when my wife was in college, somebody came to the door, somebody that she knew. She let them in because there was somebody skulking around in the parking lot. And then when that individual came in, who she trusted before, he pushed her on the couch. And the story would have ended a lot different if she wasn't a black belt in Taekwondo. So she kicked him across the room. He crawled out the door holding his chest, and she never saw him again. Not everybody has that capability. So there needs to be a force leveler. And just the thought of there being that is very important. So stop trying to create more victims. We don't need more victims in Colorado. We don't need more victims in Colorado. It's not a matter of that all of these restrictions and infringements don't work, so that we need more. Don't get the wrong idea. All of your infringements are going in the wrong direction. They are counteracting, they are counterproductive. They are increasing crime. It's not a matter that they don't work, they just work for the wrong people. They work to increase crime, they work to put businesses out of business. So let Colorado breathe. Let Colorado breathe. Let's at least have some people in Colorado that are not forced to be victims of your legislation.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What am I being? Oh, a church hymn. Well, fun fact about churches, in the early colonial period, many states and jurisdictions actually fined their residents if that resident did not attend church armed. Did you know that? You could get fined if you did not actually have the weapon in order to protect yourself and your church population. So thank you for that segue of all about church. I like the Did You Know games. In any case, to the amendment, it's a good time to remind everyone that what we are talking about is not even a civil right. It is an unalienable right. Unalienable, meaning God-given, given to all people. And what is that unalienable right? The definition of it, it's the corollary of those other rights that are enshrined in our Declaration of Independence. It is the unalienable right to defense, defense of self, defense of others, and defense of property. And court case after court case after court case has come down to say that the Second Amendment applies to all people and encompasses even those who are between the ages of 18 and 20. Revolutionary thought that if you are 18 to 20 years old, you also have the ability to defend yourself. And while I don't like the fact that we are excluding men from this amendment because they too have that right, at least again we're protecting some rights. We're securing some of those unalienable rights as we are charged to do and as we gave oath to do on the first day here, both under the state and federal constitutions. Women have the right to defend themselves. Women often prefer tools like firearms to defend themselves because it equalizes, especially when they are finding their attacker to be male. A firearm, I don't know if you know this, can be used like a bludgeon, a baton, a rock, you can hit people with it, but it generally is more effective when you use it with ammunition. And so when you strip the ability of people to purchase the ammunition for it, you, in essence, minimize their ability to exercise that unalienable God-given right of self-defense or defense of others, defense of their property. And so for that reason, I rise in support of this, wishing that there could be an amendment that was accepted that just struck this whole bill and gave everyone their right and acknowledged all of them their right, not that they gave it, but acknowledged that unalienable right. But since we may not be able to get that, maybe we can make a compromise here and protect the women in our communities. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We urge a no vote on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 17 to House Bill 1133. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L016 to House Bill 1133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is my first amendment introducing. So get this, right? Basically what this amendment specifies is anything in the bill that is ruled unconstitutional by the U.S. Supreme Court, Colorado Supreme Court, or the Court of Appeals, it basically makes it that it's unenforceable while the court order is in effect. I believe in the separation of powers and checks and balances, and so this is a way to give the courts also a determination in ruling some things that if we might overstep our authority. And we've also seen that with some of the bills that this legislature has passed in some years where the courts have intervened and stepped in to rule them unconstitutional. Not saying that this is entirely unconstitutional, but I feel like this is an infringement on the Second Amendment. And so I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a lot of the attorneys in the room can attest, severability clauses are very commonplace in contracts. They're also very commonplace in many of our bills. And so I don't think adding a severability clause does anything to change the intent of the bill or the legality of the bill. But if it is deemed unconstitutional, then the rest of the provisions would no longer apply. And so anyway, I think it's a very reasonable amendment, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to say, can you hear me on this? Doesn't sound like it's on. Louder? I'll move over here, be with my friends. I'm coming around little by little. So I just want to add that this is already law. We don't need to write it in the bill. If the court says it's unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional, and ask for a no vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, that's it's interesting that this was brought up. And I actually had a conversation with one of the bill sponsors on this the other day. And I asked if they felt that this bill was actually constitutional, which I don't, but they said that they did. So I tell you, whether it's current law, it doesn't hurt to put this in the bill already. We might, if they believe that it's already constitutional, then this amendment actually has no harm to put it in the bill, just to make sure that it's in there. So if you guys believe that it's actually constitutional and this will have really no effect on it, it does no harm to actually just put it in there. So I'm asking for a yes vote because we did agree that, or I didn't agree, but it was agreed that on the other side that it was constitutional. I disagree, but if you have no worries about it, put it in there. It's no big deal. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
This is, as Majority Leader said, this is actually redundant, except for the fact that this bill is unconstitutional. It's going to be taken to the courts. As I said earlier, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has already ruled on this very subject and said this is not constitutional. So putting in the reason that we would put it in the bill is to save money. If we put it in this bill, then it automatically kicks out. As soon as we voted in here in just a few minutes, we can take it and literally tear it up because it's not constitutional. And it'll save all the lawyer fees. It'll save all of the court fees, all the things of it, because this is going to go to the courts. It's going to go to the courts. We already know who's going to file the suits. We've already seen the stuff. So this amendment would just be a big money saver. And right now, we need to save money in the state of Colorado. So this redundant amendment, which every bill is supposed to come under this, but it doesn't. We pass unconstitutional bills in this House all the time, and then they get stays, and then they go to court, and all the different things that happen. And yet, we know they're not constitutional, but we just keep passing them because we are all powerful, and we can do that. And so I don't. This is a great amendment just because it's already in the bill, but this will save us money because this is going to go to court, and this unconstitutional bill will be struck down because there's already precedence for it. It's already been struck down, and we know that in this room. Every one of us in this room knows that. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has already struck this ideology down, but we're still running the bill. So with that crazy circular reasoning, yeah, let's vote yes on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to read through this. If the Court of Appeals determines that any provision of this is unconstitutional, so what I'm assuming is by this that we would send this bill, in the process over to the court, and that they would look at it and deem whether they found it constitutional, and then we could avoid. So it seems like we could save a lot of effort if maybe we put this all in all of our bills, and at least have some level of constitutional review before sticking them in. Now, I understand that in general, the way this legislation, and maybe the people of Colorado don't know, is that everything because they're always surprised when you tell them that everything that the General Assembly does is assumed to be constitutional until it's proved otherwise in a court of law. And see, here they thought, I mean, it's funny, bless their hearts, the people of Colorado thought that the Colorado General Assembly created laws in accord with the Constitution of Colorado. And it's always a little bit difficult for them to understand that the Colorado General Assembly rarely makes laws in accordance with the Constitution of Colorado or the United States. The Constitution, I'd say, is probably the last thing on the mind of the General Assembly when creating laws and legislation. And kind of funny story on this is somebody on social media asked if we could go back here when we thought we were wasting all that time this morning with the attack on the citizens of Colorado, calling them insurrectionists, etc., being judge and jury, that there are citizens of Colorado that are writing in and saying, hey, could you guys go back to that resolution, because at least then, for those 5 hours, the Constitution itself, our liberties and our prosperity wasn't under assault. So as soon as we get back to the people's business, the assault on liberty and prosperity cranks right back up. So the people of Colorado really do think that the General Assembly has some modicum of constitutionality in mind when they're passing legislation, and that's, I mean, it's certainly not funny, but it's certainly not true. So I think this is I mean, at least as far as I understand it, it looks to me like we would be sending this to the court, have them review it, do a constitutional review, and then see, yeah, maybe we could avoid that whole lawsuit instead of forcing the citizens of Colorado, instead of paying another, which is effectively another tax. It's taxing on the economy, it's taxing on their time, it's taxing on their liberty. That we would just have a system in place that would say, hey, let's look at this beforehand and see how the court would rule without having to go through the whole process. Now, if it's unknown, then maybe it goes into law and then somebody has to sue. But when there's precedent that's already based on this, then maybe we could just avoid it. So, as my colleague said, or I just said, I'm not sure which one he is and I am. I'm a little confused at this point. But, you know, if we could just, I don't know, maybe do stuff that's constitutional, maybe create laws in line with the Constitution, maybe have them reviewed when we think that we have a better idea than the Constitution. Because it really doesn't matter if you think you have a better idea than the Constitution, because the oath that you took to the people of Colorado said you would support the Constitution of the United States and Colorado. There's nothing in the oath that said you would just rely on your own creativity, that you would rely on your own recognizance, that you would rely on your own wisdom, especially wisdom that hasn't studied the Constitution, hasn't studied the whys of the Constitution. So this could save us a lot of hassle. I think this is a good amendment for all bills. So it's not automatic in the, it is because, so this is not automatic. The only other way to get to this point is through lawsuits. And so when you force the people of Colorado to enter into lawsuits, then you're putting yourself as this body becomes an enemy of the citizens of Colorado against their life, against their liberty and prosperity, continually against their liberty and prosperity. So I'm in favor of this amendment. The way I'm reading it anyways, it would send this to, send for a judicial review. And if you're afraid of a judicial review, then maybe that's a problem. If you're afraid of a judicial review and the citizens have to sue the state in order to get redress for their grievances, to get their rights back, then who should really be paying for those bills? I mean, why are the citizens of House District 22 going to have to pay those bills? Because I offered to take us out of that. We tried to get out of it. So this is a good amendment. Let's send all of our bills over to the court, have them review it, and give us an indication of whether it's, and when the court says, what the heck, 700 bills in a year, maybe that's a problem in and of itself. Maybe that would encourage us to have a little bit more in mind of the constitutionality of bills in the first place. So this is a great amendment. I don't think we should be afraid of it. So I recommend an aye vote. If you've done anything like taking an oath to support and defend the Constitution, this should be an easy one.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And House Bill 1133, this amendment's important because House Bill 1133 creates presumptive laws and victimless crimes. And this goes against the Second and Ninth Amendments as well as the Seventh Amendment, wherein it states, than according to the rules of the common law. We understand that common law requires a damaged person or damaged property, also following Article 6, which is also known as the Supremacy Clause, wherein it states, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. Therefore, and in following with the Supremacy Clause requirement of no contradictions, anything like a presumptive law or victimless crime would clearly violate the common law requirement of an actual damaged victim, person, and or damaged property. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 16 to House Bill 1133. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L041 to the House Bill 251133 and ask it to be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Tell us about Amendment 42.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment I'm bringing forward here, amendment creates a working group of 4 legislators, one from each caucus, so 1 House Republican, 1 House Democrat, 1 Senate Democrat, 1 Senate Republican, and 4 industry representatives to come together and create a working group. We feel like this this bill wasn't really talked to with the industry of ammo and guns. So this would also create that. So those 8 people can come together and talk about what's better for working on this bill and what's better for the state and how will it affect industry, consumers, and jobs. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 42? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of, the passage before us is, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 42. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move L033 to House Bill 251133 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This amendment exempts all aged 18 to 20-year-olds who live in an unincorporated area of a county. This is rural Colorado. And you know what really grinds my gears is this urban-rural divide where we have urban legislators trying to tell us how we live our life, how we protect our property, how we protect our livestock, how we protect our equipment, and how we protect our family, our friends, ourselves. It really grinds my gears that that a lot of urban folks don't understand the difficulties we face in rural Colorado, in unincorporated counties across the state. We have predators we are worried about. We have coyotes. We have wolves. We have raccoons. We have raccoons. We have skunks. Whether that be a threat on people, on children, on pets, on livestock, we need that ability to protect. We need to be able to utilize the tools to their full ability with the ammunition so that way we can protect in these areas that are multi-miles out. When we try to call for help, we are the first defense. We need this ability in rural Colorado to defend ourselves. And it is about time that this state recognizes it is not a one-size-fits-all. We have different communities, and that's what makes us great. We have different needs, and we need to listen to each other on what those needs are. I urge a strong yes vote on L033 for unincorporated areas of our county, for rural Colorado, for protections across our state.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I respect about our conversations in this building is we talk about our heritage, our way of life, and I respect that. I hear it in committees all the time. But this is woven into the fabric of rural Colorado's heritage and way of life. This is important to us. I mean, this is a rite of passage in rural Colorado to be able to get your first firearm, be able to buy ammunition to use it. We feed our families this way. I mean, I have tons of youth that like to hunt in my district. We're a western state. I don't know if you all remember the song, I'm not going to sing it, but about Colorado, the Colorado song. Talked about the pioneers coming out here and talking about our western heritage. And I know my colleague before from the Eastern Plains was talking about all the reasons that we need this, but I respect everybody's heritage in this chamber. I respect everybody's story about how their fabric was woven in the way of life that they live. And I would just ask that you do the same for us, because this is about our culture. We talk about all the things that unite us in this building. We definitely talk about all the things that divide us in this building. But at the end of the day, I ask you to realize that as we listen and respect everybody's culture in this building, this is a cultural issue for us. This is a rite of passage issue for us. If you all were to actually talk to the kids, so I did like 25 school visits in the 2 years, my first 2 years in office, and talked to kids, and never talked partisan politics, the Bill on the Hill stuff. Everybody remembers the Bill on the Hill. Remember the Bill on the Hill, like the after school? Yeah. So we discuss that all the time. But firearms do come up in my district because, once again, it's part of our culture and heritage. And you'd be surprised at the kids in our, even though I don't agree with their position, we have kids coming to this building all the time to talk against firearms. But believe it or not, there's a lot of kids in my district that talk the opposite of that. They one day look forward to buying an AR-15 to hunt coyotes with. They look forward to buying hunting rifles to hunt with. So I don't think I would be doing the kids in my district justice if I didn't speak for them. So we want to pass this on generation to generation. We want our kids to be able to target shoot and hunt and fish. One of my good colleagues who isn't here today, when we did the rural tour, I was like, how beautiful is this out here? It's so quiet. And she looked at me and said, I'm actually afraid because I've never been in anything this quiet in my life. And I think that's the difference that we're talking about. And that's what makes each part of this state special. And I just think it's really important that the kids in my district have the ability to pick up the hobbies of their mothers and fathers, to be able to provide for their families through meat hunting. There's just a whole lot of things. So I'd feel remiss if I didn't get up and speak for those young individuals in my district that asked Representative Winter to come up and fight for their Second Amendment rights. Like I said, I respect the fabric and culture of every person in this chamber, and I would just ask you to respect the fabric and culture of the children in my district. I urge an aye vote.
Members, simmer down, please. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 33? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 33 to House Bill 1133. A division has been called. We'll be in a brief recess. Is the all right, let me gavel back. The question is the adoption of, the House will come back to order. Haven't done it in maybe in a year. Anyway, the House will come back to order, and the question is the adoption of Amendment 33 to House Bill 1133. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment 33, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count has been taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment 33 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of, nope. Hamanaha. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L037 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L037 exempts 18 to 20-year-olds who have an active protection order from the age requirements of the bill. And I would just like to add that I am really honored to run this with ML Puglisi. It's something that's really near and dear to me and has been for a long time. And I am just grateful, and I think this really proves and shows that even through some very difficult pieces of policy that we have been talking on for quite a bit today, we can still find common ground. And with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the sentiments of the Majority Leader. Obviously, many of you have seen us working on domestic violence policy to help protect survivors and make sure they're not victims again. And this amendment really does continue the good work that we have done and will continue to do to make sure that we keep men and women safe in these situations. And so I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 37? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 37 to House Bill 1133. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1133 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of 1135.
A House Bill 1135 by Representatives Lukens and Bradfield, also Senators Marchman and Frizzell, concerning requiring the adoption of a policy regarding student communication devices in schools.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1135 and the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Education Committee, we had to amend this bill to add in the School of the Deaf and Blind and add a few clarifications for the Colorado Department of Education. We ask for a yes vote.
The question before us is the passage of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report passes. To the bill, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. Cell phone use during school hours impacts students' academic performance and teacher morale. Cell phones distract students from classroom instruction, which may result in smaller learning gains, lower test scores, and increased cell phone use is associated with higher levels of depression, anxiety in children. In Colorado, about 1/3 of the state's largest school districts have recently made updates to their cell phone policies. Why do this? Recent research shows that adolescents who spend more than 3 hours per day, which is very possible to do when you're in school, on social media can double the risk of experiencing poor mental health outcomes as symptoms of depression and anxiety. Now, approximately 9 in 10 public schools report occurrences of cyberbullying, a form of bullying through technological devices, including cell phones, among students. And this is associated with the social and emotional distress, depression, and suicidal ideation among youth. So why wouldn't we want to do something for kids?
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The solution is this bill. The goal of the policy is to reduce cell phone-related distractions in the classroom settings and promote mental health and well-being among students. This law would not impose a statewide ban. Instead, House Bill 1135 allows school districts to create their own locally developed policies regarding cell phone use during school hours in K-12 settings. We ask for a yes vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I won't take long on this. As a member of education, this is a very good bill, and so as a charter school board member as well, we just implemented something like this at the beginning of our school year, and I can tell you it's a night and day difference. And an important point to make here is that there were concerns when we were implementing this cell phone policy. We were worried. Obviously not all the children like it. But we were a little concerned that maybe there would be a backlash from parents. But we are very reasonable with our policy and only, you know, you can still bring it to school, but you may need it after, especially if you're staying after school for after school activities. You still need to contact your parents. You just can't use it during the day. And it is a night and day difference in our school. And what I like about this bill is that there are a lot of schools. I talk to a lot of executive directors of charter schools. I talk to principals of district-run schools, and they want to do a cell phone policy like this, but they're concerned of potential blowback. And I think this gives them cover and gives them the opportunity and tells them, hey, there is a state policy now. And you know what? Is when it comes to local control, if your policy is that we're not going to do a strict cell phone policy, then that's your policy. But it does give a lot of these schools cover. So this is a good bill. I support it. There was a lot of support in favor of it in committee, and I don't recall if there was any opposition testimony to it in committee. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. I don't remember it. So this is a good bill. Please vote yes on it. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion about the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1135. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1133 as amended and 1135 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Froelich. Members, you have heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Representative Johnson. Oh, Mr. Schiebel needs to read it first. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Johnson amendment to the Committee of the Whole report on House Bill 1133.
Representative Johnson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L18 to House Bill 1133, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1133 is amended passed.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Johnson Amendment H002 to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Awesome. Okay. H002 is allowing 18 to 20-year-olds who have a disability to be able to arm and protect themselves. This is an equalizer, and we would like to make sure that our vulnerable are able to protect, defend themselves, their property, their loved ones, and that these 18, 19, 20-year-olds have the confidence to know that they are safe, that they can protect their loved ones, they have their dignity, and it will help with their mental health knowing that they have this added protection. I urge a yes vote.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Johnson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative
Oh,
Ricks,
no.
could you speak?
No, I'm sorry. No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote? Representative Lindsay signals no with a thumbs down. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Rootnell votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
No.
Representative English votes no. Representative Stewart K is excused. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 35 no, and 6 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1133.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost Amendment L19 to House Bill 1133 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1133 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move the Winter Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it properly be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we ran this amendment earlier. All of my colleagues over here, obviously we were elected by these House districts to come and defend their Second Amendment rights. And I think that if anything, we talk about that rural-urban divide, this would definitely be a big move forward in healing that rural-urban divide. So I urge and I vote for the House districts listed above. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After this amendment failed during discussion on seconds, I had a sidebar conversation with a representative who actually voted no, but voted no because this representative's district was not encompassed in the amendment. And so I would just like to say that we would be happy to give our colleagues in the Senate some updated information and encourage them to pass a similar amendment for their districts and include the district that was unfortunately left off of this particular amendment. So please, I ask for an aye vote from that particular representative.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We urge a vote, no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote? Representative Lindsay signals a no vote with a thumbs down. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Rootnell votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
No.
Representative English votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 37 no, and 6 excused, the amendment is lost. Seeing no further amendments, the motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks, I can't hear you. Could you speak into your mic?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote? Representative Lindsay signals yes with a thumbs up. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootnell votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 22 no, and 6 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Members, we've got a couple of announcements. Madam Majority Leader, any announcements first?
Yes, I'll lay over the calendar first. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Monday, February 24th, 2025.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, February 24th. Now, announcements.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a reminder, members, that on Monday, we will gavel in and out at 10 a.m. in order for those who want to attend Rep. Bockenfeld's funeral service can do that. But there will be committees in the afternoon at 1:30. So I still need you here. We need to count you in. If you're remote, fantastic. Make sure you put in the form for me. Just a reminder. Thank you.
Great. Representative Bacon? Sorry, AML Bacon.
Thank you. Members, I would like to acknowledge before we go our very own Michael Carter, who will be going to his alma mater to receive the Living Legend Award. Let's send him off. Thank you, members.
Wait. Alma mater is where?
Oh, microphone. Recognize.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be going to the great state of New Mexico, where I graduated from the University of New Mexico, home of the best green chili.
Colorado! Whoa. All right. We are, okay. So here's my announcement. We are bringing the chili cook-off back, just so that we can prove Representative Carter wrong. All right, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So while I tell you on Friday that you are amazing and loved and worthy and adored, that doesn't mean you're always right, as was just proven by the representative who's getting this very important award, because those of us who represent Pueblo know that the best chili comes from this state. But in any ways, have a wonderful weekend.
Love that. Members, 51 inches of amazing new snow at Winter Park, 47 inches of new snow at Loveland Ski Area. Please join us in the high country. We have some business to tend to before we will adjourn. You can all leave. Thank you all for a very productive day. We will see you Monday. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1004 is amended and 1166 be referred to the Committee of the Whole. House Bill 1208 be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1149 be amended as followed and also amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations, and House Bill 1158 be amended as followed and also amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1096 be amended as followed and also amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1128 be amended as followed and also amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation.
Mr. Schiebel, printing report.
The chief clerk reports
The
the
printing
following
report
bills.
will be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The speaker has signed
Signing
Senate
of bills, resolutions, and memorials will be printed in the journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
The chief clerk of the House of Representatives
Delivery
reports
of
the
bills
following.
to the governor will be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader, sorry.
That's okay, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until Monday, February 24th at 10 a.m.
The House is adjourned until Monday, February 24th at 10 a.m.